Good morning, guys. How are we? What's up? Guys, today is going to be a big day. Today is going to be Path of Exile 2's announcement. Spud Gun Bob? Dude, for some reason I thought your name was SpongeBob. Does anybody ever call you SpongeBob? Why am I on my mount? That's way slower than my character. The announcement is not soon, guys. It's like 10 hours from now or something, so it's going to be a very long stream. Bro, why do those explosions... I'm so used to Path of Exile, man. The explosions take so much longer to blow up. You can run over them and pick up the loot and run away. But in Diablo, they explode in like half a second. So I dove in trying to jump over it and pick up the cinders. And it exploded instantly. That's what she said. Dude, I'm actually a little bit nervous about Path of Exile 2 because this announcement is supposed to be incredible, so I'm definitely getting my hopes up. Yeah, chat showed me this song yesterday because we were trying to find bands that were like Tool, and someone said, listen to Carnival. I was like, okay, never heard of them. Send it. This is an Australian band. Good morning, guys. What's up? I don't get it. My loot filter is on. Why am I seeing this yellow carved quarterstaff? Is it... My loot filter's not working. Why not? It still doesn't work. What's happening? Oh, I see. I see. The mapping at the moment sucks ass. Well, Grinding Gear Games agrees with you, so... Okay, we need a gold ring. So let's buy rings. We need a gold ring, boys.
75 months and an early stream.
Andrew, 75. This guy's a god. Is that Legendary Dad? Is that you, Mr. Legendary? Okay. Pardon me. It's been like so many years, and you definitely hold the record for have changed your name the most times. Guys, I got a different kind of coffee today. I got an iced mocha, but I ordered it with like a lot less sugar than normal. I took like in the app I took out a lot of the sugar they add into it. I don't know. It's okay. You want to know what it tastes like? It tastes almost like, you guys ever get coffee where it tastes like the coffee grounds are burnt? It tastes like that. It tastes like burnt. You know what I'm talking about? Okay. We need, I don't know, not that one. It tastes burnt. Don't need that one either. Don't think we need that one either. There's one apparently where we can try poison. I don't think that's it either. Guys, what's the name of this ring? Withering Touch? I don't know. It's a ring that I've never seen. 3GA Wound Drinker, huh?
Angel Wings raided my stream with 10 viewers.
Angel Wings, hello. Angel Wings, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? You're heading out? All right. Thank you so much for the raid. Good night. We need a unique ring that makes Pestilence Swarm do something. Anybody know which boss drops it? The Ring of Writhing Moon. Never heard of it. Zir drops it. Thank you. I don't think I really killed Zir much. I have 257 Excusi. Oh. I got a perfect one in one click. Okay. I know I got it, but the one I got was terrible. How am I this unlucky? How do I get 500 copies? How did I literally get 500 copies in a row of rings that I don't want? This is actually madness. Somehow I got two of them. That dude, look, I got 2 of these and I got 500 copies of every other ring. Actually, it's actually madness what just happened there. Okay. There we go. Now we're starting to print them. Okay. Guys, on the ring of the writhing moon, does it actually matter um does it actually matter what the how much the pestilence swarm does, or is that completely useless, completely meaningless? Does the pesty swarm actually do any damage? Yeah, now we can 3-1 them. Okay, so we hit 3 good affix on this one. We hit, this is giga dog shit. This is bad. Is our main idea poison damage? Is it a damage over time? Is our main idea a damage over time if we do this? Bad. Crit multi, vulnerable multi. Oh, this one for sure. This one's super excellent. This one's bad. This is ancestral with a GA, and yet it's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. So here we have, can damages over time crit? In this game? Okay, at least at a minimum, these 3 are trash. It's not the worst one I've ever seen. Hmm. No, this one's trash. All right. Flash, thanks for the prime, man. Am I ready for the PoE 2 announcement? Yes, sir. So you guys said now I need an amulet. Which amulet do I need? Anybody know the name of the omelet? It's not this one, is it? It's not Echo of Kawalatl. It drops from Duriel. Okay. My loot filter says all of that stuff is trash. Let's see if it was right. Doing a loot filter check, guys. Yep. It was right. Good job, loot filter. All right. We need an amulet that I've never, we need an amulet I've never seen before that drops from Duriel, apparently. It's so funny that I can move faster off of my mount than on my mount. I don't know if I can kill T10 Duriel, but we're about to find out. I obviously have the damage to kill him. I just don't know if I have the defense. About to find out right now. There we go. Hmm. Hmm. That wasn't great. Ancestral omelet. Is this what we need? It's terrible. That's a really bad one, right? This one's a billion times better. That's more like it. Let me see. Let me turn this down to, while we're doing this boss, let me fight him on Torment 9. I'll be able to kill him way faster. Do I plan to have a Google Doc leveling guide and endgame guide? If anything, buddy, I just make the actual official guide on Mobilytics. I'd actually just make a real guide for you now instead of doing stupid crap in a Google Doc. Oopsie. Where can you find this build? I'm making the guide for it right now, but I need to decide first. First, I need to make a decision. Do I want to teach you to play lightning or do I want to teach you to play poison? And I don't know the answer. I know lightning is... You're watching me play lightning right now, but I'm going to respec to... I'm about to respec to poison and see if it's better or not. Wait for the testing because Thorn's Paladin destroying Endgame was kind of bait. Well, it's rank 1 in the tower. Isn't Thorn's Paladin rank 1 for Paladin in the tower? It's literally first place. At least it was a few days ago. Definitely not bait. It was in first place. It's still rank 1? Yeah. Oh, you can TP straight to them? Oh. When did that happen? Senor Rax, you're up early? I am up early. Ready to go, buddy. Wow, I got a lot of these web dealy bobs. So we apply a poison and then we detonate a poison. Is that what we're doing? We apply a poison and detonate a poison. I got a mythic unique? Wait, I'm getting attacked? Dude, I got a Tyrell's? Let's go, bro. That's only the second mythic unique I've found in the wild. Rod of Keck W. Oh, bro. I got an amulet with GA damage over time multiplier. Yo, bro. Yeah, I got GA damage over time multiplier on a poison build. Jesus Christ. God, I love dick. I mean damage over time GA multiplier. Alright, well. Let's turn in these three and see if we can get a Giga one. Nope. Wow, Dex, Life, Movement Speed, Poison Multi. Wait, where's my GA one? Did I put it away? I'm so confused. What did I do with my good one? I transmute it? What what did I just do with it? I put it away. Oh, I put it right here. I was gonna say I'm stupid, but I don't think I'm that stupid. I'm dumb. I'm a stupid, worthless piece of shit, dumbass, idiot, loser. But I'm not that stupid. Oh, here it is. Oh my god, it is in the game. It's right here. It is in the game. It does exist. All right, we're going to try this. We're going to try setting up the poison thing. I don't know how to do it, but we'll figure it out. How hard could it be, really? So we need to search for moon. There's no way. Above this, rise above this. This one's pretty good. Crit multi, vulnerable multi, damage over time multi. The only one that has 4 stats I can actually use is this one. Let's just go with this one. Do I have a Shattered Voe as my weapon? No. What's that? I need a special weapon too? Dude, this is the neediest build I've ever heard of. I need a weapon too? I've never used this before. Okay, so I've never even seen a mythic thing before. I don't have this. Oh god, I need a whole set too. Women think the world up. Let's see here. Where's the weapon? Tunic. Oh, okay. Wait, we don't need a weapon. Level 131. So he has 30% DR, and he has so is the entire idea all right, let's see if we can just throw in a shitty version of this and see if we can figure it out. Guys, this is a section of the stream I like to call Learning with Rax. Is there even a single person who's excited? All right, let's see if we can make the poison version work. I honestly have no idea what to do, but we're going to try to figure it out. First of all, I don't even have the right set to make it work. So that's not good. That's a bad start. Very bad start. Okay, so let's see what's happening here. Pestilence Swarm spawns from me every 4 seconds, and it deals poison damage per hit. Okay. So I believe the idea is we apply Pestilence Swarm, and it does poison damage, and then this amulet detonates that poison damage. Right? Okay, so with that in mind, we use the same tech here, level 20 Ravager with Rushing Claw. But I don't think we're going to be Eagle Boy anymore. What's an Incarnate skill? Extends the duration of an active Incarnate skill. What would that be? Counterattack? Okay. All right. Do we still have to take the eagle rushing claw then? I guess do we still go eagle rushing claw? On the ladder they take the top rune, they take this one. Depending on how many charges it has left, so it's either going to be guaranteed to crit or it heals us. Can you see what someone is doing on this leaderboard thing? Can you see their actual full build? That's the build. Can you actually see it or no? Is this all you, is this what you see? This? If you look at their profile, you can see more. Unable to view profile. Did he get banned or what? When it says, oh, they made it private. Oh. Okay. Let's go eagle for now. And the entire idea seems to be buffing pestilence. So we're not going to take the eagle ultimate. I assume we're going to take the devour. But where is Pesty Swarm? Is Pestilence Swarm like not an actual skill? It's something that we apply. Yeah, Stinger applies 3 Pestilence Swarms. Okay. So it's got everything to do with Pestilence Swarms, it seems. Ironically, I'm actually... This might be better. Maybe we take the gorilla one. This one makes me unstoppable. Did I give up on evade? I am playing evade. This is evade. All right. Well, the only way that I can see to actually generate pesty swarms is to use counterattack. Are me and Woody's siblings? Yes. Woody and I are brothers. No, we're not brothers. Definitely this, right? So rushing claw levels don't even help me, do they? So the only way that I can see to do damage is with counterattack and devourer. And then we need to find something that makes anything that makes poison do more damage, right? Jason, thank you so much for the gifted sub, man. Scourge applies weaken and vulnerable. I thought pesty swarms auto apply weaken always, so weaken doesn't help me, does it? But yeah, Scourge seems decent. I already have Scourge on my bars, actually. But this is useless, so I guess we take weaken here. How do we apply vulnerable here? Are we going to apply vulnerable with spirit wolves, or do we have Scourge apply vulnerable, or our mercenary, or how are we doing that? Scourge is always up. Oh, okay. So do we want the one where it's continuously around us? Read the 6-piece set bonus. I don't even have the set, man. That's the problem. I don't have it. I don't have one piece of it. Why don't I use sword to apply a vulnerable? This might be a terrible take, but I think every single every single movement skill that we take in general, unless it's like whirlwind or Fan of Knives actually just slows you down. Except for teleport. Teleport's really good. All these skills like soar or whatever, I'd rather just run fast. Alright, so everything about my character is wrong. All of it. I have the wrong Paragon glyphs. I've got the wrong, probably the wrong boards. I have the wrong set. Everything here is an effing disaster. Everything here is an absolute disaster. At least I have 2 pieces of the poison set, I guess. Alright, well. Let's see if we can even so we have too many skills, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, we have exactly the right number of skills. Ravager, Scourge, Devourer, Rushing Claw, Counterattack, Armored Hide. All right. Now we got to look at these. Let's see which one do we want. So we have to do this, right? We have to do the Centipede here. Because the whole idea is to apply poisons. So this is perma unstoppable and gives them all gorilla. And doesn't gorilla give us resolve? But wait, if I go something like centipede gorilla, then I have a new problem. This doesn't help me anymore. That doesn't help me either. We probably take the ferocity, right? This is a jaguar and a centipede skill. But it's not a... The problem is now it's not a gorilla skill. I don't know. Let's this could be very bad. Let's lower it a lot. Let's lower it to like T5. I don't even know if I can play, guys. Let's see. Let's just open a Kurost Undercity and see what happens. This could be very bad, guys. Yeah, I don't have the right aspects either. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hey, this still does stuff. I can kind of play. Considering how everything is completely busted here, I'm actually pretty happy with this. Should I go back to the Lightning Spiritborn until I can farm up the glyphs and stuff for this? Maybe I should play Lightning in T10. Or should I just play like this and practice? What is this little spinning death thingy I've got around me? All right, so okay. Let's put on some powers that actually do something for me. So let's look. So we're doing pestilence swarms with poison. Pesty.
What's the best way to grind exp almost Paragon 200 atmospheres?
Kirby, thank you so much, my dude. What's the best way to grind XP? I don't know. I've just been doing war plans, but I'm sure that's not the answer. I guess infestation is the best. 150% extra damage. Seems like the best, right? And then increased damage for pestilence swarms. Seems right to me. The Helltide with the worms is the best. I need to re-roll this affix, by the way. We're going for the gold, guys. Darius gifted 5 subs. This guy's going straight to heaven. Thank you, Darius. You're the man. Alright, we at least have some powers now. This helmet is useless. Is there a unique helmet that helps me? Harmony of Ebawaka. Man, dude, why does my screen do that? We're Poison Boy. I must admit, I do love the idea of being Poison Boy. Hey, a blue goblin? What kind of goblin was that? Was that an XP goblin? What's this? Power of the birthright will make you a god? Oh, I'm doing the tower. Oh. I've never done the tower. This is my first tower run ever. I've never done the tower before. I forgot. I tried to do the pit. I don't even know what the tower is. Oh, I can explain it to you, Wicked. So you know how the pit goes down? Well, the tower goes up. Dang, I'm not even top 1,000, boys. I accidentally did the tower. Oops. Let's have some more of this burnt coffee. I think the cap is 150, right? On the tower. I need Harmony of Chewbacca. All right. Well, what might that be? Do I have one of those? Nope. Thanks, God. The tower is identical to the pit. No, Taco Eater. All right. Let me cover this one more time. Guys, the pit goes down and the tower goes up. It's completely different. Jesus, you guys. The next thing you guys are going to ask for is a new endgame. In the next expansion, the next endgame is going to go sideways. We're going to call it the merry-go-round. And then for the final expansion, we're just going to stand still and not move in any direction. The next expansion is diagonal. All right, let's see. What can we do here? Bane. Bane gives me more poison. So we have to do Bane, right? Bane has to be 1. I'm guessing Pestilent Swarm is not a gorilla skill. Looks like we have to do consumption, maybe? Poison, this seems good too. So I'm looking at Bane, Consumption, Fester. Then maybe Spirit. Maybe Canny. Maybe Exploit. And then you get Colossal. Let me see what Jim Bob is doing here. Okay, we have Canny. I leveled up Fester. I don't think I looked at Colossal. Bane, Consumption. Okay, so those 3, we got those. We got everything right. But I was going to take the vulnerable damage one, but he's saying there's one called Colossal. Colossal. Do I even have that? Yeah, here. 2x multiplicative damage for every stack of resolve you have. But is Pestilent Swarm a gorilla skill? We just completely ignore the top thing. Well, I think I thought our spirit hall had to be centipede. He takes gorilla. He takes gorilla instead of centipede. With the helmet, you take gorilla. Okay, I don't have the helmet, so I need to see what the helmet does. Then maybe that will make sense. Yeah, I don't have Chewbacca. How good is Barbarian lately? Barbarians do enough damage to beat Diablo 5. They're completely broken. Completely broken. I can't believe I'm going to have to make another Paragon board, man. Just kill me now. Yeah, it's too late to fix everything now, but... It's too late to fix everything now, but... You know. What's this build? Still evade. Guys, does anybody know what boss drops Helm of Chewbacca? The helmet drops from Bartuk? You mean the guy I can literally never fight? Oh, thanks, God. The guy I've only gotten to fight one time the entire league? Great. Well, Path of Exile 2 it is, I guess. You're lucky if you can open the chest at the end. Wait, you guys have gotten to open the chest at the end? I always get like 3 cinders total. You guys get the chest at the end? Jesus Christ. I will never see the hone glyph and never think and not think of brain hones. I can't do it. I can't see hone without thinking of brain hones. A kid in my high school, his name was Brian Jones, and our announcer for our football stadium thing always purposely butchered everybody's name just to make everybody laugh. And when Brian Jones got called onto the field, he said, "Now coming into the game, number 42, Brain Hones." So when I see that hone glyph, all I think is Brain Hones. Every time I see that hone glyph, I think of Brain Hones. They walk away. Yeah, I see hone, and there's nothing else that can come to mind. I thought of it in Lost Ark 2, honing your gear. Brain hones. The kid's life got ruined with one call from an announcer. I had a similar experience in high school. One time I had a substitute teacher, and she was reading everybody's name, and she came to my name, and when she said my last name, I don't know, she had like a stroke or something, because what came out of her mouth, it was right after the Matrix movie came out. Right after the Matrix movie came out, we had substitute teacher try to say my last name. She comes to me and she's like, "All right, Ryan Jezerez," and just instantly, I mean, it was immediate, like a bomb hit my classroom. Everyone started laughing. My last name doesn't even start with a J. My last name starts with an S. It's not even fucking close. She had a stroke or something saying my name, and everybody is just laughing as hard as they could. I'm just looking at the teacher like, "Do you need me to call a medic, or what is wrong with you?" And a kid in my class named Ethan, he immediately looked at me after he was done laughing. He goes, "Mr. Jezerez," like the Agent Smith says, "Mr. Anderson." And then for the rest of high school, whenever I was walking down the hall and someone would pass me, they'd go, "Mr. Jezerez." That was my name forever. My grandma met Rod Stewart she sat next to him on an airplane. My grandma met Rod Stewart. The only celebrity I've ever met, let's see, have I ever met a celebrity? I've actually, believe it or not, I actually played video games with Lady Gaga. I didn't even know it was her. I played video games with Lady Gaga at Champions Fun Center. And I also met Rob Zombie. That's the only two celebrities I think I've ever met. I played video games with Lady Gaga at Champions Fun Center. She was with her boyfriend, and I was with one of my friends. And then her boyfriend's like, "Hey, you guys!" I think it was a team racing game. He's like, "Hey, you guys want to team with us and play this racing game with us?" We were like all in these little cars. We're like, "Yeah, sure." Then we played, and then we walked away. And one of my other friends is like there were a bunch of people watching us, and I couldn't figure out why. I'm like, is this game like sick or what? Why is everybody watching us? And we walked away. We got some pizza, and one of my friends was like, "That's so sick that you were playing with her." I'm like, "What that girl or whatever?" He's like, "Yeah, you see all those people following her? Do you know who that is?" I'm like, took another look at her. I'm like, "No. Should I know who that is?" He's like, "That's Lady Gaga." I took another look. I'm like, "Really? That's her?" Oh. No, she's nice. Yeah, I met Prince's lead guitarist in Turks and Caicos at the Cabana Bar. Yep. What was his name again? You guys told me his name. Rico something. I met Prince's lead guitarist in Turks and Caicos. That guy was a legend. Rob Zombie is chill. You met him too. Oh yeah, he was just mega chilling. He had a meet and greet at our local CD store, and I think he was just sitting there just drinking a beer, and he was drinking something, and he was just loving life. He was actually very happy to be there and just talking to people. He seemed like a super nice guy. Yeah, I liked him a lot. Nice. I got 1,000,000 charms, and not a single one of them is the one that I actually need. Just kidding. I got one. Mick Foley rented from the Blockbuster you used to work at. Dude, when Blockbuster was a thing, we would go in there almost every day, if not every other day, and rent a new video game. And the employee there was like, "Man, do you guys get that bored of these games this fast?" And I'm like, "Sir? Bored of the game this fast? Bro, I beat the game yesterday. Give me a new game." He's like, "No, you didn't." Bro, just give me a new fucking game. I'll be back tomorrow after I beat this one. I'll tell you all about the final boss. This guy clearly did not understand how much of a loser I was. You could have like the Blockbuster pass and you get like infinite rentals as long as you only have one rental out. I'm like, bro, I'm going to literally beat every single game. I'm going to beat all of them. They didn't really have that good of a selection of games, though. Did I get Battletoads? They didn't have, no, Blockbuster didn't have games for the super old consoles. Well, maybe they did, like, when I was really young, but I was talking, this is in, let's see, I was in 7th grade. This would be like 1998, 99. I mean, I'm renting games for like the PS1 or something. I'm not renting old school retro games. Dude, Battletoads. Have you guys ever played Battletoads? I mean, try to beat Battletoads. Good luck. You're going to need it. Just try to beat Battletoads. Game is effing impossible. You got 2 mythics. That's sick. 2 mythic tributes. Yeah, I could have 3-1 them. I should have. The hardest game ever. It's one of them. You want to know what I think is the hardest game for me ever? Like, I have never seen it with my eyes. Like, I can see the speed runs on speedrun.com. I think Cool Kid has the record right now. But try to sit down and beat Mega Man, the first one. Turn on Mega Man and beat the game. I would be shocked if any one of you could do it. Like you get off work at 5 o'clock. I'll give you 7 hours. I'll give you till midnight to beat Mega Man. I would be shocked if a single one of you could do it. It's fucking impossible. It's just try it. Let's start small. Let's start real small. Try to beat a level in Mega Man. Beat one level. Try it. See if you can beat one level of Mega Man. You've never seen gameplay of it? Is it that hard? It's pretty fucking hard. Part of the reason why it's so hard is the regular Nintendo is such a trash console. It's like, it's so clunky. And they have like this platforming where if you fall one time, you die. And you don't have that many lives. Then you have to beat like 6 levels, and then you have to beat all the final boss levels on not that many lives. Was I good at Mega Man? I mean, I don't know, kind of. I was way better than any of my if my other friends are playing, if I invite my friends over to my house and we're playing Mega Man, my friends can't beat one level, so it's me or nothing. I can beat the levels, I could beat the levels as a kid with great difficulty. Like, trying multiple times. And then people like use cheats or use the Game Shark to have infinite lives. And they said, oh, I beat Mega Man easily. Bro, anybody could beat it with infinite lives. Are you fucking kidding me? They barely give you any lives. I don't know. It's crazy difficult. Super Ghouls and Ghosts was difficult, but in my opinion, Super Ghouls and Ghosts is way easier than Mega Man. Way easier. But Super Ghouls and Ghosts is hard. It is a tough game. But Super Ghouls and Ghosts is beatable. Yeah, you spam war plans, Slim, and you want to finish your seasonal journey, which will require you to get to at least Torment 10 and kill Uber Mephisto. Any chance that I'd play D2R? Uh, maybe. I mean, I love Diablo 2. The Mega Man world record is 19 minutes. Is it still Cool Kid with the record? Yeah, I mean, if you watch Cool Kid beat it, if you watch Cool Kid beat Mega Man, it's going to look like the easiest game ever. He just runs at the speed of light, dodges everything, one-shots every boss in 2 seconds. It's Flecky? The fuck is Flecky? Yeah. I mean, if you watch that speed run, it looks like the easiest shit ever, but just try it. I think Mega Man is the hardest game I've ever played. I think it's harder than Ninja Gaiden. I think it's harder than Battletoads. I think it's harder than Super Ghouls and Ghosts. You want to know what's another really hard game? You guys ever played Kid Icarus? You guys ever played Kid Icarus? Bro. Game is impossible. We know Eternal. We've known that for multiple days. Thank you, though. We know that. Yeah, it's posted all over. I reported it as a bug to Blizzard like 5 days ago. Thank you, though. Rax thinks we play hard games. We just watch them. Holy fuck, I forgot about that game. You guys ever played Kid Icarus? If you guys don't remember the game, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Google it real quick. Just Google Kid Icarus gameplay. Watch the game for 5 seconds. You'll be like, oh my god, that game? Game's impossible. I would say Kid Icarus is the second hardest game. I would say Kid Icarus is the second hardest game I've ever played. I'd say first is Mega Man, second is Kid Icarus. Kid Icarus, one time I got to level 2. That game was comically difficult. The jumping in Kid Icarus is awful. I mean, that's how you die every time. Yeah, you die by jumping. I think that's about it. Yeah, a lot of people I've heard that have always said that the Lion King is impossible, and it certainly wasn't easy. I don't know why, but Lion King did not give me trouble. Like a lot of people got stuck at like the caves with the hyenas, but some of that was like puzzles, and the puzzle part was very easy for me. Like it was a difficult game, but that one didn't. Yeah, I loved Rygar. I love that game. Rygar was pretty easy though, because Rygar you can just farm. Rygar, I think, was the first game I ever played where I just farmed and got so powerful that nothing could touch me. Never played Pitfall. I like Super Meat Boy a lot. That's like a different kind of challenging. That's like Giga platforming. That's like Celeste. Cuphead was difficult. Cuphead is difficult. I still think Mega Man is harder. Did I ever play Cat in the Hat on Game Boy? Can't say that I have. Cat in the Hat. Whenever I hear the phrase Cat in the Hat, I always think of Borat walking around New York City, and he sees a girl walking her dog and he goes, "Oh, is this the cat in the hat?" It's like, Borat, that's a dog. What is wrong with you? Did you ever play Faxanadu? No. Never even heard of it. Love Echo the Dolphin. Dude, that was one of my favorite games as a kid. I play that game all the time. Oh, I love that game. Again, that's kind of like in the same boat as Lion King. People say that game is so hard. It's definitely not easy. It's not an easy game, but it's nowhere near as hard as people say it is. It's not that bad. Hardest game you ever played was launch PoE 2 in Act 1 as a warrior because you couldn't stay awake. Yeah, Act 1 warrior PoE 2 launch day was pretty brutal. The hardest game is Geometry Dash. Seen it played a lot, never actually played it myself. Loved Echo the Dolphin. The hardest game is Marriage. Well, they say first comes the engagement ring, and then the wedding ring, and then the suffering. Oh, we have the full poison set now, boys. Do I want to put my points into Scourge? Is putting my points into Scourge better than putting it into Counterattack? Or should I do it instead of Armored Hide? Or Scourge seems kind of important. World boss in 10. Thank you. I got enough time to do a couple more pits, right? We can do a couple more, try to get these glyphs to 51. What's the best torment to drop ancestral gear? Well, obviously 12 drops the most, but the best torment to farm on is whichever one that you can just slaughter. The highest one that you can just slaughter. Now, when I have played quite a bit of Diablo 4, do I find any comfort in it? Are you talking to me or are you talking to someone in chat? Can you give me a breakdown on what I'm currently doing? I'm leveling up my glyphs to switch my spec. Me. Do I find comfort in Diablo 4? Comfort. Comfort. No. Comfort? No. I don't know if I find comfort in any video game. Comfort? No. I feel comforted when I order tacos. That's about it. I feel comfort when I eat tacos. Feel comfort when I pet Callie. I feel comfort when I lay down and go to sleep. Comfort? No. Yeah, I heard people are finding that the Mythic seal with +1 charm slot and it doesn't do anything. Oh, he means am I comfortable with the game mechanics? I mean yeah, I was comfortable with yeah, I don't think you guys have any idea how much of my life I've dedicated to the Diablo franchise. Am I comfortable with the mechanics? Yes. Yes. Anyone who has played as much as me would be comfortable. If you're as big of a loser as me, you'll be nice and comfy. Bro calls himself a loser, but you're living the dream. I would say, I would agree with you. I would say that it is pretty much the dream to have a job like this. So I definitely agree with you. All I will say to that, all I will add to that though is it's not without its challenges. It's still the dream job, and the challenges of it are way easier than almost every job, right? It's not like poor me or anything, but there are some things about it which aren't great. And you would think without doing it, you'd sit back and you'd say, "Oh yeah, but I'd be willing to put up with that just to have that job." Maybe. Maybe not. It messes with you. It messes with you in ways that are kind of hard to, it's just hard to explain. I think I have it worse than most people because I've streamed every single day with no break for 7 straight years. So it's probably worse for me than most. But man, it messes with you. Name the top 3 challenges. I'll just name the top one. I'll name the top one. You'd be surprised how much it messes with you to constantly have a camera pointed at you, turned on, that everybody's watching. Everything that you say, everything that you do is recorded. No matter how fast you are, even if you tab over and delete the VOD, someone will have a record of it. So one of the biggest challenge is you're always being watched. You ever gotten up in front of the class and did a presentation and didn't like doing it? It's kind of like that. It's a little bit easier because you're in the comfort of your own home and you're by yourself and, you know, who cares? But you would be surprised how much that messes with you. Maybe you can do it for a day or 2 or a week or whatever, and it's no big deal. But eventually, it does become a big deal. It will mess with your mind. Another big danger in being a video game streamer, which I'm sure anybody can understand this, is have you ever take something you really like to do, like, I don't know, anything, skiing. You love to ski. What if, like, you love to take a vacation to Colorado, you rent the skis, you ski all day, you go to the campfire, you drink the hot cocoa, you do it again, and then you fly home, and skiing is just so fun, right? What if you were a skiing instructor and you could ski every day? You taught people how to ski. That's your job. You might think you'd love it, right? I love skiing. I would love to help people. I would love to share my passion of skiing with others. Okay, so you start your job as a skiing instructor. And for the first week, you're just loving it, man. This is so great. And then after the first month, you know, you start to find some challenges being a skiing instructor. You start to find like some frustrations with it, but you still kind of love it. And 6 months later, now, whenever you're done skiing as your job, you find that, well, you want to know what I don't want to do in my free time? I don't want to ski. I'll tell you that much. I don't want to ski anymore. So, but my point is one massive danger with this is the thing that you loved to do, once it becomes your job, one day not only might not be something that you love to do anymore, it might be something that you dread. And if you take your favorite hobby and you eventually turn it into something that you now dread, not only do you have a job you don't like anymore, but also you also lost your favorite hobby at the same time. I'll give you a funny example. One of my best friends growing up, his mom was the like top dog or manager of a cleaning company. She would go to like mansions and go to businesses, and they'd hire her company to clean their place and make it immaculate, right? Just immaculate. Like a super high level cleaning service. My friend had by far of all of my friends the dirtiest house. By far the dirtiest house. It was like a pigsty. You would think his mom is the head cleaning guru of the world. that she would clean her own house. But she comes home and she's so sick of cleaning. The house was never clean one time ever. Crazy. She just couldn't bring herself to do it. So she started the business because she had a passion for cleaning. And then she just kept doing it just to support her family. But she eventually despised it so much that she didn't even clean her own house for her family. Luckily for me, this is not the case. I still love video games. I don't think I'll ever get away from them, so I have not fallen into that trap overall, but it certainly happened for me where there was a period there where I actually couldn't stand logging into D4. I'm like, man, dude, you took one of my favorite franchises and ruined it, and I know the whole world wants me to play, expects me to play, make the tier lists, make the guides, make the leveling guides. It's literally my job to do it. But I can't do it. I really hadn't played Diablo 4 in a year. Am I scared or aware of burnout? No, Rick, it's way too late for that. I'm fine. I got 2.75 more years and I am definitely at peace now. I'm good. No. I'm not scared of burning out. You can't stop me. I got 2.5 more years. I will finish it. I'm good. What's my streak of never missing a day? What's today? The 7th? 7 years, 1 month, 24 days. What happens in 2.75 years? On my first stream ever, I said I would stream every single day for 10 years, no exceptions, no misses. So I'm almost at 7.25 years. So I got 2.75 years to go. Am I retiring at the 10-year mark? I'm definitely considering it. Yes. I'm definitely considering it. Have I ever felt like, fuck it, I'm done? I almost quit streaming at the very beginning of last year. So January-ish of last year. I almost quit. I thought about it. Just making a YouTube video saying I'm done. Thank you for everything. But you might not guess why. The reason why is I couldn't get a PC to work for me to stream on. I ordered a Starforge PC, a new one, and then the Intel processor burnt out on it. So then I got a second new PC and sent the old one back to Starforge so they could refurbish it or refund it from warranty it from Intel. They sent me another one. Same thing happened. The Intel processor died on it. And so, like, you would think, oh, poor Rax, he got 2 new computers in a month. Poor him. I mean, when I get a new computer, this is my work computer. It's not for fun. I have to sit there and I have to update all these drivers. I have to download all these audio things to make Beacon work. I have to set it up exactly perfectly. I got to test all the OBS shit and make sure that it works. I did that once with my new PC. I was a happy camper, and then it died. I got a new one shipped to me. I set it all up again, and it died. And then I got a third one shipped to me, and I was setting it up, and I promised myself, I made a personal promise to myself. I got AMD the third time. I said, if this PC doesn't fucking work, I'm done. I'm hanging it up. I'm done. I set up the AMD thing, and I hit go live, and it worked. Then I said, fuck you, Intel. I'm never buying your shit ever again. It's not Starforge's fault. It's not like, to make it very clear, it has nothing to do with Starforge. They get the parts from Intel, they quality test them, they pass the test, they plug everything in and make sure that it works, and they ship it to you. It's not Starforge's fault, it's Intel's fault. So Starforge also started telling all of its customers, for the love of God, order Intel and not, or order AMD and not Intel. That way you don't have to send your computer back to us. You had the same issue and you're never buying Intel again. Yeah. Yeah, you were watching my stream at that time. I was really holding, like, you guys got to see a fraction of my anger. I'm trying to hold it back so you guys don't actually know the rage that I had trying to fix these stupid fucking computers. I was so mad. I was gonna quit. I was like, God, fuck this, I'm done. When I had to set up ended up setting up 3 full PCs for streaming in 1 month. Do you know how many of those nights I stayed up until the entire night before I started streaming on Intel support, Starforge support, an entire team Discord call trying to help me, like bless their hearts, thank you for trying to help me. We just couldn't fix it. Drixus, the leader of Beacon Microphones, trying to help me. He owns a computer store, trying to help me fix it. There's no fixing it. The Intel processor is just fucking cooked. So there's no fixing this. Send me an AMD PC, and if this doesn't work, I'm gonna off myself. Anyway, it worked, so I'm chilling. I dual stream PC, and I got a 4th computer. I got another AMD machine. And the reason why I got another one, so last year I got four new PCs. 4. That's like more than I've gotten in like the last 15 years. But I got 4 last year. The reason why I bought another computer is not because my first one had any problems. It's because when I streamed Borderlands 4, on one PC, the graphical requirements were so high, I could not stream in max quality while playing at max quality. And I never like buy stuff for myself, so I didn't have good monitors. And someone told me, Rax, you have got to stop playing with these stupid ass monitors that you have. You need to get some actual good monitors. And I was like, all right, I have an idea. This is actually what I was thinking to myself. I was like, all right, the stream has supported me so much for the last 6 years. I think I owe it to you guys to spend more money on my setup and make my stream better. So I said, fuck it. I'm going to spend a lot of money upgrading my setup. So after Borderlands 4, I ordered another AMD PC and I ordered new monitors. And then I set everything up now with dual PCs. And so that PC games and that PC streams what this PC is gaming via a capture card. And what that let me do is not only is my stream 1,000,000 times more reliable, but now I stream in 1440p for you. So I moved my stream up from 1080p to 1440, and now any game that comes out, there's no way the game could have high enough requirements for me not to be able to stream and play at max quality with two PCs doing the streaming. So that's why I bought a fourth PC last year. All right, now I've got bad news, guys. We have to make an entirely new Paragon board. God, just kill me now. Okay, so Canny is int. And you still don't read chat, lol. We can solve this one for you. By the way, this was your first message. You've been following me for 3 years, and that's your first message in 2 months. Yeah. Well, thanks for the 3 years, buddy. Gone. Okay, now we got to make a Paragon board, guys. Let's make a Paragon board. In order to do that, I need to actually see how this is set up here. Read 100%. Iced coffee. What's up, buddy? Look what I've got. An iced coffee. Guys, I've been streaming long enough. This might be like a bad rule or whatever. This might be like a bad attitude, but I have a really simple methodology now. If someone comes to my stream, like jokes are fine, trolling is fine. It happens all the time. I love that. But if anybody comes in my stream for any reason and talks shit to me, it's an insta permaban with no hope of remedy. There's no way to remedy it. Sometimes people talk shit to me and then they'll send me a message later saying how much they love my stream and they're sorry and please unban them. The answer is no. There's no second chances. The problem is I've just been streaming for too long, guys. I've been streaming every day for 7 years. There's no second chances. It's over. That's the way it's gonna be. The rules will never change. That's the way that it is. Okay, so the starting board has 75. I need to see. Oh, I see. I gotta go back. I have to click the edit button. Go in here, edit. That's the problem. Yeah. Lee wrote the skeleton of the Endgame guide, and one disadvantage is too fast for for grandma. Grandma can't play too fast for her. Okay. Lee, I appreciate all the work that you did here. Thank you so much. But this Paragon board doesn't work anymore. So I need to add a Paragon. I don't know. How do we do this? Paragon board. Okay. All right. So let's understand what we're doing here. So let me get paint. I need paint for this. Let's see if we can figure it out. You watched my podcast on the Passer tree. It was really interesting. Format, you liked it a lot. I'm an interesting person. Thanks for saying that, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for that. Okay. Let me look at this for a second. Maybe put a question mark by bitter medicine. Let me try to figure this out myself, and then we're going to cross-check it. Maybe bitter medicine. Convergence seems for sure. Definitely drive. Maybe infighter. Maybe. Maybe revealing. We don't have any core skills. Do we have any potency skills? So we do have Rushing Claw, cast all the time. So what does this do again? Every third consecutive cast reduces all skills cooldowns by 30%. Okay, I'll give that a maybe. Maybe we need the CDR? Not sure. Definitely not this one. We seem to generate a lot of barrier. So Vicious seems good. So seems like Convergence and Drive are definitely in. Probably Vicious, and then some combo of Bitter, Infighter, Reveal, and Prodigy's Tempo. Something like that. So let's see here. Let's see what the rank 1 boy is doing. He is doing Vicious Shield, yes. Revealing, Convergence, Drive. Okay, so that's exactly these 3 that I had, and he chose Revealing out of the 4. So we don't need Prodigy's Tempo. I had Convergence, Drive, and Vicious Shield for sure. Convergence, Drive, Vicious Shield, and he takes Revealing. Okay. And then I already leveled up the glyphs. Canny, Fester, Colossal, Bane, Consumption. Okay, so this should actually be very easy to understand. So now we should just be able to solve this, right? So let's stare at this. So Drive is really bad for decks. Drive is really bad for decks. So I'm hoping most of these are decks, but I guess I don't know. Colossal is strength. Consumption is int. Probably the most important one too, right? Fester is dex. Bane is strength. Jesus Christ. Canny is int. This is terrible. Oh my god, this is so bad. Isn't our main stat Dex? God, this blows. So Canny is int. This is exactly what we didn't want. Fester is Dex. So Fester can go anywhere except drive and the starter board. Consumption is int. Bane is strength. And Colossal is strength. So, God, that's bad. All right, so the starter board 59 and 64. So convergence is really good for strength. So convergence is going to go for Bane and Colossal. Drive has to be int. So that's either Canny or Convergence. Revealing has to be strength. And they're tied, so it doesn't matter, so that's good. And vicious has to be for what was it called? Starts with an F. Fester. Fester has to be for Vicious Shield. Okay, nice. So far we don't have to actually make any decisions. So we only have one board left. The only board we have left now is the starter board. And the starter board has 64 int. So we have to check starter board versus drive. Drive is 69, nice. So the only question, there's only one question that we have to answer. Which glyph is more important? Canny or convergence? I mean, Canny or not convergence. What's it called? Consumption. Consumption is Pesty Swarm. Canny is non-fizz, so it has to be consumption. Okay. So that means that consumption goes in drive and Canny goes in the starter board. Now, the only other determining factor that we need to decide is what order do we open the boards in. And I think we can actually tell in the game. So in here is going to be Canny, and this is going to be int based. Why consumption over Canny? Well, I'm using both of them. Stacked consumption is 12, stacked Canny is 15. Well, I was just thinking that Canny or consumption is more important because consumption is our actual main attack, Pesty Swarm. So the only thing that matters about where you place it in is the amount of value that you get out of the first line, right? So Canny gives you 6.3 non-fizz. This gives us 9.9 Pesty Swarm. Yeah, we don't care about the additional. Everyone gets the additional automatically. We don't care about that. I don't think we care about that. So this mathematically should be Canny. Canny is int, and int should be 64 here. So the int should be 64. Okay, that should be perfect, right? Because we also want to click as many dex nodes as we possibly can along the way. Okay, let's go forward here. Now we have to make a decision. Okay, now we have to figure this out. So we need to understand, we need to mostly pick what are the two worst boards. We have 4 choices: Vicious Shield, Bitter Medicine. Wait, we're not doing Bitter Medicine. Vicious Shield, Revealing, Drive, and Convergence. And the only thing that we actually care about, I think, would be how much damage can we get out of these. So this gives me critical strike damage, damage while you have a barrier, vulnerable damage. So Vicious Shield seems pretty good. Revealing gives me attack speed, vulnerable damage, damage to crowd controlled. Also seems decent. Drive gives me crit chance, vulnerable damage. Convergence gives me non-fizz, attack speed, non-fizz, damage. It's not clear to me which one is the worst. Crit damage, damage with a barrier, vulnerable damage. That seems godly, right? So what worst boards? Okay, so I think a lot of people are getting confused about what I mean here. So, okay. When we make a Paragon board, the first thing we need to understand is, first step is, what 4 additional legendary powers do we want to add? You look at all of them, what's going to be good for your build, okay? So we have decided on Vicious Shield, Revealing, Drive, and Convergence. The other ones are gone. The second thing that you decide is which glyph will go in which board. It essentially boils down to your glyph requires what stat, and you assign them into the boards that are going to give you enough stats to pump up your glyph. So I already have that all written down. Now we have to determine which order will we add those 4 boards. Why does that matter? because the rare nodes all have a secondary bonus objective, and the bonus objective is only met if you have enough stats to unlock it. So, what you want to do is you want to put the board with the shittiest bonuses last. Because if you put it last, then you won't have enough stats to unlock the rare nodes. But if you put it at the beginning, you will have enough stats to unlock it. So I'm looking at the 4 boards and which of them have really, really good damaging stats that I can unlock easily for free. Does that make sense, what I'm doing here? Iced Coffee just gifted $20. He's going straight to heaven. You've been watching D4 since it came out. You guided me the entire time. I'll never forget. You took me in for over an hour to help with my sorcerer. You were going to quit. I remember that. Yep, you were going to quit. And then didn't we run Infernal Hordes? And we ran Infernal Hordes for an hour and then you became a god? I remember, dude. That was good times. Wouldn't you be able to fix the stats problem to get all the legendary powers with 2 times stats rolls on all your charm sets? Yes, Alexander. But the problem with that is most charm sets are targeting plus to skill levels. So if you're targeting that, then you usually don't have an opportunity just to cherry pick getting plus to all stats. And sometimes you're like hundreds of stats away from getting it. The last one requires more stats to unlock the bonus. Yes, unless they changed it in the expansion. Let me thank everybody. Gus, Quiyumara, Zinra, Riley. Riley, are you here? Riley gifted 5 subs. She's going straight to heaven. Thank you, Riley. Riley, what was that for? Rafa, Zenislev, Pie Guy. God, I love pie. Thank you, buddy. If Riley isn't here, I'm going to have to send her a message thanking her. I was too busy looking at Paragon boards. My bad. Does that make sense? It's 3 steps to making a Paragon board. Pick your legendary powers. Pick your glyphs and where they go in the boards that you picked. Now, this part is way less important, but we need to just pick which one's the most dog shit. So, armor, attack speed, vulnerable damage, damage to crowd controlled. Hi, Condies. How are you, buddy? There's a theory crafter right there. I'm going to say the worst is either convergence or... convergence or... I don't know. Let's say revealing. So let's go Vicious Shield first. Vicious Shield. So let's see. We would be walking from... Paragon still sucks though. Yeah, it's so annoying, Condies. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, and Vicious Shield is Dexterity, which means we will be right here. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4. So certainly this is correct. Certainly it's correct like this. And then this is going to be the one that starts with an F, Fester. like this. Okay, we did it perfectly. Now we have to walk to this node, and we will go here for sure. So I think what we do is we go like this. If I wanted to skip this entire thing, I could just walk out. But let's claim that we have enough. Actually, do I want to walk straight up? 3, 5, 3, 5. It's the same. Which one gives me more dexterity clicks? They're the same. Which one gives me more strength clicks? This one. This one gives me 1. This one gives me 0. So the correct way to walk is this way. Okay, and we said this one's going to be drive, right? This is drive, or is that what I said? Yeah, let's do... Well, actually, this has 3. This one has... Where's drive? Okay, let's just do drive. I don't think it fucking matters to do drive. All right, drive is int. So the question is after we step 5 steps away from a glyph, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, where are we standing on an int node? This is an int node, so it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We step 5 away, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The int node would be here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We'd have neither of these. And we wouldn't be here either. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But this steps through 1, 2. This steps through 3 dex nodes. This one steps through 2. This one steps through 1. This one steps through 4. Then, if we went... God, we don't want either of those. So I don't think it really matters which way we walk. And this one's super important. So, in conclusion, we have to use this exit and the bottom one. So I'm going to rotate it like this. I believe this is mathematically correct. And we walk to the legendary node from this way, not from this way. See. Let me think about that first. Let me think about this for a second. So it's 6 for 4 decks. The closest that I will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be like this. I will have this one clicked. And if I step down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be 5 steps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Yeah. It's what I said. Okay. I believe this is correct. So the top way is better because we get a strength node. So like this. I believe this is correct. And then we step like this. What did I say this has to be? Drive has to be the one that starts with a C, consumption. What's better, willpower or int? Well, it certainly ain't willpower. Okay, it'll be like that. And now we have to grab every int node as efficiently as possible. We want this. I would rather have the dex node, but the dex node is an extra click. This is not even close to correct. Okay, I think that's correct. Now I think that's right. Is that right? You guys see any ways that I misstepped there? I didn't pass go and I didn't collect $200. I can click this and unclick this, right? Have I played Ball Lightning Sorcerer? No, that's too powerful for me. It'll ruin the game for me if I play that. I gotta play all the shitty stuff first. Can't have dessert first, man. Can't open with dessert, man. Alright. Okay, the last two that we have are revealing and convergence. I think we decided convergence is the worst. Let's go revealing now. Time to do some math, boys. All right, so first of all, revealing. Um, so let's see here. We have revealing is it's either it doesn't matter. It's either Bane or it's Colossal. Bane and Colossal are strength. So once again, we're going to walk 5 away. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Strength here is a walk of 4. So that's godly. This exit is godly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is also a walk of 4. Now the question is as I approach this legendary node, this one's not that important, so we probably cut through the middle here, which would mean the answer is always these two. Always. So let's just make it pretty by going like this. Okay, this should be correct. Okay, so we're going to have to figure out exactly how to step here. Might change my mind on this one. So it doesn't matter. Let's put in Bane. How can I mathematically grab all these strength things, exit here, while cutting through the middle? Well, I have to be here. I don't have a choice. So I'm wondering if the best way to do it is like this. Well, is there any way that I can do this better? If I click this one, then I can uncheck both of these. That's an improvement of 1. I don't really want to click this. I think it's the same, though. It doesn't matter. However, it's not the same, because this one also gives me access to these without an extra dex click. So it does matter. This one's better. It does matter. $69. Is that correct? What is this? This is reveal? No, I missed one. Here. There. Now we begin the journey. Definitely attack speed. I'd rather have strength. Okay. One more, boys. Finally, we don't have to make any decisions. Convergence. Preview. Now, I don't have to exit, so I only need to know the shortest distance to walk. And convergence is colossal, which means it's strength. So we walk 5 away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I cut across. This is a value of 4 with 2 dex clicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Cut across. It's a value of 4. Also with 2 dex clicks, but we're clicking double int, which is dog shit. This is clicking int willpower, which is even worse. So I think this is the best entrance. Yeah, it's got to be this. I think mathematically it has to be this. Oh, damn it. Stupid idiot. There. I think this has to be correct. Why? Oops, I made a mistake. I didn't walk there first. Like this. Should be correct. Wait, there's one more consideration. Okay. I still think it's this one. Okay. There's one more. Okay. Yeah, it's this way. All right. Last board, boys. Here we go. It would fix Paragon for you if it would just auto path to the shortest route. Yeah, that would be nice. Instead, you got to rely on dumbasses like me to attempt to get it correct. So this glyph is going to be colossal. Should be strength with a value of 69. Very nice. So I have got to get to this legendary node. And this... There don't seem very many ways to build this, so that's good news for me. Can't mess it up very badly if there's not that many ways to do it. Instead of doing all this, it would be much better if I just went up here. Okay. Pretty good for now. Okay. I have a theory now that I've finished that. I have a theory that we will do a bajillion times more damage now. Time to put my theory to the test. Army Ant gifted 5 subs. Going straight to heaven. Thank you, Army Ant. Captain, thank you for the gifted sub. Big Chillin', thank you for the prime, man. New PoE update. When am I going to start watching the stream? The moment it goes live. The moment it goes live, we'll switch categories. Okay, so I have my set bonus. I have my glyphs at level. So I'm missing my helmet. My biggest problem is I don't have my helmet. Couldn't think of a better homie to celebrate PoE 2 day with. Yeah, thank you for being here, guys. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm so looking forward to this. Yeah, Spiritborn evade build working very good. I'm trying to do Poison Boy here. I just hit that guy for 4 trillion, I think. Now I've got to actually make my guy good, and I've got to figure some stuff out. I actually think I'm doing a lot of things wrong. I think I'm doing a lot of things wrong still. I haven't figured it out yet, but I'll figure. Oh, Butchie? What's up, Butchie? There he goes. Butchie. How do you get infinite rushing claw? Rushing claw resets itself if you have 4 stacks of ferocity. With Ravager at level 20, you're guaranteed to always have 4 stacks of ferocity. That's how we do it. Yeah, what you just saw me do there, I believe, was Torment 8. That what you just saw me do is Torment 8. Butchie ruined your run yesterday. Well, I just got revenge for you, buddy. Oh god, Infernal Hordes. Does anybody else cringe whenever you have to do this? Whenever you have to do Infernal Hordes? Can't just be me, right? I don't know why. You want to know what's funny? I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but poison is the poison can't crit, right? Damages over time on Diablo 4 can't crit, can they? It's funny because all of the damage that you're seeing me do, all those numbers, that's not actually my damage. Unless can the explosion crit? Yeah, we're not even actually seeing. You guys aren't. Every number you see here, that's 62.5 million, 72 million, that's actually not my damage because I don't show anything that isn't a crit. So we actually can't even see how much damage I'm doing. So I might as well just turn the damage numbers off. I'll have to check. It's either a legendary power or it's an upgrade or it's a set thing. Okay, we're doing pretty good here. This is, by the way, I just realized YouTube hates me. There's no volume for our YouTube friends. Okay. How many hours till the PoE2 stream? A long time. It's not soon at all. Hours and hours and hours. If you're waiting for the PoE2 stream, you got time to eat breakfast, take a nap, go to lunch, take a second nap, and then come back. It's not soon at all. Dang, look how many did I stay hydrated? Yeah, I'm drinking a coffee. I actually just finished my bottle of water. I need to go get a new bottle. What's the highest level I can get to now? I don't know. I just changed my spec. I'm not even 100% sure I'm doing this right, but what I'm doing is good enough to farm Torment 8 for now. We're trashing Torment 8 pretty easily, but the idea is to obliterate Torment 12. My poison sure does hurt. I'll take these to salvage for Forgotten Souls. I'll take those. Is this stronger than the Evade Counter Swarm Spiritborn build from Maxroll? I actually didn't even know that they had a guide on Maxroll. What is that build doing? Let's see if I can get lucky. Oh, I can't do it with this. See if I can get lucky and get the helmet that I need. Yeah, I need a helmet to make this build work. I didn't even know Maxwell had a guide for this. Damn it. Wrong hat. When do I like to enable my loot filter? Yeah, usually about like Torment 6 or something. That's when I usually like to turn it on. Let's try Torment 9. Let's see if my build can handle that yet. I think you can wait till the end, Ramos. I think you can wait till the end. Okay, T9 seems just fine. We're gonna have to see how the boss goes, though. No cow level video. No, I hate the cow level as we have found it. I hate it. People said there might be something much deeper than what people have found, but I pray to God that that's true, because if this is what they actually have for the cow level, it's the most dog shit thing maybe I've ever seen from Blizzard in Diablo 4. It's the worst thing I've ever seen in my life. I hope to God this isn't it. That's why I haven't even went there. I haven't even engaged with it. I haven't made a video about it. It's the most disappointing thing. Diablo 4 has disappointed me many times. But if this is their actual cow level, it's the biggest fuck up they've ever committed, in my opinion. Why is it so bad? Simple way to put it is Diablo 4 has 2 cards to play. 2 cards. One card is the cow level, and the other card is Diablo. And they like there's a very specific reason, I believe, why Diablo's expansions are going Mephisto, Mephisto, and then the next one, I'm guessing, will be Baal. And the reason why it will be Baal is because nobody gives a shit if we fight Baal, right? Everyone's wondering where Diablo is in Diablo 4. And so the longer they delay that, the better, right? It's one of their cards to play. Really, the only other nostalgia card that they have to play is the cow level. And the cow level in Diablo 2 used to be the greatest, most hilarious, like, endgame farm. Just murdering cows all day long was a beloved activity from the community. So we've all been waiting. They've been dropping all these hints about the Cow King and the cow level, da 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 da. And then the community discovers you have to do 12 hours of work to kill the Cow King to get a piece of shit mythic unique that nobody wants. And it's not even like an endgame activity. Now people are saying, well, there might be more to it. There's like a real cow level and there's a cow god. But there better be. If this is what we got for the cow level, it's easily the biggest fuck up ever in Diablo 4's history. Like by far. If that's actually what it is, whoever signed up, whoever I don't know, it's whoever suggested that or whoever. I better just stop talking. I'm going to get perma-banned off of Twitch. The punishment needs to be severe. If that's actually what it is. Let's put it that way. So I need to click more strength nodes here. Rax, listen to me. You're the man. Thank you, my dude. I don't understand when I don't think I've ever seen these ambushes. Do these ambushes even work if you open the whisper cache in town? You can't even use your skills in town. I don't understand. How does this even work? Completing, oh, when you complete the whisper, I see. Okay, so it's in the wild. I don't know. So what do you do here? Do we go for the corrupted roots thing? I don't even want this resplendent spark though. I don't even want this thing. I don't even want those, but okay. This build is the worst one for Mephisto? Wait, is it really? Blizzard deserves way more negative feedback for their monetization. Locking things behind the expansion is scummy. A little birdie told me when they left Blizzard, they said that the thing that ruined their day every single day working at Blizzard, like the most toxic, worthless, like ruin the company thing, is marketing. He said that the marketing team and their ideas on how to promote the game or how to make money are one of the huge reasons why Diablo 4 is a catastrophe. That's what he told me. Is marketing involved on how the game makes money? I mean, the honest answer is I don't know, man. You want to know who I talk to? I talk to Blizzard a lot, right? You want to know who I talk to? I talk to the developers, and sometimes I talk to the community managers. That's who I talk to. So I don't ever. I've talked to marketing once, and the one time they pulled me in, they asked me, they said, Rax, can I show you a major marketing thing that we've been working on and what your take is on how it will be received? I was like, I mean, you can try. The problem is the people that you are marketing to are the exact opposite of me. It's very hard for me to pretend to be like a casual, to not know much about the game, and then to be seeing this commercial for a game that I know nothing about. But what I will do is I'll just pretend like this style of video is for GTA 6 or something, like, a game that I actually know nothing about, that I'm kind of interested in, and I'll see how it goes. So they played me the ad, and I said, okay. They showed me like what they were working on. I'd be like, oh, I'm like, okay. Well, if I'm being honest, no. Like the way that you're advertising that to me, that does not make me want to buy the game. And here's why. And I told them why. And they kind of abruptly just kind of said, okay, thank you for your time. And the meeting was over. I don't know what they were expecting, but once that happened, I got the feeling that they were expecting me to love it or something. I don't think they were expecting what I told them. I was like, nah, I mean, no, that would not make me buy the game, to be honest with you. Your son is the target demographic for Diablo 4. Dude, I was about to make the funniest joke ever. I'm so glad I didn't. He's going to play PoE this upcoming league. That's great. Dude, I got to be careful, man. I'm going to get banned. I'm I gotta be careful, man. I gotta be careful. That was gonna be the funniest joke ever told in my life. No, it's okay. Have I ever been banned on Twitch? Never. Never been banned on anything. Never been banned in any game. Never. I'm a good boy. I don't cheat. I don't cheat. I don't break the rules. Kind of the same way in life. Never been arrested. Never done any drugs. I've never smoked a cigarette. I've never drank a beer. I've never smoked weed. Nothing. I'm a good boy. I always have been. Never had an interest. I'm the opposite of a deviant. They say like all these kids go through. Do I drink caffeine? I mean, I'm drinking a coffee, but I usually just drink water. I'm not addicted to caffeine at all. If you give me an ice cold Mexican Coke, I'll drink it in 2 seconds happily, but no, not addicted to caffeine at all. I can just drink water. beer is just fermented grain. You should try it. Oh, I've taken a sip of like 50 different beers in my life. They just taste. I take a sip of beer. It always goes the same way. I take a sip of it and I go, guys, this tastes like absolute shit. And they go, oh, we know, but you have to get used to it. And then I always say, why do you get used to drinking something that just kills you and is the most empty calories on planet Earth? Why did you learn to like that? Can somebody fill me in on the strategy there? Because I must be missing something. This might be a tough fight for me. When I went to Jamaica with my mom, and we had an all-inclusive, we went to an all-inclusive resort, and my mom loves loved tons of different alcoholic drinks. She goes, Ryan, I know you never drink, but will you drink with me on the all-inclusive thing if they bring us stuff? And I said, Mom, I will try literally everything. Yep. You bring the alcohol and I'll at least take a sip. Sure, let's try it. So I tried a bunch of different things. Like, I don't know, like everything you could ever imagine. They were making all of these mixed drinks. I can't even remember all the names. But the two that I really liked, the two that I thought tasted the best were, I think one of them was called a Cosmopolitan, and the other one was a Mudslide, which was essentially just an alcoholic chocolate shake. There was another one, I think, called a Tequila Sunrise. That was pretty good too. Those would be my top three: Tequila Sunrise, Cosmopolitan, and what was the other one? Mudslide. I had so many different ones. We had, I can't remember their names. Had Long Island iced tea. We had I don't know what are the Bloody Mary was the worst. Bloody Mary is the most dog shit thing ever. Cosmopolitans are for guys that think they are too manly to drink alcohol that tastes good. All right, let me Cosmopolitans. What did you say? I'm trying to figure out what you said. They're for guys that think they're too manly. What's the other part? To drink alcohol that tastes good. So I would think that I'm too manly to drink the good alcohol, so I'll drink shitty alcohol. I don't know. I'm trying to step through the hoops here to understand. What? Here's how I decided I liked Cosmopolitans. I took a sip of it and I said, that tastes pretty good. That tastes better than the other shit you handed me. But you just said that you're not drinking. I mean, correct. I have never in my life been drunk. I have never in my life drank a beer. Never. But that doesn't mean, like I just said, I went to an all inclusive resort with my mom, and she was drinking, and she didn't want to drink by herself. So she asked me, with every drink that she ordered, if I'd take a sip of it and try it. And I did. Guys, 15 sips of a drink, spoiler alert, doesn't make you drunk. At least not me. I have never been drunk one time ever in my life. Anyway, even if I would have drank a full Cosmopolitan or anything like that, I don't think one is going to make me drunk, right? I would imagine you'd have to slam a few of them. By the way, it needs to be said, my mom certainly told me this multiple times. My mom mentioned this 100 times. Man, these alcoholic drinks are not alcoholic at all. We need way more alcohol in these, because it was an all inclusive, right? So they're purposely trying to not load it up with alcohol. It was none of them were particularly alcoholic. Lee, you got to make me a godly live thumbnail for the PoE2 thing. Hey, I got a hat. Guess what? It's the wrong hat. Story of my life. Does Lee drink? Yes. I'm not even sure how he's still alive, to be honest. Lee absolutely drinks. All right, let's see if we can make the helmet, guys. Two GA Godslayer crown. Damn it! Well, I'm never gonna find this stupid helmet. How is D4 treating me? It's going all right, man. Craft a few helmets at the blacksmith. You saw someone get a 3 GA that way. You saw someone get a 3 GA unique. How do you toggle the loot filter? You have to make a keybind for it in the options. Yeah, I need a unique helmet. Yeah, I need a unique helmet. Not a regular one. Yeah, I guess we gotta go do an infernal horde, right? Lock a GA, then cube it, but Aggie, I need a specific, unique helmet. Crafting on a yellow helmet in a cube will help me 0. I need a unique helmet. Right? Crafting on a helmet, a yellow helmet, will not help me at all. It will just waste my mats, right? I need the Chewbacca helmet, apparently. You can lock a GA by rolling it at the occultist and then crafting on it in the cube. I know this, guys. Guys. Is Ashton Kutcher behind me? Am I on punked right now? Guys, I need a unique helmet. The gold one that we cannot craft on the cube unless we upgrade randomly to unique. So any form of crafting. Is it a legendary that you're looking for? Let's go to paint, guys. It's okay. Let's go to paint. We're going to go to paint here. It's okay. We'll get through this together, guys. We'll go to paint here. Okay, let's go to paint, guys. Okay. That's you. Okay. Now we got a couple different items in Diablo. We got grays. We got blues. We have yellows. We have legendaries. And then we have actually we have even another one. Then we have uniques. And then we have mythics, right? What you guys are talking about is right in this area right here. You're talking about crafting stuff. Crafting is usually done on these 3 colors. What I need is this color. So I appreciate all the help trying to craft stuff, but crafting stuff is in this box. The only way I can craft this is by doing this, which I just did, but I ran out of mats. So I appreciate all these crafting hints, but they don't help me. But I do appreciate it. I know you guys are trying to help me. Thank you. We need the helmet of Chewbacca, which means we have to do Infernal Hordes. Let me see if I've got a 10 keyer. I have a question. When I do Infernal Hordes, why does it default to a 6 keyer anyway? Actually, I kind of prefer that, right? Because I hate the Infernal Hordes. How do I make this? Or this is Kurast Undercity. It's not the Infernal Horde. All right. So now I go like this, right? Let's try this one. What is the attack speed cap? I wasn't aware that there is one. Did they put a cap on attack speed in the game? %100 is the cap. Dude, I can't hear this song without hearing Goofy singing it. I tried to put Goofy's cover of this in my... I tried to put Goofy's cover in my playlist, but it's not on Spotify. Oh, the guy that got banned on Twitch made his way over to YouTube. We'll take care of him in 14 seconds. The guy who was talking shit to everyone got mad and went over to YouTube. By the way, I need to turn on the volume for our YouTube friends. He'll probably be back in 10 minutes on another account. Believe me, I've seen it a million times. He'll be back. 15 ether every round. Why don't we do that one? That seems pretty good. Hi, M Spook. How are you? Hopefully this guy can even kill Bartuk on Torment 8. What was he angry about? I don't even know. I don't think he was talking shit to me. I think he was talking shit to... I think that, okay, YouTube is saying they don't want any volume. Are you guys good like this with no game volume? Or do you want game volume, YouTube? Twitch has to listen to Evanescence. Too bad it's not Goofy, though. Goofy would definitely be better. But anyway, I don't know who he was talking shit to. I actually don't think it was me. He was talking shit to somebody in chat. I don't even know what he was saying. I didn't really look too far into it. Someone asked me why he wasn't banned. I looked at like a sniff of a message and that's all I needed to see, and I banned him. And then he went over to YouTube and then he said how something like that's what he figured, and Riker, Woody, and all the other streamers are way better than me anyway because I banned him because he was starting World War IV with everybody else. I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Who knows? Nice. If we fight Belial and modify the reward for Bartuk, we can get the helmet in 2 seconds. Okay, let's see if we can do that. So you just go target farm Belial, and you can, with Infernal Jim Bobs, you can switch his loot table to Bartuk. Hallen, I'm having a great day, buddy. I hope you are too. Oh. Should you craft the weapon Shattered Vow, or should you craft a Tyrael's first? I don't even know what Shattered Vow is, but Tyrael's is godly on like every single class, every single build. Tyrael's is Omega Giga defense for 1 item. My Paladin tanks Uber Mephisto, and more than 50% of his toughness is just from Tyrael's. Shattered Vow is the polearm. Is that a mythic polearm? I don't think I've ever even seen it. What does it do? I don't even think I've ever even seen the mythic polearm. It's a mythic polearm, it's ass, and it does nothing good. No wonder I've never seen it. %120 poison damage. Hello? Oh, my cursor went off the screen. I was like, why can't I move? I'm crying. 5,000 life, attack speed while berserking. Berserking. Enemies impacted, afflicted by more damage over time than remaining life are executed. Um, 100% more damage over time duration. So it's not even damage, it's duration. But we aren't we detonating the durations? So maybe that does translate into double damage. All right. Well, we finally got enough to actually fight Bartok. That's pretty cool. Oops. I just used my ultimate, the thing that makes me do all of my damage. Nice. Well, I just lost all of my damage. Sick. Oh. Well, he dropped a few helmets. There are a few helmets on the ground. Harmony of Chewbacca. So this is not... These are all dog shit, unfortunately. Okay. Well, this one's terrible. I mean, this one's alright. I don't know. I guess this one's my best one. I don't know. They're all fucking terrible. They're all giga dog shit. Alright, so yeah, let's try this trick where we go to Belial. So the $1,000,000 question is... So what combo do we want to do?
Hey,
This gives
what's your
me a
favorite
barrier for my
so far?
life.
Also, what time is the PO2 announcement?
Hey, what's up, Deathstroke? It's not for a while. It's not for like 5 hours. So, do we want to make everything... Let's see here. This seems like a good setup. Hmm. So, the first thing we need to understand is which of these second powers do we want the most? Because that's why we have this hat, right? Maximum ferocity would make me attack faster, but I'm gobbling ferocity constantly anyway. So I don't think Jaguar is the answer. Vulnerable damage multi and 5 crit. Not the worst. Resolve is good. Unstoppable is good. Armor is good. That one's pretty good. See, I just don't... I never need healing. So Centipede makes no sense here. So this is way more damage. And this is defense. But the question is if I picked Eagle, for example, how does this help me? Like, if I picked Eagle or Gorilla, and I throw this on, how exactly is this helping me? So one advantage of it is... Okay, there is actually an advantage. So this is only Centipede right now. This is also Centipede and Jaguar. So we're not going to take Centipede anyway, but Centipede makes no sense because that's not giving me a multi. So I have to pick Gorilla or Eagle. Hmm. I don't know. Obviously, we do Pestilence Swarm. I don't know. What do you guys think? The Gorilla main is a big defense boost. Is this poisoning damage just not worth it then? I mean, attacking with a gorilla skill. What gorilla skill am I attacking with? Armored hide? I don't get it. Oh, every skill is a gorilla skill. Oh, duh. Okay. Okay, it's all of them are gorilla. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. Oh, I get it. I see. Okay, I get what's going on here. The idea is we're trying to maximize the value of this helmet. And we're on all of our poison skills, they're already centipede. So if I click gorilla here, now they're all gorilla. And now if I click eagle here, they're all also eagle. But I can't do it the other way. It can't be eagle gorilla, so it has to be gorilla eagle. Okay, I understand. So it has to be like this then. For another 30 multi. It has to be like this for 2 extra 30 multis. Okay. I understand. Okay. So I mean, this is just so dog shit. Let's go farm some more of them so I don't have to use these terrible helmets. Yeah, if you go double eagle, you go for the build that I just did, but I want to try a different setup here. Okay, so I mean, wearing one of these is already better than my old helmet, just straight up. Okay. Now let's check the the layer bosses. So this is, let's see. Which one is the one for... Let's see, Beast and Ice. You said you could make Duriel, or you can make Belial drop. Yes. Oh yeah, you're right. I have to get, yeah, you're absolutely right. I have a different damage type. Oh, you just choose loot from Duriel. Oh. Okay. They're gonna change that, they said. The war plans being account wide, they're gonna change that. I'm almost certain they already said they're gonna change it. I don't know if they're gonna change it this season, but hopefully at least by next season. The PoE 2 announcement is in 90 minutes. The PoE 2 announcement is in like 4 hours. What? What? Okay, Belial. Do I even know where Belial is? Duriel? Does Belial have a Uravar and Dariel? Butcher. Here. You guys said, okay, fight Belial here. Do I have to click anything in this for Belial? It's just the box. Okay. Let's try this. How did my... Oh. Something... My build is bricked. Hmm. Uh... Hold on. Hopefully I can fix this. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to reroll charms. So any of these skills will work except Jaguar, right? But wait, Rushing Claw, the one I need is Jaguar by default. This has, yeah, it has everything but Centipede. Okay, so this will work right here. Okay, so I can already play with this. Where did it go? Eagle Centipede. Didn't I have? Oh, I was looking at the wrong set. I see. Okay. All right, here we go. Nope. 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 Read a Centipede on the fur. Much better than what I have. Nope. Nope. 3 to Eagle. That's much better than what I have. Everything is an eagle skill. 3 to potency. I think mine might be better. Everything is an eagle, so +2 is probably better. No. No. Okay. So this should be, in theory, we got to find a really good unique charm to use as well, guys. Okay. Very good, very good, very good, very good. Now let's go kill Belial. Bro, you just dropped 30 million gold. I'm well aware that each of them vendors for 13 million gold. But I think I need the mats more, right? For re-rolling than gold. I'm good on gold. I got 253 million. Gold has never been my limiting factor. It's either been Forgotten Souls or mats. I don't think I've ever fought this guy. I don't think I've ever fought this guy. I mean, I've fought him a million times in Diablo 3. Oh. Well, I hit pretty hard. I don't want Beast and Ice. I want Bartuk. Okay, I didn't even know this existed. This is nice. This is better than mine. This one's pretty good, isn't it? Dex Life Barrier Gen. That one seems pretty good. Yeah, this is way better than doing Infernal Hordes. Let me turn up the difficulty here. DM broke down a lot of the PoE2 teasers, made a strong argument for Duelist and Swords Coming and a Delirium rework. Well, I would love all of those things. I would love to see those things. Let's try something crazy. Let's turn it up 2 tiers. Let me see if I can fight him on Torment 10. Let's see if I have any chance. This guy might just shit on me, but let's just try anyway. I mean, that sounds... all of that sounds good. I don't care about any of that. I just want the endgame rework to be good. I could care less about anything else. Everything else is completely irrelevant to me. He says all the endgame mechanics are getting reworked. That also does not matter to me. I want a new endgame system, you know what I mean? Oh, it's a one shot. Uh-oh, that's not good news for me because evade makes me run everywhere at the speed of light. Let's go T9 for now. I killed him in 1 millisecond on 8. Maybe T10 is a bit too hard for me right now. Let's go to T9. Yeah, for like maybe this is a giga bad take. In fact, I think this is a bad take, but it is my take, so I'll just tell you anyway. I I'm really kind of over these like little tiny sneak peeks for anything. I'm very excited, but I just wait for the main presentation, you know what I mean? I just I purposely haven't watched any of them because I would just like to see, you know, I'm just waiting for the presentation. I'll be way more excited just to see the main presentation, you know. See, none of these are very good. Have I made a bingo? No, we can. I mean, we we will do all that fun stuff just a million times closer to the actual presentation, right? Why is there a reason why it doesn't remember which one you were doing other than Blizzard hating us? CDR seems pretty good. E Ella Onia. Did I? That's a lot of vowels. Thank you so much for the prime, Cappy Mila T3 for 70 months. Are you fisting me? Crit Train Fotley. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. All right, let's see here. All right. First thing we need to do is identify which one is our best helmet. Hmm. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, these are great.
What time flies by Rax?
Happy man. Thank you so much for the prime, man. Regular, you're welcome, buddy. You can kill Mephisto with my paladin, definitely. Can definitely kill him. The damage is not crazy against Mephisto, but you can tank almost all of his mechanics except for his Giga one shots in phase 3. I don't know if I want to use Prodigy's tempo. Maybe I should, but I don't know if I want to use that. Spamming my skills is so annoying. I'd rather just have them up when I need them. What's going through my head about these helmets? The thing that's going through my head about these helmets is these helmets suck. These helmets suck is the problem. Life regen is useless. Maximum resource is useless. Don't think we're relying on lucky hit. Resource is useless. Lucky hit is useless. This has CDR dex. That's 2, I guess. This one is super dog shit. This at least has life on it and a perfect power, I guess. Let's just go with this one. It's terrible. Let's 3-1 these two and just pray, I guess. These three. I don't know. They all suck. Bad. They're just bad. I don't know. Oof. I don't know. The stats are so terrible. Um, let's go with this one, I guess. Now we can temper. If I remember correctly from playing a Spiritborn before, isn't maximum resolve stacks insane? I thought max resolve stacks was insane. Cause isn't it like 25% armor or something? Yeah, and we also have Colossal, which we put in our last board here, I believe. And it's also multiplicative damage. Yeah, so we have to do that, right? Colossal works like crazy. So let's see here. So I don't think we're going for crit anymore because we're doing a dot build. So what's our choices here? I guess our best thing is just do we have like damage over time or something? Do we just do poison damage? Simple as that. Poison? Damn it, I don't even see a damage over time option here. Damage to crowd controlled close distance. Oh, it's right here. Stupid idiot. God, I'm stupid. Oof. All right. We might not have enough. We might not have enough juice to get these tempers to be crit. So let's just go with that for now. So instead of crit damage, we could go damage over time. I guess just damage over time. All right, damage over time. Just go with that for now because I'm poor. So this gives me multiplicative damage, right? So we have to go max resolve stacks here because multiplicative damage is way better than additive, right? So we have to put max resolve here, right? Certainly. Let's try to get the crit here if we can. Nice, we got it. This is an insane amulet. That amulet is crazy. Let's try to get a decent roll going there. Same thing here. I can keep doing this infinitely until we crit here. Oh, it's not ancestral, stupid idiot. I can't crit on this one. What a dummy head I am. Just go with that, it's fine. Well, looks like we go for max resolve stacks yet again. Let's try to get the crit if we can. This isn't even a good temerity. Let's just take a 3 when we get it. There, it's good enough. Let's see if I have any money to masterwork something. Definitely don't want that. Or that. 12 resolve stacks. Is that the best crit or is it damage multi? Resolve stacks is the best. Nice, I hit the damage over time. Easy. Ten crit. We're not trying to get too much crit or crit damage, but we probably just don't even need that much, right? Whatever, let's just leave it for now. It doesn't matter. Not gonna improve that temerity. I can re-roll these gloves. There's no way we want critical strike damage. Well, I don't have any money. Never mind. I'm not doing jack shit. I think I'm good to salvage the rest of these, except this one. All right. Well, in theory, we should be a billion times stronger. Let's see if that's true. Let's try Torment 9. Funny thing is we can't see how much damage I'm doing because the number of damage that I'm actually doing is not shown. Okay. Okay, let's try T9 Helltide. Do you need both Bulwark and Temerity? Maybe not. Might be super overkill. Can barrier only be for 100% of your life? I don't even know if Temerity is bis. If you re-roll a temper on a masterworked affix temper, do you lose the masterworked bonus? Well, the masterwork has to crit on something, right? So I don't think you would lose it. It has to crit on something. Dude, evade can't do these stupid events. I wonder how much the poison is actually hitting for. Um, wow, that was a lot of Cindy's right there. Let's open the sky. And this one. Oh, my ultimate 100 owed him. Is Lord of Hatred worth picking? God damn it. Is Lord of Hatred worth picking up? It's pretty good. It's the best version of Diablo 4 ever, so if you liked any of the previous versions, you'll certainly like this one. That's what I get for reading. Shattered Vow executes the bosses. If I get a Shattered Vow, I promise I will try it. This song is from a real video game. Final Fantasy VII. Wow. Let's see here. Let's see if we can actually see the damage that I'm doing. So I took off the crits. Let's see if we can actually be able to tell how much damage I'm even doing. Because I have no idea. Oh, I saw an 8 billion. Wait, how many billion was that? I saw 21 billion. Is that 42 billion? Is that what I saw? I can't see. You saw 34 billion. 35.7 billion. Oh. Okay. Yeah, 29 billion. Okay. Well, this is completely broken. You saw 42 billion. You saw 102 billion. It's so hard to tell. Okay. Well. Well then. Maybe we'll be able to tell him the boss here. Let's see what happens. Where is the boss? He's over here. Oh, I hit him for 41 billion. He died instantly. Okay, well, okay. Well, okay. Let's go to the dummy and see if we can tell. Oh, triple GA polearm? Wait, really? Oh my god. Weapon damage, dex, crit, multi? What the fuck? I wonder how much this weapon would be worth. Oh my god. What the? Weapon damage, dex, crit, multi? What the? Oh my god. What are the actual shit is this thing? Oh my god, dude. Weapon damage, dex, crit, multi. This is worth 1 billion gold? Dude, there's no way. This got to be worth more than a billion, right? What do you guys think this weapon would sell for? This is Excalibur. I would think it's got to be at least 10 billion minimum. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can tell how much damage we do. $37 billion right there. $17 billion, $27 billion, $39 billion. It's just ticking for 30 billion. I'm in. The damage that I'm doing is damages over time. What we need to do is get our glyphs higher. Let's try a Torment 10 pit. Did I finish my evade build? I'm still working on it. My poisons are ticking for not quite 40 billion yet. But I'm trying to make it. Butchie? Me versus T10 Butchie, guys. Here we go. He go. He go. Eh. We beat it. We beat it. Why isn't T dealing damage? Yeah, we're spawning pestilence swarms to do the damage. I just see 56 billion right there, I think. How hard is it to set up the evade build? Not that hard. Boy, my poison sure do hurt. Oh, 69.9 billion. Nice. We need to see if we can get this hitting for the in the trillions. 92 billion. Was that 92 billion right there? Oh wait, I spawned the boss. Oh dang it! I didn't see the boss. What's up, boo boo? God damn it! Fucking frozen. Didn't even see that I spawned him. So 99.2. So I have to 10x my damage from now to be hitting in the trillions. That might not be so easy. How good is my gear right now? Not that great. Peter, Halicon, and Anonymous. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. Excuse me, sir? AI dash? How it's actually impossible that my dash fell off. It can't fall off. That actually has to be a bug. I cannot have lower than 4 ferocity stacks. So how did I run out of charges? It's impossible. Blizzard, I'd like to see you in my office. You said I ran out of charges, but I literally can't. I can't run out of charges. Gosh, saw an 80 billion there. I don't know. I can't even see the numbers. 72 billion right there. There's a bug with the helmet that I'm wearing. Oh, great. What's the bug? 37 billion. 109 billion. We did it, boys. 109 Billy.
Love to see you play Diablo. Smile.
Necky, did I say that right? Love to see me back in Diablo. Thank you, my dude. How are we supposed to be able to see the numbers here? Our record is 109 Billy. We need to see if we can get it to a trillion. I have to 10x my damage from here somehow. Okay, another bug, I guess. Another bug. It's not possible. I can't run out of evade charges. It's impossible. Because I always have 4 ferocity minimum. So it's impossible that it's not resetting. It has to be a bug. Something's not going right here. There's certainly a bug here. I'm going to give it a second to think. Okay. Instead of just spamming the button instantly. Did I kill the elite? Yeah, he's dead. Okay.
Your secondary aspect plus skills sometimes drops the plus skills bonus and doesn't work. You need to use Gorilla, Potency or Jaguar to ensure it doesn't drop.
Your secondary aspect plus skills sometimes drops the plus skills bonus and doesn't work. So you're saying... Oh, I see. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, I see what you're saying. Two, 5. Yep. Oh, fucking god. Oh. So it's the helmet. The helmet bugs and doesn't read its power. That the power. Okay, so the helmet bugs because its power says that my plus skills apply from my secondary spirit animal, and I picked Eagle. And 5 of my levels from Eagle are attached to my charms. And if it doesn't work correctly, then 23 minus 5 is 18. So because it's bugged, I drop to 3 ferocity stacks and it makes me stop evading. Right? That's what it is. Oh. So it's because this helmet is bugged. Oh. How how did you guys figure all this shit out? Have you guys been playing Spiritborn all season? How did you guys figure all this stuff out? So I need okay. You just play a lot and then you see that it's okay. Stupid helmet. I was gonna say I did not. Wow, I'd already. Wow, it fucked up for me on the. Oh, there was an 87 Billy right there. I would like. I would like to get this poison ticking for 1,000,000,000 if I could. Yeah, I will be able to fix it when I get better rolls on my charms. You just don't go for Eagle, you go for Gorilla. That way it's that the helmet is not determining. Are we getting this endgame build guide today? Definitely not today, because today we have to switch to PoE 2. But I'll definitely be done with it by tomorrow. If you want to start your Spiritborn and just start getting them started, I'll have the guide for you in a moment, or very shortly. Oh, there's no problem with it, Jihad. That you can definitely use it. There's no issues. Um, I actually have a meeting with Mobalytics later on. I think it's. I don't think it's this week. I think it's next week to talk about it. But that app, one day, Wow, it broke for me again. Crazy. Guess we just walk around. I guess we just walk. There we go. That app one day is gonna be giga god tier. That app is probably the future, which is one of the main reasons why it's honestly one of the main reasons I signed on to Mobalytics. I think it depends like how fast we can get it up and running like perfectly, but I think it is the it's definitely the future of guides. If you guys have ever played Torchlight, you know the pro build feature where it just shows you how to build your character as you play. That's what that app is going to be. Like if you want to play Rax's Spiritborn, you don't go to Mobalytics and put the Spiritborn guide on your other monitor. You just turn on the Mobalytics overlay and you just select Rax's Spiritborn, and everything that you pick up and every passive, every Paragon point you get, it just gives you an overlay. It says click this, so you can just turn it on and off whenever you want it, whenever you want to, and yeah, it's gonna be god tier. That's the main thing that I'm gonna be working on with them. You'd be wary after what Blizzard did to Weak Aura. Yeah, the thing about Weak Aura is an add-on that was directly supported within the game, and then Blizzard removed the support for it, right? I think this is a separate third-party app that's just an overlay. I don't. This is Torment 11, by the way. This is Torment 11. Last you knew, all overlays are bannable. I don't think there's anything bannable about Mobalytics app. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. It already works in PoE 2, and Grinding Your Games has never said anything to us about it. We're not breaking any TOS. It's not an overlay. It's not an overlay that map hacks for you. It's not an overlay that does anything other than shows you, it highlights for you how to make your build. If you open the passive tree, it reads my guide on Mobalytics and it reads your passive tree and it shows you what to do. It can show you like what gems to cut. Oh, cut this support gem for this, or put your Paragon points in this way. We're not doing anything against TOS. It's not like a map hack or something. It's just a much easier way to consume a guide. Yeah, it's like a POB overlay. Exactly. Yes. There's nothing like TOS about our overlay. How much will that be to get? Um, this is something that I'm actually not. This is something I'm not clear on. This is what I want to talk to Mobalytics about, which we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk like next week. I want to understand exactly how we're gonna give this to the public. I'll give you a spoiler alert. I'll give you a little spoiler alert. I'll do everything I can to give it to you guys as cheap as possible, if not free. You know me. You don't have to worry about it. I'm definitely going to advocate for as cheap as possible, if not free, because that's how I roll. That's what I do. I can just keep a couple of these. Let me keep this one as well. Can I get +1 charm? I guess let's vendor these for gold. Everything is free if you know where to look. There's a lot of things that are free on the internet that aren't supposed to be free. That's true. Is the +1 charm bugged? You don't get 6? You should. Unless it's not a +5 to start with. Okay, let's see here. Okay, if I stand still and let the game think about it, then it doesn't bug my hat. Yeah, you could also try re-equipping the charm. That's a good idea. The good old IT fix, the old restart. What's shooting the knives? Tyriels. Ignore the knives. They don't do anything. The knives don't do anything. They're just there for decoration. The PoE 2 thing is in several hours. Oh, wait, the boss is up? Where? Previous floor? Wah. Oh, damn it. I didn't even see that dumbass spawned. Spicy meat. Thanks to the Blessed Hammer Guide, I'm doing T5 in hardcore at the moment, and you're still missing some of the most important aspects. Hell yeah, man. You're doing great. Good job. Do I have any advice on targeting a specific aspect? I've been trying to get Night Stalker for 20 hours. Um, is there a cube recipe to upgrade to legendary? You can take the type of item, like if you're trying to get an offensive aspect, and just keep upgrading like weapons or rings to try to get it. Did anybody even see what hit? I didn't even see what hit me. How did I die? Did anybody even see what hit me? Executioner killed me. I don't know what that is. Is that an affix? Yeah, if you another thing is like if you're looking for an offensive aspect, I usually gamble gloves, right? Because aren't gloves cheaper, or maybe not? Because gloves are offensive. How is this guy alive? I hit him for like 1,000,000,000,000 damage. What the? Am I looking forward to the announcement? I mean, I'm hoping this is going to be the best PoE2 announcement of all time. It's going to be the Endgame one. If we get a new class or a new weapon type, I mean, cool. I'll take it. That's nice. But what I really want, is the Endgame update to be good. Please, God. It looks like the D3 monk. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Butchie. Hi, Butchie. so lucky I don't have my ultimate up. How much fucking health does this guy have? How are you still alive? How many trillions of health does this guy have? The fuck? Yeah, that map with the doors is, or the little hallways, is the worst could ever imagine for this build. This is Torment 11, by the way. This is a Pit 90, which is Torment 11. I think I saw 111 billion right there. What's my weapon? I should be dealing 10x the damage. This is my weapon. I don't have like maxed affixes on any of my offensive or on any of my legendary powers. Oh, I know why. Oh, I know what the problem is. I don't have my best power that I just found. I don't have the weapon damage power. Oh my god, I totally forgot about that. I found it though. I think I have a very shitty version of it, but I have the power now. The plus 2000 weapon damage. Oh yeah, I forgot. I just straight up didn't have it. I was checking for the entire day for when I was ever gonna find it, but I'm pretty sure I found it like an hour ago. I just forgot to put it on my gear. We're gonna check this. Which resistance has the most impact? Shadow? I mean, I would guess physical, right? Physical resist. I would try to keep my phys res the highest. From a hardcore player, lightning. People are saying lightning is the worst. Today is the PoE 2 announcement. It's in a few hours. There's 139 billion, by the way. Bro, I tried so fucking hard to get out of that poison thing. Nice. He spawns 500 poison or 500 man, dude. Blizzard. Everywhere I go, Blizzard. How did someone design this? How did you make this? You put 500 fucking circles on top of each other. How did this get past? Look at this. Look at this shit. How did this get past QA? How? How is this in the game? How is that even fucking possible? How could that have made it into the game? Oh, thank you, foe. I try to never do that. Well, it's not even I try. I don't ever take gear from viewers. I appreciate it though. You're trying to help me. You have all the godly spiritborn gear. The moment I start just taking handouts from chat, the moment I become completely unrelatable to everybody. That's why I gotta farm it myself. You know what I mean? I have a rule in every ARPG. I will take any handouts from anybody that they want to give me, but I cannot use them until 1 month into the league because 1 month into any league, no one cares about anything anymore. Um, so I'm not going to play D4 for a month, so there's no point to take him. Yep, appreciate that. You're listening while at work. Thanks, buddy. Hope you have a good day. There shouldn't be Malavik. There shouldn't be on shield rolling affixes. You can't get like the last affix you need. When you're re-rolling it, there should be a button showing you what you can get. There shouldn't, I don't think there should be a limit. The only limitation I know of is you can't have two main stats on a weapon. I hit him for 240 billion, right? Nice. Okay. Let's go get that aspect that I'm missing. So, isn't there isn't there an aspect that increases my weapon damage by 2,000? But where would I put it though? This. You need supremacy on the ring. Let's see here. Supremacy is better than the weapon damage one? Another thing I need to look at, I might have the wrong unique charm. Here's the charm that I currently have. Where the hell is it? I have this. Spirit Hall bonus potency. This is dog shit, right? This doesn't even do anything for me. Why am why am I using this? Oof. I don't have it. I guess maybe for now we take Godslayer. The Harbinger, is that Mephisto's dog? I need to go kill Mephisto's dog. Okay. Woofisto? What a name. So, I don't know. I'm thinking, why don't we take the weapon damage one? 2,000 weapon damage? Isn't 2,000 weapon damage Giga God tier? This is a 90% multi, which is also great. But isn't unyielding 2,000? It's far better. I mean, it has to be this. I don't know. Unless I'm a stupid ass. And every skill is a gorilla skill. Transmog my guy. I would transmog him, but the reason why I haven't is because my guy is already perfect. Only if you're stacking armor. Well, we're stacking resolve, aren't we? We have like the 5 million resolve stacks. Wah. All right, let's go kill Mephisto's dog. You're gonna go listen to some Pink Floyd? Hell yeah, man. This is the way. I got a mythic unique? Lol. I love how my survivability is based upon hitting things, and the game gives me nothing to hit. Oh, Blizzard. Oh, Blizzard, I fucking hate you. My survivability is based on hitting things. Throws a million mechanics at me with nothing to hit. Oh. Oh, Blizzard. Oh, Blizzard. Out of all the companies that make video games, Blizzard is certainly one of them. Bite your tongue, Blizzard has been a father figure to me. So all these years, Blizzard has been teaching me things. God, that's not how I remember it going down. I'd been the one learning? Me? Nice. I got the glitch where my thing doesn't reset. Lit. Why does this guy do stuff? I have like no control as I'm dashing around. Hey, here's what we wanted, right? So is the main idea here is just to get the mega multi on the core stats? Nobody can really see. What do we need? 3 random. Let's see here. So we need to make. Let's see. How do we make a charm? Let's see. 1 ancestral unique. Oh, I have to drop it as ancestral? Can you upgrade a unique to ancestral? Or do I have to just find it again? Yeah, all I have to do is dodge his red circles, which cover the whole screen, and my guy jumps around like he has a seizure. Please go away, red circle. Thank you. Okay, ancestral omelet. Oh god, what's this? Okay, we got it, boys. Oh, here we go. This is way better than mine. All of my skills are gorilla. 20% damage in 1 charm slot. Wow. 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 A greater Nemesis Slayer? Oh, Jesus. What's this? At this rate of power creep each season, it's not impossible that a build will crack the maximum 64-bit integer value, which is 9 quintillion. Oh, yeah, we're going for it, buddy. OKG, Slaughterhouse, Really Hairy Gamer. Thank you so much for the subs. By the way, Smokin' Hawk gifted 10 subs. Smokin' Hawk, you still here, buddy? Yo, he gifted 10 subs. This guy's going straight to heaven. Oh, oh, Jesus Christ. Belial and Duriel? Yo, Smokin' Hawk, are you here, buddy? Can I come back and get all this stuff? Well, gonna risk it. I'll leave all this shit on the ground. Now, guys, I'll tell you what I'm definitely not going to do. Okay. I'm not going to just salvage all this shit. Oh, this has an all res roll. God, I wish. God, I wish this had. Wish it had armor on it. Boom, gone. You use the Ring of Midday Hunt for the 33% increase to poison duration because it scales your damage a lot, and the unique seal is Ring of the Writhing Moon. Yeah, I have this pole arm that I found. The problem is the pole arm has a critical strike damage multi on it, which I don't want, right? Check for the ultimate lair. Check for the ultimate lair. Is there another portal that I'm missing? The ultimate nemesis is there? Where I might I don't think I have that skill point yet because it keeps resetting every single time I make a new character. I don't have it yet. Yeah. But I can't open it, right? Yeah, so you're saying you wear one of these and then you cube the other one? So you're saying instead of using the one that I'm about to cube, there's a better one, the Ring of Midday? Poisons last 33% longer. Or this other one that we're doing is 30 movement speed, which is useless. 30% DR, which is okay. Life per second, eh. But this gives us double our core stats. Double our core stats is skill damage. Doesn't this double our dex? Certainly doubling our dex is giga, right? Yeah, it also gives us more armor, I guess. Do you guys find that it's difficult to get to the maximum value of these? Do you guys find that it's difficult to get to the maximum value of these uh, legendary aspects? Now, here's the question. Before I create this charm, will it keep the same magnitude of these rolls when I do it, or will it re-roll it? Does it just re-roll it randomly? Okay, here we go. Hey, we got 1 off of perfect and 2 to eagle skills. Let's go, bro. Wow. Very good. Let's make some money here. Okay, money has been made. Now let's try to make some better charms, even though I know I'll never make better charms. 2 to gorilla instead of nothing. Okay, I already made a better charm. Lit. 3 to jaguar. That's the only one I can't use, right? I could have used centipede or gorilla or eagle, but not jaguar. 3 to gorilla, even better. 3 to gorilla is better than 3 to centipede. Everything is gorilla, right? All of it. Wow. 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 That's what I say to Callie. I go up to Callie and I go, wow. And she loves it. She just wags her tail. Wag, 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 wag. All I have to do is go up to her and say, wow. All right. Let's get back to work here. Let's see how hard we hit now. What's my favorite class so far this expansion? Probably the Spiritborn, honestly. It's it for 164 billion. 176 billion, 270 billion. Okay. 320 billion. Okay. Got a 320 so far. 376. 403. Okay. We're doing stuff. Ma, get the camera. Dude, this is the worst map ever for my build. Okay, we got up to 400 Billy. Yeah, I think the paladin is currently the weakest class in the game. Still definitely capable of farming Torment 12 and killing Uber Mephisto, absolutely. But um, it is not as easy as on the other classes. How much did my feather build go to? I don't really know because I didn't finish it. Like this guy is way more powerful than my other guy. So I actually don't know how much he can do. You're destroying T11 on my Warlock build, but T12 seems a lot harder. T12 is a big jump up. It really is. Ten CDR. That might actually be a great roll. I'll take that. Do I have a different temerity? I don't even know if temerity is what I should be using. I really need one with armor on it, right? So we need... We need this. Okay. Very good, very good, very good. Am I going to do a cow level walkthrough? I have no plans to do that because I'm so disappointed in the cow level that they made. I'm boycotting the cow level. I am big mad. I'm not even medium mad, I'm big mad. 644 billion, by the way. 644, did I see that right? What did they do to fuck it up? Well, it's a gigantic quest chain. And at the end of doing all of that, you get to fight the Cow King. And once you kill him, he gives you a worthless mythic unique. So, instead of creating like an entire endgame around making like the cow planet or something, you do a shitload of work for absolutely nothing, and that's the cow level. It's like, oh, okay, well, thank you, Satan. People are saying that there might be a cow god and another level behind it. I mean, there better be. If that's what it is, I don't know. I'm taking hostages. I don't know what to say, guys. Oh, I already spawned the boss. Where is it? Wait, I one shot. That is one shot the boss. What happened there? Okay, I one shot the torment. I hit it for 845 billion. Oh, I did. I didn't even see the boss. Should we go try Mephisto for fun? This has got to be the worst Mephisto boss ever. Because in order to do damage, you have to randomly jump around the map. It's going to be the worst thing ever. I'm sure we're going to die in one hit to something, but let's just try this for fun. Oh, I just hit him for 1 trillion. I finally hit for 1 trillion. Yeah, I can't take a single hit from anything. But I did hit him for 1 trillion. Hit him for 1.08 trillion.
GGS.
All I have to do is dodge every single thing that he does, because anything will insta one-shot me. Can't wait to get insta one-shotted by something. Yeah, I don't. We'd have to have a completely different setup to fight Uber Mephisto. It's just way too much damage. We'd have to have a different setup that's way tankier. Or just keep building my guy so I'm so powerful I just murder him in one hit. The reveal has not happened yet. Oh, Ancestral Glaive? Why are there ads walking into the boss room? I got another mythic? Oh, I got two more mythics? Jesus! Wait. Wait, I got two mythics last time? And then I got four mythics? How did I get four? Jesus. Shroud of False Death. Dude, this would be perfect for Mephisto. I just got four mythic uniques. No, I didn't get a Shattered Vow. I got a Nasikem. Nasikem, Shroud of False. Oh, I do have one right here. Yeah. Never mind. Hey, I got a max power. Hey, 3% DR per stack of resolve. Isn't this god tier? 3% DR per per resolve. Why am I not using that? The aspect is bugged? Oh, great. I can't wait to hear this. What's bugged about it? Oh, it's bugged, Rax. Guess what? It doesn't do anything. Oh! It just straight up doesn't work. Wow. Great. Silly me for wanting to play the game. My bad, guys. Be right back 1 second. All right. Who mixes my music? Uh, just Spotify playing my playlist randomly, buddy. Who made my playlist? Me. Okay, I forgot what I was doing. I did put Carnival on my playlist. Should we play it to celebrate them? Let's see here. So I need to see how many of these are Eagle. 2, 5. Fuck. How's Spirit Board been? Very good, very good. I'm trying to see what I want to use as my rune. Could definitely do Eom, potentially. We could go Vortex, we could go Warcry, we could go maybe even the Dust Shroud is a thing. Oh my god. 40% DR and 12 stacks. I should probably switch to that. He did Bulwark there. Menagerist. I don't even remember looking at that glyph at all. Menagerist. The top two guys, neither of them. He goes challenging shout Vortex. Neither of them take the weapon damage power. Bulwark Vortex. The other guy does Vortex challenging shout. This guy does +1 to all skills. And the Vortex. I haven't made any changes to the filter. I think the filter is good. I think it gives you a horse like trophy thing, aka the most useless thing ever. Lee blah blee blah in my hands. Lee blah blee blah in my. These boots are much better than mine. I think I might drop the Tyrells as well. If I'm honest, do I like D3 or D4 better gameplay wise? Um, I think greater rifts are more fun than any activity in this game. Um, so apparently that doesn't work. Yeah, this is insane. I look like Viper from PoE. Yeah, and I poison too. I'm like Viper from PoE. Trying to make my guy better here. Trying to make my guy not shit. I haven't actually ever tried The Spiritborn Vortex thing. Everyone keeps taking it. I actually probably wouldn't have taken this. Do you want to spec into the Vortex, by the way? Maybe this knocks down enemies seems really good. Vortex grants 20% damage reduction? Oh my god. No wonder everybody's taking this shit. And it knocks down enemies. Wow. So let me guess, we're tempering resolve stacks again. Let's go with that for now, because I don't have any money. Okay, now we need to masterwork these things up. Okay, well. My guy kind of sucks still. See if I can fix this. No. I need 3 to gorilla. Thank you, Satan. Appreciate that. All right, here we go, boys. Look alive, boys. Look alive. Oh my god, I have to do an infernal horde. Ugh. I hate infernal hordes. They're the worst. Ugh. Rax, if you're missing Diablo 1 or 2 and you saw a video called Tower of Kale Monvo, an indie game made by one guy, and it looked like it had difficulty in it. So you're saying it's like Diablo 1 and 2? Ghostbreak, Hawkage, Handlin. Thank you so much for the subs, guys. All right. Infernal hordes are the worst. They're so boring. I hate doing them, man. Hit for 1.5 billion there. We got a 1.5 billion, boys. 1.5, wow. Pretty sure it was, or I mean, trillion. Trillion. Not billion, trillion. Okay. We're doing stuff. It's almost time for the PoE presentation, guys. 1.5 hours. Wow. Yeah, we'll make a bingo much closer to the actual launch. Nice. We got the glitch. Love it. We're going to be walking, boys. Here we go. Spiritborn leveling feels horrible. Holy moly. Go back on your main character and just farm Tree of Whisper caches and give the caches to your Spiritborn to open on the super high torment. You can level him up without even playing him. Nice. Another bug. Crazy. You don't you only farm the cache on a super high torment tier like 10, 11, 12, and then just open it on your I don't think it matters where you what you open it on your character. I think it matters where the cache comes from, right? Do I have high hopes for the PoE 2 patch? I mean, I probably shouldn't go in like this, but I'm thinking it's going to be the best patch ever for PoE 2. I'm going in with extremely high hopes, which is a terrible thing to do. Yep, that's beautiful, Vince. Nice. I can't move. I can't move. There we go. Up, up, up. Wait, I don't have to do. Wait, this isn't a pit. This is a nightmare dungeon. I don't have to do any of this. What build is this? It looks broken. This is evade. This is evade. We just evade over and over and over. And okay, here we go, guys. We got to do an infernal shit. Okay, here we go, guys. An infernal shit. Masses or masses? Always nice to have choices in life. Hopefully we get a lot of those magic chests. Here we go. What do we got, guys? An hour 40 until the presentation. Oh, another chaos wave? We ball. What would I give D4 out of 10 now after the amount that I've played. I don't know, man. Probably either a 6 or a 7. It's definitely not a 10. It's definitely not a 9, and it's not an 8, and it's not a 4 or lower. A 5, a 6, or a 7. It's better. We still have a lot of problems with the game. There's so many bugs. I'm getting introduced to a tons of these bugs as I just play. Rax, should you use the loot filter on Torment 1? Definitely not, buddy. Just don't use a loot filter at all. Definitely not. Just pick up everything in Torment 1. You're not going to get that much stuff anyway. Hello? Where's my poisons? There we go. Why do I keep yawning, man? But I'm making you yawn, bro. I'm making myself yawn. Yeah. Guys, I haven't checked my calendar, but is it nap time? I have never been able to kill the Burning Butcher. Let's spawn him and see if I can kill him for the very first time. I've never killed him before. He has so much HP, and they give you like 10 seconds to kill him. I've never been able to do it on any build. Here we go. Okay, first of all, they gave me 45 seconds this time. That was nice of them. I killed him! Woo! First time. I would use it at maybe like Torment 6 or higher. Until then, I would just pick up everything. It's a win, boys. It's a win. Nap until PoE 2. Not a bad idea. What's the fastest way to level a second character? Stay on your main. Open up the highest torment tier you can reasonably clear. Do Tree of Whispers. Get the cachets. Don't open them. Put them in your stash. Open the cachets on a new character. Bam. Leveled him up. Don't nap, man. I just woke up and you're lonely. You're lonely. What's got you feeling lonely, buddy? Whenever I'm feeling lonely, you want to know what I do? I order tacos. Oh, wait, that's what I do no matter how I'm feeling. But I guess I didn't lie to you. If I am feeling lonely, I do order tacos. Zimbal, it's usually a pretty safe bet unless you're doing a damage over time that's stacking crit chance to 100, and then critical strike damage to the moon is pretty godly on almost every build for stats. Ganine, did I say that right? Awesome, buddy. Yeah, you're welcome. Glad you like the videos, man. Definitely rings so we can get powers to salvage. Oh, double ancestral ring. Huh. Butcher? Oh, God. You mean the guy with 10 billion HP? Oh, God, guys. Here we go. Me versus T10 Butchie, the guy with 5 trillion, billion, quadrillion HP. Yeah, if you're doing a damage over time build, then the damage over time multi, and then whichever kind of damage you're doing multi can do vulnerable multi. Ow! Very nice, very nice. He's good, yes. $100 Billy. Thank you, Hags. Appreciate you, buddy. Gan9, thank you so much for the Prime, man. Yeah, it's in an hour and 25. Does anybody know how early do they start? How early do they start their stream relative to the actual presentation? Is it an hour before, 30 minutes before? I don't want to do this event. And we are kind of murdering these guys. Get off my box. Yeah, I think this update for PoE 2 is hopefully going to be the best one it's ever had. Okay. Oh yeah, I have to open 2 more Helltide chests. Oof. You hope if it's a bad reveal, your hopes are high anyway. PoE 2 is free to play on its official launch, which I honestly doubt will be this year, but you never know. Sometimes our prayers are answered. Okay. 1.0 is going to release the day I retire. At this rate, that might actually align. Nice, we're finally done with Helltide. Guys, the real question is, for the first season that we get in Diablo 4's second expansion, what color is the Helltide gonna be? Do you think there is any universe where we will actually get a season that does something? Do you think that that is a possibility? There will be powers, and the final power will change the Helltide color. I swear to God, man, if the first season is just powers with a reputation board again that doesn't add anything to the actual game, oh, I'm gonna cry, man. They certainly we're past that, right? Prepare the tissues. Prepare the tissues. Wow. For the fappin', Frosty, what do you think the odds are that next season is going to be Powers with a reputation board again? What are the odds it's Powers with a reputation board? Let's just pray, guys. Maybe they're going to surprise us. Maybe we're going to get the surprise of the century. They won't. They won't what? Do that to us again? They won't do Powers with a reputation board? Yeah, people are furious that they're finally getting a mythic seal, and then when they get one, it's the power is 1 charm slot, and it already has 6. And they're like, okay, thanks God. So here's the real question, guys. We got powers 15 times in a row, but then they decided, in order to throw us off the scent, they changed it from powers to perks. I don't know about you guys, but it totally had me fooled. It felt just totally different. Perks had you perking right up. Yeah, me too. Boons if we're lucky. Okay, and if they're called boons, I mean, we need a thesaurus here. We're running out of words. Are we going to get down to a point where it's got to be helper outers? Wait, a druid doing more than 17 damage? No. This is a spirit-born, buddy. Druids can't do more than 17 damage. Of course not. No barb guides yet. No, I'm purposely going barb last. You can't open up the season with dessert. Bro. May ICANN has a damage over time multiplier. Can you not have damage over time multiplier with poison damage over time multiplier? Can you not get them both on the same pair? Here it is. It does exist. It's a terrible roll, though. I'm crying. We gotta crawl up a little bit. Am I happy if PoE 2 0.5 is only the new endgame, no new class weapons? Absolutely. All that stuff doesn't matter at all. All of that stuff will come by the release, which is going to be pretty soon. I couldn't care less about any of that. If the whole thing, if Jonathan opens up, he goes, "Hi, this is Jonathan from Grinding Gear Games. This patch we focused entirely on the end game and absolutely nothing else." I'd be like, "Let's fucking go, dude." Thank God. Absolutely, that would be enough. Nothing, that other stuff doesn't matter at all. By recent trailers, you haven't been getting the endgame vibes. Oh, this has to be the endgame patch. It has to be. The last patch was promised to be the endgame patch. The last one in December or whenever it was. And they said they just didn't get it done in time. So it's got to be this patch. It was supposed to be the last patch. How much more famous do you guys think the Red Hot Chili Peppers would have been if they actually sang real words? It's the same thing with you and Pearl Jam. You can't understand what Eddie Vedder is saying? I think they already said that they're changing that. I don't know if they're changing that this league, but they already said that they will make glyphs account or not glyphs, war plans account wide. If I could add one more activity or aspirational content for late game war plans, once you're fully geared up, what would it be? Um, well, the biggest problem with Diablo 4's Endgame is the fact that a lot of the time you were never really working toward anything. For example, in PoE 1, you do the white maps, then you do the yellow maps, then you do the red maps, then you do the baby bosses, then you do the Voidstone bosses, and then you do the Uber bosses, and then you do Valdo maps, and then you do, if you're the ultimate Giga Chad, then you do Deep Delve, right? Before, Diablo 4 progression went like this. Day 1, beat absolutely everything. One shot everything. 100 times their health, everything one shot. There's absolutely nothing to fucking do, right? So they did a little bit better with this expansion. Now you actually have climbing the torment tiers. Every time you unlock one, it gives you something, a little bit of better drops. You're hunting for T8 Uber Lilith, and then you're hunting for T10 Uber Mephisto. Like, there's actually very specific milestones that you're trying to do. It's still extremely fast. I got a quad GA quarterstaff, by the way. This is perfect for the other one. I'm gonna lose one of my. Whoa. Holy, I almost fell over in my chair. Stupid idiot. Jesus. I almost fell over. with my stretch. So, what I think Diablo 4 needs is a lot more important, challenging milestones like that. And I think it needs something, I think it would be very good if they would add like a gotta catch 'em all system. Pokemon systems have been proven in every single game. When you introduce a Pokemon like system, people love it. It's like 95% of players love it versus the 5 who don't love it. And the 5 who don't love it, sorry to say, we couldn't care less that you don't like it. It doesn't matter. Isn't that fishing? Fishing, you are literally catching fish, but you just do it once ever on your account. It's not a seasonal thing and it doesn't give you power. So fishing doesn't count. It needs like the meta progression trees need to be expanded tremendously. Infernal hordes need to be completely changed so they're actually somehow fun to do. They're the most boring shit of all time. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't even know if I need something quote unquote new from Blizzard. I need them to take the existing, like, we don't need 40 different endgame activities. What we need are a few endgame activities that are super fun and rewarding with very clear and somewhat, rising in difficulty challenges and decent rewards for achieving them. They they're kind of doing that better than they ever were, so not a bad start, but we just need way more of that. I think if Blizzard just keeps adding endgame activities, I think the game will actually just get worse. Grinding Gear Games is live with the countdown. Okay, we're going to switch over there and make a bingo. We'll switch over right now and make a bingo. But yeah, I remember when Mythics initially were in the game, like when they would drop, it like wouldn't make any noise and they wouldn't have like a really awesome beam. And I remember like I was on the PTR, I got my first Mythic to drop. I was like, guys, are you serious? Like, this is supposed to be like the most epic moment in someone's Diablo career, dropping a Mythic unique. And it's just like, it's just a, that's nothing. It doesn't make any sound. It doesn't look different. It doesn't have a beam. Nothing. Come on, dude. And they're like, okay, we agree. And then now when it drops, it goes boom. Like, okay. Like, that is something that people can look forward to. Okay, we're killing Mephisto's dog real quick, and then we go. You've never heard any content creator explain the difficulty curve for PoE? Yeah, it's very well organized over there. Another mythic unique. Crazy. I am printing them. I am actually printing them. Wow. We got like 7 mythic uniques today. I didn't get any mythic uniques that I actually needed. But I got like 7 today. All right, here we go. Path of Exile 2. Okay, printing. So it won't be tomorrow morning, but the next morning. Tomorrow we're going to finish the Spiritborn once and for all. Going to see how many trillions we can actually hit for, and then we're going to make the guide, and then you're going to have it, and then we're all going to be happy. My nose itches so bad. I have such an itchy nose. Okay. Close Diablo. Boink. Boink. All right, here we go. Tell me how the volume is, guys. Is it too loud? Or is it fine? This is max volume, by the way. I can't turn it louder. It's too loud. Okay, how about there? I turned it 10% down. I might be getting a bloody nose. Give me 1 second. All right, let's fix a few things. Okay, let's fix this. Need to fix a few things. Okay, that's all fixed. Now, oh guys, you wanna know what we can do? We can play our daily global. Every day they have a mystery country and we have to guess it, guys. Here we go. Everybody look alive. Here we go. Everybody help me guess the country. Flyers, taco eater. Why is PoE 2 more addictive than Diablo? Something they put in the water, man. Guess Sweden? Okay, Sweden. Boom. Okay, we're not too far away. Okay. Let's see how far away we are. 3,000 kilometers. All right, so 3,000 kilometers is about... I would say it's about right here. So if we went about right here-ish, this would be like Pakistan. Right? Let's try Pakistan. Let's see what happens. Okay, so Sweden's 3,000 kilometers, and this is 2.4. So it's got to be a country, like, kind of in the middle of them. So are we thinking, should we try Turkey? Let's try Turkey, right? See what happens. Oh, we're super close. 200 okay, it's 200 kilometers from Turkey, but it doesn't border Turkey. So it could be, let's see. This is Greece. This is Bulgaria. This is Georgia and Azerbaijan and Armenia. Should we try Saudi Arabia? Cyprus? Cyprus is right here. Let's try Cyprus. Okay, we got 30 kilometers closer. So are we thinking it's Syria, Lebanon, Israel? Maybe Israel? Let's try Israel. We got it! Woo! Winners! Oh yeah, do the daily Wordle. Okay. You guys remember what I taught you about Wordle? Remember what I taught you? Stare Cloud Pinky. All right, here we go. Stare. Oh. Cloud. Pinky. All right. Too bad we can't do ducky. Is deuce a word? Is that how you spell it? Should we try deuce? Damn it! Uh-oh. We're in trouble. Uh-oh. There's no A. Can't be fraud. Oops. What happened? Oh, there it goes. So the U has to be second or first. If the U was first, what is there? U can't UD? That doesn't UHUG. I don't think the U can be I'm guessing the U is second, which means the D is either here. It's probably right before. Oh, fudge? What about fudge? What about fudge or judge? Yeah. Can't be pudge. Let's try fudge. Oh, God. So we have two choices, budge or judge. It's budge or judge. Oh, Jesus. Let's try judge. Can't be nudge. The N is gone. No! God damn it! We had 2 tries at 3 words. We had fudge, judge, and budge. And we picked the only 2 that lost. God damn it! Couldn't have been nudge, guys. N was already gone. Could not have been nudge. Damn it, Rax, you woke up the baby. Well, good. Did you tell her that we just lost Wordle? She better get up. We just lost Wordle. This is important. Actually, I did. That was one of the subathon rewards. I did a live stream and I walked around my house and I showed it. That was a long time ago. No, we're gonna make a bingo sheet right now. What? First thing, I need to go over here. I need to open my little word thing that I'm gonna use. Let's go new Google Doc. Let's call it Path of Exile 2 Endgame patch. Okay, now we go to paint. Okay.
Love you, man. You are very nice human, less than 3.
No. One, 2, 3, 4. Damn it! There. All right. All right, boys. Give me some ideas. What might they say in this update? No, this is grinding gear games, guys. We can't do stuff like powers. Crafting, yep. Damn it. Bosses. You think they'll put mercenaries in the game? I really doubt it. New way to ascend is Trial of the Ancestors, right? It's this one. Bigger boobs. Is that what took them so long? They were working on that? Is PoE 2 already playable on console or no? Okay, so console wouldn't be really a thing. Oh, okay. We have bosses right here. We already have kind of endgame rework. Let's put in general, let's just put, let's say a new mechanic. We have sword right here as the new weapon. Interesting. We have endgame rework right here. An Act 3 rework. We have campaign right here. A D4 roast or jab. I don't think they would announce that explicitly. We have a new mechanic right here. Oh, I'm gonna add one. But we won't know in the presentation. No, we won't know until the patch notes. I was gonna say Plant Daddy nerf. Yeah, steal it, Dead Rabbit. Steal it. An in-game loot filter? So we already have a loot filter, but you think they're gonna build it? Another thing we could say is... maybe we can get a trade update. We have performance improvements right here. We have the 1.0 date right here. SSF. PoE has SSF, doesn't it? Under me is new class. Economy is not really determined by grinding your games. Economy is determined by the players, right? I already have new mechanic, guys. New mechanic is right here. That covers Delve. We have updates to bosses right here. We have temple removed right here or nerfed. Loot pets. We already have new currencies right here. Towers, we have it already under Endgame rework. Ailment rework. Didn't they just redo ailments last patch? That's a good one. Cock nerf. That's a good one. Okay. We have crafting right here.
Login.
Hey guys, 23 minutes. How am I doing? I'm good, man. Chill. I'm super chill. Alright, what are we gonna do for 21 minutes, guys? Let's play a game of bullet chess. Let's see if we can beat somebody. There we go. Oh wow, this board's really small. I can't see jack shit. Let's go here, 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 take. Okay, let's attack this. Let's attack this knight. Oh, pawn blocks it, unfortunately. Let's go here. Take. My position blows already. Here. Here. Let's go here. I don't even know how I'm gonna break this open. Take. Okay. Here. Let's go back. Go here. Let's give my guys some space. Let's go here, attack the queen. It's fine, let's go here. Take, take. Let's go up. Let's go back. Here. We're gonna save this somehow, guys. Let's go here, I guess. Let's take the pawn. Let's go here. Let's go here. Step up. Let's go up. Take the knight. Go here. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let's take the rook. Shouldn't have done that. Let's go here. Take this. Let's go here. 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 I won. All right, 1-0. I had the worst position ever. Okay. Up. Up. He's gonna go here with this queen, probably. Nope. Take the pawn. Move up. Let's pin the knight. Let's just go here. I have two attackers here. Now I can take this. Take the with check first. I guess take the knight. And now go back and attack this pawn. Take the bishop. Just back up, right? I should be winning here. Whether I'll win the game or not. Queen check here will force the queens off the board. Free queen. God, I love queens. Bro, the check, you have to trade. You have to trade, then I can just march my king up, get this out, fianchetto the bishop, and we win. So that's 2-0. Alright, that's enough chess for now. I'll take the 2-0. I don't know why I even said it. Could he not hear me? I even said you had to trade queens. I even told him. That was very nice of me. Still didn't find it. Oh well. Play Scrandle? What's Scrandle? Scrandle McDandle. It's the food game? I've never heard. I swear to God, if this is porn, Scrandle. The thrilling daily web game of food comparison. Dude, the first thing that I pull up is a giant wiener. What is this? I pick which one I'd rather eat or what? Okay, I'd way rather have this one. That's it? Oh, okay. Meat pie or meat pie? You gave me the same thing. Meat pie or steak pie? I don't see any steak here. I don't know this one. Oh, you're trying to pick which one is. Why do they keep showing me wieners? A chocolate brownie or a cheeseburger? Well, I'd way rather have the cheeseburger, but that doesn't matter, right? We have to vote for which one we think people will vote for. Let's go for the brownie. Okay. 2 more fucking wieners? I'm done with this. Dude. I'm done. Oops. Where did my thing go? That's enough wieners for one day, guys. Dude, the first one had a wiener in it. The second one was meat pie versus meat pie. Ugh. Dude, I heard a joke from somebody and they said they're gonna open a dating site like Match.com, but only for the elderly. And they're gonna call it carbon dating. Oh my god. Carbon dating. Jesus Christ. Yeah, Jonathan's gonna pop up and say, yeah, we heard you guys loved towers so much that we changed the entire endgame to towers. What's better, Diablo 4 or PoE 2 0.5 final answer? Lock it in. You want me to compare the two before I see the presentation? You want me to lock in a final answer? Is this like Florida ballots or something? You want me to vote before the elections even started? Shags, XLL, Alex, Schmergen, Dean, Vasa, or Vasha, Mamasha, Rich, Hell Cyborg, love you too, buddy. Lirnas, Summon, Mr. Miklas, Crown, Flyers. Thanks for the subs, guys. I mean, I guess it's possible that PoE 2 could absolutely bomb here, but remember something. PoE 2 has two massive things going for it. One, this is like the longest time ever in between a PoE 2 patch, so they had the most time to cook. And the second thing about it is this patch already has the failed or delayed entire endgame update that was promised to us from the previous patch. So not only should this patch have a giga endgame update, which by the way is the only thing that matters, nothing else matters, but we'll also probably get other stuff that we have on the bingo card. So it should be great. Advar, Rando, Saint Moses. Let's do a sword fight if you know what I mean. Man, Saint Moses must have loved those pictures we just looked at. Timberwolves, Talnish, thanks for the primes, guys. My YouTube live stream says Diablo 4. It shouldn't. It says Path of Exile 2. Click refresh. It should say PoE 2. If you click refresh, does it still say Diablo 4? It should say PoE 2. By the way, you were just reminding me of something. Guys, let's see. Is there anybody watching on YouTube? Yes, there's 1,000 of you watching on YouTube. Guys, if you want a hint, on YouTube, there's drops available during this presentation, I believe. You can still watch on YouTube and get the drops. The way that you do that is open Twitch, open any stream, any Path of Exile 2 stream. You can open mine, but you don't have to open mine. Unmute the Twitch stream, and then right-click mute the tab. If you mute the Twitch stream, at least it's been this way for years, you don't get the drops. But if you unmute it and mute the tab... Okay, well mine says PoE 2. Mine says Path of Exile 2. I'll check it again. Mine says Path of Exile 2. I can... Yeah, I don't know. I changed it. It is PoE 2. So I don't know why... Some people are spamming it says PoE 2, some people are spamming Diablo. Okay. It's PoE 2. I can't change it. Maybe I refresh on my end. Okay, I'll click refresh on my end.
Foreground to count for drops.
Yeah, I don't know. People are saying on YouTube it says PoE 2. Or it's, excuse me, it's... oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying the title says Diablo 4. Not the game. Oh yeah, the title. Yes. The title still says Diablo 4, but the game is PoE 2. I see what you're saying. Okay, now I'll refresh. Okay, now the title is fixed as well. Gotcha. Okay. Run ads now so you don't get them later. Good idea. I don't even have a run ads button. Let me add one. Okay, I'm clicking the 3-minute ad break button, guys, on Twitch so you don't get it during the presentation. See you in 3 minutes. All right. Good idea, whoever said that. Here we go, guys. Guys, thank you so much for all the primes. Appreciate it. I look like a Heroes Might and Magic player? What faction do you think I play? Tower, Castle, Rampart, Fortress? Yeah, I played that game for years and years and years and years. Necropolis. The new Heroes is amazing. I'm gonna play it 1,000 million%. Show the bingo. All right, I'll show the bingo. Love your streams. Keep doing what you do. Thank you, my dude. Guys, in typical fashion for this presentation, I'll tell you exactly how it's gonna go. When I watch these presentations, I'm usually fairly quiet. I usually let them present. I won't say much, and if I do say something, I'll try to sneak it in between what they're saying. I'll write down everything that they say in summary form. We'll do a summary at the end. And I specifically will not stick around for the patch notes because I will look at the patch notes tomorrow. All I have to do is pray that they don't nerf Plant Daddy. I don't even know if we'll get the patch notes today, actually. Mute sub notifications. Yeah, I can probably get that done in time. I have to do it a special way, actually. It's not so easy to do that. Okay, I think I turned it off. Okay, here we go, guys. When he starts talking, let me know if the volume is fine. It should be fine, but just say fine up or down when it starts. I can only turn it up a little bit, so if it's too low, I barely have any room to make it louder. Make your camera smaller. I can do that. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we have.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers,
How's
Game
the
Director
volume?
on Path of Exile 2, and welcome to GGG Live. We have a huge amount of stuff to share today, so it's going to be a good one.
Alright, it's fine.
Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so you'll be able to claim the Red Queen's font hideout decoration by following the instructions below. Okay, so with that out of the way, time to roll the trailer for Path of Exile 2, Return of the Ancients.
Those in darkness once lay dormant, now return. We who came before rise again. Behold, the first edict.
$30 new endgame areas. 30?
We become one. You are completely alone.
Man, dude, this game is the future. As simple as that.
I remain loyal to the king.
Hunt like it's your last.
Continue the search. See what you can find.
Val Temple to core.
Now see how your story ends.
Oh man, dude. Oh man, dude.
To face us is to face oblivion.
Oh man, dude. Path of Exile did this, and Diablo 4 took 2 years to do war plans. 5
So
of
as
the
you can
same
see,
activity
there's
in a row.
just so much going on in Return of the Ancients, it's hard for even us to keep track of it all. Now, we promised that this one was going to revamp the endgame, and I'm very excited to talk about it. But first, we've got to talk about the League. So to do that, I'm going to hand things over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. Now, for those of you who are new to Path of Exile, each time we release an update, we also release a new league. Not only do we have a new economy, but we also introduce new content through the campaign, which gives you a fresh play experience right from the start of the game, as well as new mechanics, storylines, and in-game bosses. In the Runes of Eldur League, you will encounter a man being attacked by the undead in Clearfell. After saving him, he introduces himself as Pharaoh, a young blacksmith trying to bring back the ancient art of Ezomite runesmithing. He has been collating his discoveries in a tome and is keen to show you how runesmithing works. By inscribing symbols on these ancient Ezomite remnants, you can create all manner of old magics. Unfortunately, on doing so, the corpses of the nearby undead are revived and infused with some of the latent power, making for a difficult fight. After defeating these monsters, Pharaoh realizes that runesmithing is a dangerous business, and he is going to need the help of someone a little more martially inclined to discover these secrets. He lends you his tome and asks that you note down anything you discover when you return to him. In each area in the Runes of Eldur League, you will find a remnant, and as you approach it, you will notice that some symbols are already present, and some are waiting for you to fill them in. Depending on which symbols are already present, you will have different options for which items you can create using this magic. For example, if you combine Tempest and Lightning, you can create an Orb of Augmentation.
You craft currency.
But be careful. The symbols used to craft the items also empower the monsters around the remnant, who will be revived as undead to fight again with different properties depending on what runes you used.
It's useless.
So,
Well, this is
if
the
you use a
first
fire
zone.
rune in your recipe, the monsters will be empowered with fire. Or if you use a moon rune, lunar beams will rain down as you fight the monsters. After the fight, break the remnant to receive the item you crafted. As you get higher level, you will start to find remnants with more slots for more runes, allowing you to craft rarer items. As the number of slots increases though, more waves of monsters will be added, with each wave being empowered by more and more of the runes. And this can get pretty dicey, because some of the runes can have powerful effects. Like the Oath rune, which will cause one monster to be nominated as a leader, spawning waves of minions. The leader itself will be invincible, but killing its minions will deal damage to it.
It's like Harbinger. Harbinger's back, boys.
Some recipes can get pretty large, requiring 6, 7,
Level 20 skill gem.
or even 8 runes. But don't worry, you won't have to remember them. Pharaoh's runecrafting book will record all the options, allowing you to simply pick which one you want to craft, given the existing runes that are already on the remnant. To expand your knowledge and to allow you to craft more items, Pharaoh has asked that you keep an eye out for signs of runic magic around Raxxanterax. He wants to document anything you find in order to rediscover the secrets of Ezomite runesmiths of old.
It's kind of like beast crafting.
The first of these can be found in Ogham, and reveals to you an ancient secret, buried deep underground. The runic magic which the Ezomites believe to be their own is actually of Kalguran origin. Thousands of years ago, the Kalgurans came to Raxxanterax to find sources of verisium, a metal on which engraved runes allow control over reality. Pharaoh is determined to learn these ancient ways and gain mastery over them. If you can bring him more verisium, he'll be able to use it to smith power into any armor, granting you runic ward, the power harnessed by the Kalgurans since ancient times. Runic ward is a new resource that protects you from death. Should you run out of life, your runic ward will kick in, sustaining your body until your life can return. It effectively acts as an extra life pool. Of course, should you take enough damage to run out of that, you will still die. Every single piece of armor in the game can be upgraded this way, even uniques. Some are just a strict upgrade, giving runic ward with no downside. Others are more extreme, sacrificing defenses to get a much larger amount of runic ward. There are even some that add new modifiers to uniques entirely, making them much more viable for higher level play. But the Kalgurans use runic ward for more than just a defense. It can also be used to power many other magics. Instead of using gems created from corruption, the Kalgurans used runes of power and fueled them with runic ward. Many of the options available from remnant crafting are new types of Kalguran skills that exclusively spend runic ward to wreak havoc. An example is Triskelion Cascade. Using it will cause your next spell to be triggered multiple times in a Triskelion pattern. You can use it with skills like Ice Nova that you cast from yourself, or with something you target at a distance, like Comet. There are also skills to modify existing effects using runic magic, like Frost Flame Nova. Using this skill on a pack of burning enemies will transform the Ignite into Frostfire, both burning them and building up freeze at the same time. You have basic buffs like Hollow Shell that guards all nearby allies, to more complicated mechanics like the Mark of Repulsion, that creates a mark capable of pushing away all nearby enemies. Instead of spending mana, like skill gems do, all these skills cost runic ward, and unlike gems, they don't have a color. This means that they don't care about attribute requirements, or what kind of weapon you use. These skills are designed to be used on any class, and so often interact with mechanics that apply across many characters. By combining different runes together, the Kalgurans were able to support their runic abilities, and you can as well. There is also a set of runic supports that can be combined with regular skill gems in interesting ways. Concussive Runes allows you to add these concussive shockwaves to any skill that stuns, while Runic Infusion lets you spend ward to directly empower the damage on any skill. Now, There are other quests during the campaign too, that unlock even more interesting crafting methods. Buried deep in the jungle in Act 3, you can find the Mystic Refuge, containing even more secrets for Pharaoh to learn from. Using this knowledge, he gains the ability to reforge unique weapons. With this technique, many low-level unique weapons can be upgraded to do significantly more damage. Now, we've been able to take a bunch of uniques that had interesting modifiers, but were not in-game viable, and give them a bit of a boost to get there. And it's not just low-level uniques. All Kalguran uniques are able to be runeforged this way too, and they can do some pretty interesting things. Like Searle's Grit, a new unique, which when runeforged can get one of several different outcomes. Now, there is still so much more that you can craft with remnants. There are also 100 new runes, as well as many other new crafting currencies. This is the runes of Eldur after all, and some of these runes have quite powerful effects. For example, this elemental conversion rune will convert all the existing mods on a non-unique weapon from one element to another. Using it, you could combine a weapon with all 3 elemental damage mods into a single element, making a weapon with massive amounts of cold damage. There is also a rune that lets you destroy your rune sockets to turn them into a dual socket on your item. And there are even crafting meta runes that can unlock new types of mods when used with regular crafting. For example, this Rune of Chronomancy will unlock a set of time-related mods to be crafted on your boots. Once placed inside, use regular crafting orbs to attempt to get new mods like cooldown speed or increased skill effectuation. You can also create a new type of currency called alloys. Using regular metals alloyed with verisium, new modifiers not normally available can be directly crafted onto your items. Using imbued alloy could improve your ailment damage, for example. There are honestly so many options here that unlock all sorts of crazy crafting projects. So I think people will be experimenting with these for a long time. Once you get to King's March in Act 4, Pharaoh finally meets Danig, a real Kalguran runesmith. And riddled with excitement, he wants to learn how to merge modern Kalguran techniques with the ancient knowledge that he has found. From here on, Pharaoh joins in the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been leading. With the ancient knowledge that Pharaoh brings to the table, the Kalguran expeditions that Danig has been going on will change significantly. For those of you who haven't played it, the Expedition League mechanic involves carefully placing explosives, uncovering the buried dead, and recovering verisium from them. By choosing where to place the explosives, you can choose which kind of challenges you would like to face, or rewards you would like to claim. But unlike before, expeditions now contain the remnants from Runes of Eldur, allowing you to do some specific crafts along the way using the new League crafting mechanic. One very important difference from the simple remnant encounters though, is that the empowerments that the remnants grant apply to every monster down the explosive line for the rest of the encounter, stacking together. This can lead to some pretty extreme situations. If you stack too many remnants, you might be in for a fight beyond your abilities, but the rewards can be very worth it. Each mod on the monster is improving the items that they can drop. Once you get to the endgame, you will find that the Atlas has changed substantially. To the south, you will now find the coastline of Rayclast, with the ocean beyond. King's March has not fared well after the Cataclysm, and lays in ruins. Rog's shop has been destroyed, but he is much more concerned about his wife, Gwenyn. He would like to launch an expedition deep into the ocean to find her, and this begins a new major mechanic for expedition, exploring the ocean. Previously, a logbook was a single encounter. Now, using a logbook, you can send ships to explore an area of the ocean to the southeast, uncovering a range of islands to begin your search for Gwenyn. you can hop from island to island doing many new encounters. There are islands with expeditions, grand expeditions, new bosses, and all sorts of other unique things to find. Eventually, you will find the island that Gwennon has been holed up on. It turns out that she has found the tomb of an ancient Kalguran, Medved. While she appreciates you coming to her rescue, she is still keen to blow open the doors of the vault and take whatever you can find inside. It's just a shame that Medved isn't as dead as you previously assumed. Now, after you have defeated Medved, you will find another logbook, and this time you can use it to choose which direction you want to explore. The ocean is vast and contains a huge number of new islands to find. With each logbook, you can explore one sector and you can go as deep as you like. There are all sorts of interesting objects to uncover and dungeons to explore. Many of the islands have expeditions with totally new mechanics. So for example, here is a volcanic island with voltaxic sulfite. Blowing up the sulfite will unleash extra waves of enemies. But there is also this wall with a suspicious light coming from behind it. On blowing it open, a giant ogre comes out, and he is determined to eat as much sulfite as possible. The more sulfite mounds that you have blown up, the more empowered and the more rewarding he will become. These islands contain all sorts of little secrets that you can find and blow up. Free trapped wisps, blow open root doors, even raise ancient precursor technology. And of course, more bosses. There are more and further vaults to blow up, and one of them in particular is pretty important. The Tomb of Uhtred, the Star Drinker. Uhtred was responsible for calling down the meteors of Verisium, which the Kalgurans used to power their ancient magic. And upon defeating him, he calls down a truly gigantic one into the ocean nearby. On visiting it, you find that it is shrouded by a strange energy emanating from the Verisium core of the meteor within. There is something growing in there, and it can't be anything good. In order to gain entry, Danik suggests that the Triskelion Flame, an ancient Kalguran artifact that can absorb and cancel the effects of Verisium magic, could be used to enter. But to find it, you will need to locate the Tomb of Olroth, leader of the Knights of the Sun. Defeat him and gain access to whatever eldritch nightmare is growing inside. Now, we're not going to spoil the boss, but one thing you should know is that the Verisium that makes up the core of the meteor is of a quality that has not been available for millennia. Bringing this to Pharaoh and Danik should allow them to forge some objects of power, the creation of which has been lost to time. So that's the League, and there is a lot going on. To sum all that up, there is a new encounter with over 30 new monster types and over 30 new rune modifiers to enhance them. You can create more than 100 new runes to craft your gear, as well as dozens of other new currency items. And there are new quests added to the campaign to unlock even more new crafting options. Rune forging armors, upgrading uniques, dozens of new Kalguran skills and supports, tons of new islands to discover by exploring the ocean, 5 new bosses, including a new pinnacle boss, and a bunch of new uniques to top it off. But there is still a ton more to come, it's time to talk about the massive changes to the endgame. But for that, I'll hand it back to Jonathan.
Now, as Mark hinted at before, the endgame atlas is very different now, and the ocean to the south is the least of the changes. The entire area around your starting location is now teeming with new questlines and things to discover. Will you investigate the strange forest to the west? The cracks in the earth to the east? Or perhaps visit the ruins of a vile city in the north? The atlas now has fixed points of interest at specific locations, giving you specific objectives that are easy to find. Like before though, no matter which objective you choose, going to towers to see what's out there is always a good idea. The first time you do that though, something new happens. The earth shakes, and a gigantic fortress rises from the earth. A remnant of the ancient precursor civilization. The cataclysm of the beast has caused an ancient protocol to be invoked. Should corruption ever take hold to this degree, the world must be scoured and purged of corruption. You will need to make your way into the fortress and activate the gates. Gain the keys to reach these ancient precursor weapons, and disarm them. But this will be no easy task. The fortress has many areas to explore and many new things to find. You will power up ancient machines, fight new and deadly foes, discover many new areas, and uncover some dark secrets. Now, the Fortress is the first of the new full endgame storylines that we're adding in 050, and there's a lot going on with it. But not only that, it has some pretty cool new mechanics as well. The areas inside the Fortress are special. Many of them have new mechanics or rewards that they grant. Like this map, where all the rares are contained in essence crystals. Or this one, which replaces all monster packs in the area with strongboxes. Or this one, which spawns an Asmeri spirit that always moves on from a rare after you kill it, allowing you to chase it through the entire map. Now, just like the normal areas of the Atlas, you'll need to fight the map boss of each area to complete the map. But unlike a normal map, the ones in the fortress each contain precursor nodes after the boss, and activating these nodes will give you points for the new and improved Atlas passive tree. Now, we had an Atlas passive tree before, but it was one of the areas of the endgame that just wasn't up to scratch. The Atlas tree now works quite a lot differently. We have significantly upgraded the kind of mechanics that you can find on the Atlas tree. Like this one, that gives a chance to make rogue exiles you fight retreat from combat and move to an adjacent map. Before you fight them again, they'll upgrade their gear and come back with a grudge this time. There are also a lot of nodes that combine mechanics together in new ways, like this one which lets Asmeri spirits possess strongboxes. All the regular monsters that come out of them are touched by the spirit, and the rares are all possessed, giving you some incredible loot potential. You get points from every single area you complete in the fortress, and unlike before, that means you can allocate the entire Atlas tree. Yes, this whole tree can be yours. This change is pretty important, since it allows us to be able to create many types of bonuses that we wouldn't have been able to create before. Like this one, which gives a chance for cities to be invaded by another faction, and can even allow it to contain 2 faction leaders, allowing you to get 2 crisis fragments. If we'd done this kind of thing on the old tree, we would have wanted to spec into it before running a city map, then unspec out of it before running anything else. With full allocation, we can have cool bonuses like these. Now obviously we still want to make sure that you have choices that define your in-game Atlas build. So many nodes in the Atlas tree are now multi-choice. Everyone will get the node, but which bonus you choose to use is up to you. Do you want your powerful boss maps to contain more essences, summoning circles, or rogue exiles? But there's also nodes that contain more unusual things. So for example, on this node you can choose. Do you want to give a chance for shrines to instead be given to the map boss in the area, making them more challenging but dropping special loot? Or would you rather give a chance to be given a shrine buff before entering boss arenas, making for an easier fight? Now, I could probably nerd out about cool stuff in the tree all day, but we should probably get back to the fortress. Now, one of the really important things we wanted to do was make it so that all the boss fights in the endgame are now accessible with a quest line. That means that to fight the Arbiter of Ash for the first time, you don't need to get lucky by finding keys. They will be in fixed locations and there's a quest to get them. But the Arbiter of Ash is no longer the pinnacle of Path of Exile 2. For that, you'll need to travel into the very center of the fortress. An incredible challenge awaits you should you choose to go there. After the storyline, you still unlock keys for pinnacle bosses in the usual way, exploring the world and finding the keys required to get to them. But we have added a lot more interesting things to find out there as well. There are now all sorts of mechanics that can spawn on maps in the wilderness. For example, some maps might spawn as a rogue exile hunting ground, containing multiple rogue exiles who are there to hunt rare beasts. You might come upon them in the middle of a fight and be able to take out both of them. Or a map of champions that makes all the natural inhabitants of the area into magic monsters. Or this one that causes all shrines in the area to release as merry spirits when used. Once you have explored and found your keys, you can return to fight the pinnacle in the fortress again. But this version of him will be harder, and not only that, he will have new unique rewards as well. Each time you fight him, you get the ability to activate one section of the fortress, and any maps that you didn't finish there will be automatically completed, giving you all the Atlas points. So if you're the type of player who doesn't want to explore the fortress, and instead just race out into the infinite Atlas, you still have a way to get all those points. So that's the Origins of Divinity storyline. It's a huge amount of new content with a ton of new areas, 5 new bosses, including a pinnacle, with a bunch of new unique items. But not only that, it also completely revamps the Atlas tree, and includes a ton of new map mechanics that you can find both inside and outside the fortress. But this is just one of the new storylines. So let's talk about the next one now, Masters of the Atlas. Now earlier we talked about how the multi-choice nodes in the tree allow you to still have an in-game Atlas build, but we didn't think that was quite enough. You have an Ascendancy class for your passive tree. Why not an Ascendancy class for your Atlas tree? Well, that's where the Masters of the Atlas come in. Throughout Rayclast are many opportunities for those with the skills to find them. Atlas Masters are willing to train you in these skills if you're able to help them in return. One such master is Jado, a member of the Order of the Jinn, an organization that secures powerful artifacts to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Jado will send you on missions to investigate strange occurrences on the Atlas and recover the artifacts causing them. And for each one you recover, he will gain more trust in you and teach you more ways of the Order of the Jinn. At level 1, you could choose to massively increase the chance for rare and unique chests, or make it so that all map bosses drop an additional unique item, or make corrupted waystones have an additional modifier, but at the cost of making them send you to a totally unknown location. Each mission you complete for Jado will unlock another row of abilities, and give you another point to allocate, letting you choose how you want to specialize. But there are other masters too. For example, Hilda. Hilda is a member of a guild of monster hunters. She will send you on missions to assassinate specific deadly creatures around Rayclast and harvest their parts. In exchange, she will teach you her monster hunting skills, like this one, which adds a 25% chance to upgrade any map boss to a powerful version. Or this one, which makes his Marian spirits no longer possess rare monsters, making them go for the unique bosses in the area instead. You might notice that many of the effects on these are both upsides and downsides. So Hilda, for example, can make it so that you only get one attempt when fighting pinnacle bosses, but in exchange for that, they always drop 2 uniques. Because of that, we wanted it to be easy to swap between them depending on what you're doing. As you unlock each master, they will appear on the side of the screen. Simply click whichever one you want to use to run the map, and all the bonuses you have selected for that master will be activated. This allows you to have a few different strategies that you can quickly pick between, depending on what you're running at the moment. Now, one thing that's been pretty obvious is that the endgame leagues we created when launching Early Access in 010 were not really up to the standard of the leagues we did since then. Fate of the Vaal and Rise of the Abyssal just have a lot more going on than Delirium or Expedition, for example. We wanted to do a serious upgrade to all of these mechanics before we do our 1.0 release, and so that's what we've done. All 4 of the leagues we launched in Early Access have been upgraded with not only new quest lines, but new mechanics, new crafting systems, new uniques, and new pinnacle bosses. One of the really important changes we made to all the leagues is that you can now find them on the Atlas in specific locations, and each one has a quest line that will lead you there to being able to complete the league, along with its Atlas tree and its pinnacle boss. This is true even for the leagues that we didn't do major redesigns to, so let's use Abyss as an example. When you first encounter one in the endgame, you'll get a quest that leads you to the east, where you will find these mega abyss cracks in the earth leading away from the Well of Souls. All the maps along the cracks will contain abysses with special properties, and mapping along these cracks will close the Atlas scale abysses, giving you points for the Abyss Atlas tree. At the end of each Atlas abyss, you'll find an Abyssal Depths, with the boss fight for one of the Abyssal factions, giving you a guaranteed way to fight them. And after completing all three, you'll get a key for the Well of Souls, allowing you to fight the Vessel of Kulamak. This kind of thing makes an in-game league so much more friendly for new players, giving people obvious goals and a guided experience to complete them.
Alright, so let's talk about the first of the upgraded leagues, Delirium, and its new storyline, The Hare and the Raven.
As you may remember, during Act 4 you were tricked into releasing an ancient entity from a Karui prison known as Tangmazu, the Raven Trickster. Tangmazu delights in breaking the minds of those who step through his mirrors, and when touching one, he will attempt to destroy your mind with twisted abominations generated from your worst fears. In Return of the Ancients, the first time you approach one of his delirium encounters in the endgame, you will find Elder Maddox locked in a trance. His mind is trapped in one of Tangmazu's delusions, and you will need to free him. Once free, Elder Maddox demands that as you caused this problem, you should put it right. He asks you to travel west to the Withered Willow, the location he believes that Tangmazu first gained his powers. But be careful. As you travel there, the Raven Trickster will attempt to break your mind. Each map around the Withered Willow features delirium encounters. Now this is more than a simple quest upgrade. The mechanic of delirium has been overhauled and expanded. At the bottom of the screen, there is now a bar that indicates how deep into delirium you are. You can see which direction leads deeper by looking at the fog, and the deeper you go, the more challenges you will face. By looking at the bar, you can see how long you have until the delirium ends. And you can also see special encounters that you will face if you're able to go deep enough into the fog. At the end of the bar is always the boss of the map, but we now have a variety of other encounters that you might find as you explore the horrors of your own mind. For example, you might encounter a purple mirror shard that when shattered will cause all the enemies to become more nightmarish. After hitting this, you'll notice the delirium demons are enhanced, significantly more powerful, larger, and scarier in general, along with more rewards. Or should you encounter a red mirror shard, you'll be sent into the depths of your mind. And must escape it while fighting off hordes of your worst fears. If you are able to do so, you will gain a powerful amulet with 2 instilled notables on it. Once you reach the Withered Willow, Elder Maddox discovers that a shard of the mirror is missing. You will need to track down Tangmazu and restore it if you have a hope of discovering how to defeat him, and that means entering the Raven Trickster's mirrors in an attempt to locate him. Each area around the Withered Willow contains delirium encounters, so that's a good place to start.
As you do deliriums, some of the special encounters will drop liquid emotions. Normally these emotions can be used to install amulets to add notable passive buffs to them, but in Return of the Ancients, emotions have a new function as well.
Each one now has the ability to add crafted mods to jewels, allowing you to add specific mods to an item slot that can be quite difficult to roll. For example, Liquid Despair will allow you to add critical hit chance, while Liquid Suffering will allow you to add movement speed or Air of Effect to your jewels, but there are many more. Once you've done enough delirium encounters, the location of a grand mirror, an entrance into Tangmazu's realm is revealed, but it won't be that simple to enter. Using his powers, he reflects the map boss for a ridiculous empowered fight, then destroys the entrance into his realm of madness. In order to find him now, you'll need to let the insanity fully into your mind. A strange fruit is left behind which you can consume to fully embrace the madness in an attempt to reach the Raven Trickster's realm. Consuming the fruit will cover an entire area of the Atlas in fog, and every map you do in the fog will get progressively harder and harder as you explore the deeper reaches of your mind. At some point you enter a new layer. a simulacrum of your memories twisted and perverted by the Raven Trickster. Should you be able to complete the simulacrum, Tangmazu will believe that you are worthy of a true challenge, and will let you take the remaining shard of his mirror, allowing you to enter his realm of madness back at the Withered Willow. If you dare to face him, it will be a fearsome challenge. So, that's the new storyline of Delirium. As you can see, it's not only a questline, there are new mechanics, new crafting options, and new boss fights. But one question you might have is, what happens after? Well, once you've completed the story, grand mirrors will start appearing on the Atlas sometimes after completing Delirium encounters. After doing the grand mirror, you can select where on the Atlas you want to do your fruit-induced drug trip and get another key to fight Tangmazu. But this time, the fight will be quite a bit harder, and not only that, the fight will be able to drop a bunch of new uniques that were not available in the questline version. We'll show some of those later. After doing a grand mirror, the decision of where to spread the fog can be important, because there are some potent emotions that only come from certain map bosses affected by Delirium this way.
Like all emotions, they can craft special mods onto jewels, but these potent emotions can create mods that you can't get any other way. So for example, Potent Liquid Melancholy is an emotion that can only come from human bosses, and allows you to add a variety of on-hit effects.
Also, you might want to try instilling amulets with these emotions. They could have some interesting effects, with some powerful notables that do not normally exist on the tree. Like Storm's Rebuke, which makes armor break boost your cold and lightning damage.
But also notables from a clearly deranged mind, like Calm's Blessing. This skill allows you to ancestrally boost fire spells after using a Warcry. How about using an Ancestral Flame Blast?
Now, just like before, you can also upgrade the League by getting points for a dedicated Delirium Atlas tree. But this now works in a much better way and has much cooler effects. The maps in the Delirium area of the Atlas give you Delirium passive points for completing them, so it's easy to see how to progress.
Some nodes will add new types of mirror shard encounters to your Deliriums.
Like this one, which will pause the Delirium for some amount of time, allowing you to more easily get to higher depths. Or this one, which adds extra Delirium modifiers to monsters when you pick it up. There are also nodes that can add new types of drops, like this one, which modifies Simulacrum encounters to add special liquid emotions, which can craft time-lost jewels. And nodes that apply to the Atlas mechanics of the League, like this one, which causes the Grand Mirror to spread Delirium fog over a larger area of the Atlas, potentially containing multiple simulacrums.
Alright, so that's the changes to Delirium. The core mechanic now includes a bunch of new things to find, new monsters to kill, and has new mechanics on the Atlas. It also has new crafting system for jewels, and over 20 new unlockable notables for amulets. Not only that, but you have a new pinnacle boss with a bunch of new unique items, and a massively upgraded Atlas tree just for Delirium. But there's still a lot more to come, so let's talk about Breach next.
When you first do a breach in the endgame, you will find Aelith, one of the Keepers of the Flame, an ancient order of monks dedicated to preventing the Hiveborn from entering the world. As you seem to be a keen slayer of demons, Aelith would like to recruit you to the order and asks that you travel to their monastery to the south.
On the way there, you'll start to encounter more breaches, and will notice one of the first changes to the breach mechanic. You still have to kill monsters as fast as you can to keep the breach open, but now you can visibly see how much time you have left to keep it open, and how each kill extends its duration.
Once you've reached the monastery, you will learn more about the Keepers. In the 25 years since the events of Keepers of the Flame in Path of Exile 1, the war with the Hiveborn has not gone well, and they have managed to establish a foothold in the world nearby. A gigantic area has fallen to the Scourge, and the Keepers are unable to get inside. Inside the monastery is the Genesis Tree, a powerful asset to the war effort, stolen from the enemy and gifted to the Keepers by the Dreamer himself. Using the tree, Aelith could create a breach stone and penetrate the Hiveborn foothold, but without Hiveblood, the tree has withered. To get Hiveblood, you will need to take advantage of another new mechanic of breach. If you can keep the otherworldly portal open for long enough, the breach will stabilize and will enter a new phase. The Hiveborn will send their toughest miscreations to defeat you, and the breach will not close until you can annihilate them, dropping Hiveblood that you can use to restore the Genesis Tree. In some cases, you may even attract one of the deadliest foes the Hiveborn can offer, a Marshal of Zesht. These monsters also drop womb gifts, and if you take these to the Genesis tree, they can be used to craft items to help you in the war against the Hiveborn. Given that 25 years have passed since the beginning of the war, the tree has grown and withered many times, but with each cycle it learns and expands its abilities. When you first open the Genesis tree, you will notice these holes into which you can place your womb gifts. Each womb gift can be used to create a different type of jewelry and must be fertilized with hive blood. So for example, you can place this amulet womb gift into the tree and it will give birth to a random rare amulet. But the Genesis tree is capable of much more. As you continue to feed the tree, its branches will regenerate and allow you more and more control over what kind of items it will birth. So for example, this branch of the tree will allow you to control which base types of amulets can be birthed. And as you go deeper, it will even allow you to create new base types that you can't get anywhere else. Like this one, which gives you an entire spirit skill for free. Or this one, which has a rune socket in it. To the left and right are branches that will let you control which mods the amulet can get, including making sure that they're higher level, or controlling which specific mods that they will always have. With 15 points to allocate, you will have to choose wisely how you want to specialize your crafts, but it's worth noting that this tree doesn't have any cost to respecking it. You can enable or disable the nodes at any time by clicking on them. On rings, we've also added some really interesting new crafting options as well. You have a bunch of new base types like these, but you also have entire new classes of mods that can be added. The right-hand branch of the ring tree adds an entire new set of caster mods to rings. From basics like extra elemental damage for spells, or more niche options like this mod that increases the rate you gain seals for Unleash. And on the left-hand side, you can unlock an entire new set of mods for minion characters. This stuff is actually pretty important, because casters and minion builds didn't have as many slots with interesting item crafting compared to attack builds. The Genesis tree narrows that gap. There are also trees for belts and currency. I won't go over them too much here, but there are all sorts of goodies in these too, like being able to create new catalysts for jewels, or a belt that gives lightning damage. Once you've done enough breach encounters, you may finally get a womb gift capable of birthing a breach stone. And you can then use it on the Hiveborn incursion. Once used, the true extent of the Breach Demon's foothold becomes clear. They have not only transformed the land, but constructed huge sky hives as well. When you enter the outskirts of their realm, you will discover breach hives. Using the power of the Keepers of the Flame, these otherworldly structures can be burned away when walking through them. But for each one destroyed, more of the Hiveborn will attack when you attempt to purge the hive. These encounters are particularly rewarding for womb gifts, so you'll want to do as many of these as you can. But your real goal are the sky hives deeper into the domain. These twisted creations are securing the demon's entry into our world. Inside the very center are the Breach Lords Tool and Ash, and you will need to defeat them if you want to get rid of the foothold once and for all. Now, once you've completed the questline version, there is still more to do. You will find other breach domains on the Atlas randomly in your travels. For each one, you will need to find a breach stone, destroy the sky hives, and defeat the Breach Lords. And doing these encounters is what will give you access to fight Zesht, the existing Breach Pinnacle boss, which you can access by communing with the Dreamer himself inside the monastery. While completing the questline for Breach, you will also be gaining points for the Breach Atlas tree, and there are a lot of cool new options here. This node will cause breach hives to spawn outside of the hiveborn domains on the Atlas. And this one will give Aelith additional abilities that you can use while attacking a hive. Like this one, which causes all hiveborn in the next wave to be magic, drastically increasing their difficulty in exchange for way more items. There are also nodes that allow you to control your rewards, like this one, which adds a set of new lineage supports to the Marshal of Zesht. Or this one, which lets you control which womb gifts you will get. There's also some nodes that affect the Genesis tree, like this one, which will cause Zesht to drop his head, which when returned to the Genesis tree will grow a grasping orchid on the side of it. You'll have to experiment to find out what this thing is good for. Putting rings on its fingers seems to make it happy. So that's a rundown of what you can expect from the new Breach questline. There's a new stabilization mechanic for breaches, hive encounters, and hiveborn incursions on the Atlas. But you also have a huge new crafting system and new bosses as well. Alright, so let's talk about the Rite of the Nameless storyline next. When you first complete a ritual in the endgame, Aoife, a lost spirit, will appear. She appears to need your help, but isn't able to communicate more than a few words, beckoning you to come to the Wildwood. Like the other leagues, Ritual now has a place on the Atlas to call home. The Wildwood can be found to the west. When you first arrive there, Aoife's spirit will guide you in, where you will discover that inside the Wildwood, spirits can take physical form. Aoife has been bound to this place by the King in the Mists, and requests that you free her, but in order to do so, you will need her body, currently in possession of the King. To reclaim it, you will need to gain an audience with him. Inside the Wildwood, there are many ritual encounters to complete. Like before, in each area, triggering rituals will resurrect the nearby bound monsters to attack you, and killing the monsters will give you tribute. In addition, each ritual you do in the area will add the monsters from the previous ritual, making the encounters much more challenging the more rituals you complete. Once you've completed them, spend your tribute to get items. Now, an important change to the rewards of Ritual is that all the items in the reward window are now uniques or omens, making this league's rewards much more valuable than before. In order to gain an audience with the Nameless King, you need to sacrifice tribute to him. Any remaining tribute you don't spend can be sacrificed this way to fill up this bar.
Huge for a different reason.
Once you have enough tribute for an audience, return to the Wildwood to divine his location with the Nameless Shrine. His location will be revealed deeper in the Wildwood, and you will need to make your way to him, kill him, and get Aoife's body. Using her body, you can attempt to release her spirit, but this is when you learn about the true threat of the League. The Wildwood is built on top of an ancient prison. The King in the Mists didn't gain his power out of nowhere. He was granted it by an ancient being of darkness known as the Bodark, and the Nameless King's use of this power has been causing the prison to weaken. In order to prevent the Bodark from entering the world, a champion will need to enter its prison and beat him back, but those with a name are unable to survive there. In order to do so, you will need to transfer your name to another with a new mechanic in the Ritual League, the Rite of the Nameless. The rite will begin in a nearby forest. At first, it appears to be a regular ritual encounter, but that will soon change. The final ritual of the area will include the map boss, and defeating him will give you a piece of the effigy onto which you will transfer your name. But the ritual is still not complete. Once the map boss is defeated, the Atlas will open, and you will need to pick another adjacent map to continue the ritual. During the rite, each adjacent map will have different rewards to tempt you. So for example, if you go in this direction, you gain significantly more tribute, but if you go in this direction, the uniques in the reward window will turn into currency instead. You can also sometimes get offered specific items that will be added as rewards, so in this case, you'll have to choose if you want to get 5 Chaos Orbs or a Mage Blood. A difficult decision, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's tough.
Now, as this is one continuous ritual, the encounters in the next map won't start from scratch. They contain all the monsters that were gathered from the rituals of the previous map as well, making them harder and harder. And that includes the map boss too. You will need to defeat both map bosses in the final encounter for your next effigy piece. And it still doesn't end there. Pick another map, another reward, and add another map boss to continue until the Ritual of the Nameless is complete. It will take 5 maps in all, and will be an incredible challenge. But once complete, you can return to the Wildwood to perform the final rite. Transfer your name to the effigy, adorn the crown of the Nameless King, and enter the prison. Now of course, once the Pinnacle boss is complete, the League doesn't end there. As you do rituals on the Atlas, you can continue to give tribute to the King in the Mists for another audience. Pick another forest to begin the Rite of the Nameless once more, and this time with a harder Pinnacle boss and new unique items to find. Of course, we've also significantly upgraded the Ritual Atlas tree. Get points by completing maps in the Wildwood, and you'll be able to unlock some pretty cool nodes. Some of them affect the Rite of the Nameless, like this one which extends its duration. You thought fighting 5 map bosses at once was hard? How about 6? Or this one, which makes maps during the Rite have more reward mods, often having 2. You also have nodes that allow things to combine with other content, like this one, which gives a chance for rituals to be created inside summoning circles, adding a random boss to the ritual encounter. There is even a node which adds a new type of possible ritual, the Audience with the Queen, which causes the Bride of the King to sometimes appear. Okay, so that's ritual.
But let's have a look at what this means for endgame content as a whole for Path of Exile 2. When you include the expedition changes made by the League, we have a total of 5 new endgame storylines, each of which has a hub, crafting systems, areas to explore, NPCs, and a pinnacle boss as a capstone. Not to mention the Masters of the Atlas storyline as well. But more importantly, you now have immediate quests as soon as you arrive at the endgame, and goals with obvious progressions that you can see how to finish. Each endgame questline has a progress bar that you can pop out from the side of the Atlas screen at any time that shows you how far through you are, and buttons that will take you to the hubs for them. Overall, it's just a way better endgame experience with a significant number of fun objectives to complete. But just in case you didn't have enough goals, we did have one other thing that you might want to complete this league. These are called challenge leagues after all. Where are all the challenges? Well, players of Path of Exile 1 will be used to the fact that each league comes with a series of challenges that you can complete in order to prove that you are indeed the best. We haven't done these yet in Path of Exile 2, but it's time to change that. If you're able to complete them, you'll earn pieces of the Knight of Alder armor set. Opening the challenge screen will show you a series of 8 challenges. After completing each one, anyone in chat or in the forums will be able to see your prowess. In addition, you'll get a statue to put in your hideout showing anyone you trade with how many challenges you've completed. You'll earn the first piece of the armor set after doing 2 challenges, and the full armor set after completing all 8. So that covers all the content you'll encounter in Return of the Ancients. But what about some new tools to fight against these new pinnacles with? Well, we also have some new Ascendancy classes as well, but to introduce them, I'll hand you guys back to Mark.
As Jonathan said, we have 2 new classes to show you today, the Spirit Walker and the Martial Artist. Let's start with the Huntress's new class, the Spirit Walker. The Spirit Walker has developed an affinity with the Asmerian animal spirits. She is able to infuse the power of multiple spirits at her choosing. On the bottom part of the class you will find paths for each wisp you would like to commune with, be they primal, vivid, or wild. Each one can give you different abilities that align with the stag, owl, or bear. Each ability gives you a method to become possessed by wisps of that type, and a new ability when you spend them. The stag allows you to summon stampedes when you attack. The owl grants boons in the form of their feathers, which adds extra projectiles and enhances the projectile speed of your next skill. And the bear simply summons a giant bear companion to your side. The bear will maul, slam, leap, and do intimidating roars to debuff your enemies.
The bear summons a beer? Chat's
Now
gonna
you
love
can
that.
specialize more into each of these wisps, but if you want to combine all 3 of them, then a new hidden power will be unlocked, the power of the Sacred Wisps. This node is free, and enhances the quality of all 3 of your spirit animals. Your bear will take some of the damage you take, and grant you life regeneration. Your stags will become more aggressive, leaping towards enemies, and your owl-empowered skills will leave a trail of soaring ground behind them. But that's not all. The Spirit Walker has other powers beyond wisps, such as Idolatry, which can give you large bonuses for using idol socketables in your equipment. And this one, which is my absolute favourite. The Spirit Walker, having attuned herself with nature, can gain the ability to tame beast bosses, opening up a whole suite of very cool options for your build. Maybe you tame the mighty Silverfist in the jungle depths. Or maybe a 3-headed chimeral beast in the chimeral wetlands.
They said that you can tame the bosses? Is that what he said?
Or then there's a giant frozen owl beast, Rakar, the Frozen Talon. There's so many choices. You're going to have to experiment a bunch with this one, and I'm very excited to see what bosses you all choose to have as your trusted boss companion.
The beast bosses, right?
Next up, we have the Monk's new Ascendancy class, the Martial Artist. After decades of training, he has mastered 3 of the 7 Hollow techniques. Channeling Hollow Form technique allows the martial artist to create illusions of himself, which then use a skill of your choosing. Perfect for turning skills with less area of effect into ones that can obliterate packs with ease. Should you find yourself overly vulnerable while channeling, you might want to take Way of the Mountain, which causes you to be covered in stone when you immobilize enemies, mitigating large amounts of damage. This can even enhance your attacks too. By hardening your weapon in stone, you can deal even more damage. After taking Hollow Focus technique, you can manifest your spiritual energy into objects. In this case, bells, which will appear around the martial artist and can be shattered by any of his attacks, even ones from the Hollow Form technique earlier. Hollow Resonance technique furthers that by adding a manifested bell to your back, which rings each time you deal a critical strike, damaging all enemies around you. Through all the martial artist's thorough training, he has mastered the flow of internal spiritual energy too, and has engraved runic tattoos around his meridians. By doing this, he can gain the benefit of extra runes. Just open your inventory and add the runes. There is one that counts as a helmet, 2 as a body armor, 1 as gloves, and 1 as boots. Finally, your hands, the ultimate expression of a master of the martial arts. Taking Way of the Stone Fist will cause your gloves to become a new base type when equipped. Each modifier on the original pair of gloves has an equivalent, more powerful, and more impactful modifier. For example, these gloves add some physical damage, cold damage, lightning damage, some resistances, and life gain on hit. Now, when I equip these, they become literal fists of stone, and not only grant me a bunch more evasion and energy shield, they now also grant a lot more damage, some maximum resistances, and a significantly higher amount of life gained on hitting enemies. With all the different rune combinations you could do, and the different modifiers on gloves, there's a ton of different build options, and we're looking forward to seeing what you can come up with. Now, with so many new bosses in Return of the Ancients, of course we want to have a huge number of unique rewards. There are some pretty cool things in here, so we wanted to show you a few of them. Twisted Empyrean is a 2-handed mace made from the purest of Verisium, combined with the beast's corruption. It converts all of your mace's skills fire damage to cold, and visually does so too, turning your volcanic fissures into glacial ones. This mace also comes with its own built-in skill, Starborn Onslaught. Using Glory, you can leap backwards, throwing your mace at the ground, creating Verisium fissures, before calling behind it a storm of cold metallic bolts from the stratosphere. Next, we have Eventide Petals, an amulet that not only grants runic ward, but also comes with its own reservation skill, Midnight Zenith. This skill causes your critical hits to grant Arctic petals that hover around you. Once you have acquired enough of these petals, they will be consumed, creating a floral ice crystal near an enemy. Then, destroy that crystal to do devastating cold damage to everything around it. The Raven's Flock is a staff perfect for minion characters. Not only does it grant spirit reservation efficiency and minion damage, it also allows your minions to inflict grueling madness on hit, slowing enemies and making all other slows on them more powerful, for maximum crowd control. That's not where this item shines though. It grants a skill called Spiraling Conspiracy. This skill causes a flock of ravens to circle you, dealing damage over time to anything near them. Killing enemies, or just by standing near unique enemies, causes the flock to grow, getting larger and larger. For your PoE 1 players, you can think of this just like a raven righteous fire. That's not all, however. These ravens are also minions, so they fully scale with minion damage and come with their own command skill, Mad Flight.
I might have to do that,
This
boys.
command skill causes your
That looks
flock
like
to
doing
create
nothing.
a tunnel of deathly damage between a set of illusory mirrors, obliterating anything in between. Horror's Flight is a pair of gloves instilled with the purest of fear. Equipping these causes your enemies to become terrified of you. These gloves cause you to gain stacks of fear incarnate when you cull enemies. To aid in your culling, these gloves also come with the skill Crushing Fear. This is similar to the monk skill Killing Palm, except it deals chaos damage, and the amount of damage and area of effect scales drastically based on the power of the enemy. As you use this, gain your stacks of Fear Incarnate, which increases your culling threshold, meaning enemies become easier and easier to cull, even to the point of being able to instantly kill some monsters from full life. Sylvan's Effigy is a scepter for those wanting to run companions. It allows you to have any number of companions of different types, instead of the normal restriction of just one per type. But what makes this cool is the Asmerian Wolf companion it comes with. This is a persistent minion that bites foes to maim them, leaps to cause bleeding, and even howls to buff nearby allies. Additionally, it comes with the command skill Eternal Hunt, which when used it will howl, calling on the spirits to manifest spectral wolves to ambush all foes around you. Liminal Coil is a crazy wand. It allows you to apply as many curses as you please, but those curses will have no effect. What's the point then? 2 reasons. Firstly, your spells gain a bunch of extra physical and chaos damage for each curse on enemies. Secondly, is the skill it grants called Coiling Bolts. This skill is a projectile spell that fires coiling physical and chaos projectiles with every cast. What makes this skill truly special though, is that it will split and chain through every cursed enemy, causing an absolute ruckus. See for yourself. Periphery is a unique bow, which utilizes all the powers of the Asmerian spirits by dealing damage of all elements. And all elements can cause all ailments. The coolest thing about this bow, however, is the Asmerian Swarm skill. These are minions that are summoned when you kill enemies. They will pursue all nearby enemies, damaging them and inflicting a debuff on them that boosts your elemental damage even further. Watch as you mow enemies down, and the swarms of Asmerian wisps aid you, melting enemies one screen at a time. The Ordained is a new spear, mastering in physical and lightning damage, with high critical strike chance too. This spear allows you to leech life not only from physical damage, but lightning too. It also creates a fragment of divinity nearby periodically. What are those? Well, this spear has the skill Righteous Descent, which is an epic, divine leap, aided by angelic wings. If you use the skill when a fragment of divinity is nearby, it will become empowered, dealing significantly more damage, gaining massive area of effect, and bypassing its cooldown. When fighting a boss, let a bunch of the fragments spawn, and then just unleash your divine havoc, obliterating them. Last, but not least, we have a new unique jewel, Voices. Voices is simple. It consumes 1 jewel slot to add more. There are versions that add 2 jewel slots, 3 jewel slots, and for those who are absurdly lucky or rich, one with 4 jewel slots.
Or RMT.
Equip it, and notice the slots appear next to your character's portrait in the center. One of the things we are concerned about is how long it takes for experienced players to replay through the game in each new league. As we learned from Path of Exile 1, one of the things that can really help is having elements in the campaign that tell you where to go, if you know what to look for. We'll cover just one example per act for Acts 1 to 3, but there are many more than just these. For example, Hunting Grounds in Act 1 is a large, sparse area, containing multiple entrances and landmark encounters. Here's an example of some of the changes we've made here. Finding the ritual encounter in this area isn't too difficult. Now after completing it, a trail of locusts will lead to the entrance to Freythorn. Just follow it and find the source of the evil. You may also find corpses of dead animals, killed and pecked at by the crowbell. You'll notice a trail of blood leading away from them. Follow the trail and it will lead directly to the boss. We even put a signpost on the road to tell you which way to go to find Ogham Village. In Act 2, in the Mastodon Badlands, you need to find the Lightless Caverns and track down the Abyssal. Now to make this quicker, in the level you'll find these cracks. Just follow them, and it will take you right to their lair, allowing you to find and unlock the Well of Souls. In Act 3, the jungle areas have camps of explorers to sell you items. However, they are now even more useful. By talking to the explorers, they will point towards the next area. Not only that, but it will also reveal it on the minimap, so you can know exactly where to go. These are just some examples. We plan to do more and more of these over time in order to streamline the experience. Now, as this is an endgame expansion, it makes sense that we would work on Atlas QOL. We've added a search box that updates live as you type. Have a specific map you want to run? Now they will be much easier to find.
Thank you.
If there are multiple maps, hitting enter will move you from map to map. Now, making a character build in Path of Exile 2 can be pretty complex. And instead of designing a build yourself, many players enjoy following online build guides. We have a pretty awesome community that has built many tools over the years for designing builds, but we wanted to improve the experience of following them. So, we are introducing a new build guide system directly into the game client.
Holy
Here's
shit,
how it works.
Really?
Community creators who write build guides can now create a new file format, a build file. Once downloaded, the builds appear in the in-game client, and selecting one will show you everything you need to know to make that build. So you can see all the passives you need to allocate, ascendancy points you need to take, skill gems you need to equip, and recommendations for all the support gems you need to use as well. For items, the build designer can specify which uniques to use in each slot, or if needed, just add some notes to the item slot to say what kind of item you need.
Wow.
In fact, build creators can add notes to just about any of these areas, allowing them to explain different trade-offs in context, or just give more info about how these things should be used. They can also give level ranges to each element, allowing recommendations to change over time. Great for builds that need to respec after they reach a certain level.
Wow.
Now, all of this is written in a standardized build format that creators can use, and we imagine that a lot of community build tools will be updated to add support for this format. Now that we have trade market searching built into the in-game client, we have added the ability to price check items you can find more easily. Control-Alt-clicking an item will now search for it on the trade market, showing you the current prices. For rare items, it's handy to exclude some mods, so we added the ability to enable and disable each mod so you can see what effect each one has on the price. Next up, we're going to be talking about the new supporter packs for Return of the Ancients. Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Blood Reaver and Divinity packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Blood Reaver series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Let blood fuel your bloodshed. The Exsanguinator weapon effect draws the blood of enemies you've slain and funnels it into your weapons. Turn the appearance of your Endurance, Frenzy, and Power charges into orbiting globules of blood with the Blood Reaver charges. While your charges are active, these blood orbs will grow in size when you absorb more blood from nearby enemies. There are options to have pure blood charges, or charges that still display which kind of charge they are at their core. A taste for blood doesn't negate a taste for style. The Elite Blood Reaver armor features crimson leathers and golden accents to set yourself apart from uncivilized leeches. It also features a back attachment, fashioned out of the wing of a colossal bat. Alongside every Blood Reaver is their trusted gargoyle pet. In true gargoyle fashion, they take the form of a stone statue when you are idle, leaping into action when you're on the move again. What good is immortality if you don't have a vast mansion to come home to at the end of the day? The Eternal Blood Reaver supporter pack contains the Blood Reaver Manor Hideout. This exquisite 2-story estate features an organ, a grand dining table, and cages for your visitors. You can alter the walls to create as many or few rooms as you like. Last but not least, the Servant of the Manor, eternally bound to the Order of the Blood Reavers. This henchman will manage your store, so you can spend more time spilling blood.
Stop that. We won't disappoint you. But if we do, you've our permission to beat us most violently.
The Divinity Pack series also contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Call on Divinity to aid you in eluding enemy hits with the Divinity Dodge Roll effect. As you sprint, actual Divine Lightning wings will form out of your back, leaving a trail of radiance as you engage or escape from combat.
Okay, that's actually sick.
For situations that are too dicey, call on the gods above to send down the Storm of Divinity portal to create a safe passage for you to retreat through.
Damn, I kind of want that one too.
Adorn yourself with the Knight of Divinity armor set, a highly revered attire only bestowed to those deemed worthy for the divine cause.
That looks like what you start
Equipping
with in
the
Elden
Divine
Ring.
Surge character effect empowers you with a storm of divine energy. Using skills causes the storm to burst from your character, spilling raw divinity into the area around you. The Arbiter of Divinity wings are the final piece remaining to emphasize the force divinity has over this realm. This ancient precursor machine was found locked away in a highly guarded vault. Its original purpose is unclear, but it has been altered to fuel your maps using the pure, everlasting divinity within the statue. The pillars surrounding represent how many portals you have left for your map. This map device also tracks your progress as you complete the new Origins of Divinity storyline, added this expansion. Additionally, all microtransactions from the supporter packs will be made available for use in Path of Exile 1. On release weekend, we will also be releasing the Return of the Ancients mystery box, which will contain 2 armor sets, a set of map devices for your in-game adventures, a new tracking scroll that records the amount of currency you've gained from the currency exchange or your shop, and much more, like a set of finisher effects and affinity stashes. That's not all, however. The Fragment Stash tab is finally coming to Path of Exile 2, and with it comes some tabception.
My god,
Inside
finally.
this one tab, there's a tab for your various boss key fragments. There's also a tab for all your precursor tablets, with each type of tablet getting 6 tabs of storage. Finally, there's a tab for your Djinn barriers and inscribed ultimatums, both of which get their own 6 tabs. That's a lot of tabs.
That's a lot
So
of
that's
tabs,
everything
Mark.
in 050. This is by far the biggest update we've ever made to PoE 1 or 2. New in-game storylines, pinnacle bosses, crafting systems, items, ascendancy classes, and so much more. Now, because this update contains so much in-game content, we're doing significantly more testing than usual. For that to happen, we're taking a little longer than usual between the announcement and the release. 050 will be released in 3 weeks on May the 29th, with the patch notes being released on the Friday before that, on May 21st. But there's just one more thing to talk about. Now that the endgame is up to scratch, we have to start talking about our plan for 1.0 release. The feedback we've had during early access has been critical for making all the improvements that we'll be making to the game. At the same time, we had to create enough in-game content to make an RPG that can call itself a successor to Path of Exile 1. Well, with 050, we now believe we have reached that point, and so this is going to be the last full-size league during early access. That's right, the next big update is going to be 1.0. Now, normally we would do our next big content release in August, but in the run-up to full release, our plans take a little longer on this one. As big as 050 is, 1.0 is even bigger. So we'll be launching 1.0 this year sometime after ExileCon. But that doesn't mean we won't be doing updates in the meantime.
When is ExileCon?
In this final phase, we have a lot of things to polish throughout the game and balance to improve. I'm sure there'll also be feedback about the new endgame that we need to incorporate too. The difference is that the focus is not going to be on adding more content like the previous updates. It's going to be on improving what we already have. But we still want to encourage people to try out all the balance changes and improvements that we're making. So we're going to be running a few event leagues during this phase alongside each update. Think remixes of existing mechanics or features. And speaking of ExileCon, don't forget to pencil it in on the weekend of November the 7th in New Zealand. ExileCon is a gathering of our players, and a chance for us to showcase everything we'll be working on for both Path of Exile 1 and 2. And this one will be particularly important for us, since we finally get to unveil some of the coolest content that we've been working on for a while now with Act 5 and 6. Tickets for the in-person event are currently sold out, but don't worry, all the announcements and talks are going to be streamed online for all of you to watch. Now, I'm personally so excited for this. This is the year that PoE 2 comes out. The campaign is finally finished. It's been 8 years to get here, but we're finally near the finish line. And with that, it's time to move on to our live Q&A.
The audio is not working. I'm sure they realize that.
Good to sit down for a nice long Q&A once again today. We just had a teaser for Return of the Ancients expansion and its complete overhaul to just every single thing in the endgame, complete endgame overhaul. The Runes of Aldor League with a frankly somewhat confusing amount of crafting and systems and things in it. It kind of keeps going. And then we've got like the Kalguran skills that work across weapons, the extra looking ascendancies and some insane uniques and all that sort of stuff. But honestly, it's kind of easy to talk about what's not part of 0.5. So with that very elegant segue, let's do that first. So I think some people definitely had an expectation or a hope that there was going to be a new class or a new weapon type here, swords perhaps.
Unfortunately, it's just the case that making a class is something that takes longer than a single cycle. So it was never going to be on the cards for 050, unfortunately. But
so it wasn't even that it was moved in this case.
No, it just wasn't. It just isn't something that we can do in that short amount of time. So it's going to have to be the next one before we're able to get.
Well, last time you guys teased like the druid and the huntress beforehand.
Exactly. Right? So it's kind of funny seeing everyone like this. Like, probably the mistake we made was having a sword in the teaser for the breach stuff.
I thought it was a fishing rod.
yeah. So no one thought about that, but it's just kind of funny.
It is a shame, but it seems like you guys have kind of. Well, you keep raising the bar on yourself as far as class design is concerned. Like,
and it's not like we're not working on it in the background, right? Like that is definitely happening.
I've been seeing a little bit of work going on there.
We're simple people from New Zealand. Like swords, they're advanced technology that we haven't gotten yet.
So we just don't understand.
We're trying to learn how they work.
Just trying to get on the map, aren't you?
There's like a straight line. There's like some metal.
Boys.
These are complex things.
There's a lot to figure out there. But do you care to speak at all, like kind of what your plans are in that regard as far as like classes and?
I really shouldn't, just because it'll spoil the reveal for that will come
not exactly,
some of the time.
But like, what are you kind of hoping towards getting, like from 0.5 onwards, in the lead up to ExileCon in terms of that? Are you hoping to get like all of the classes in the game, just one or two more or something like that?
Well, so I think that what the main focus is going between 050 and 1.0 is going to be more about like improving what we have, like polishing everything, and 1.0 is where you're going to get the like the big new content update, like that's going to include the Acts 5 and 6, it's going to include like class stuff, it's going to include like all that sort of thing, because really ultimately the main goal of of early access is like make sure that all the systems that we have in the game are good, right? So we need to make sure the end game is good. We need to make sure that all of the like the skills, just the way that combat is good, and like all the various things, like like even stuff that isn't good yet, like Ascendancy trials, right? Like there's going to be stuff that we need to do before 1.0 to get good, and so like that's kind of as long as we can get that stuff, then I think people trust that we know how to create like an act at this point, right? Like so that isn't exactly something we need to test per se, so really what we need to do now is like assuming that people are happy with the end game that we've released in 050, that will mean that we've kind of checked all the boxes of stuff that we need to know, and there's still stuff that we need to improve, and like that'll happen between 050 and 1.0, but like that's the main thing we need to be sure of, and then once we've got that, it's like now we can get the big update, the ridiculous update that is 1.0 ready.
And I heard you mentioning that recently as well, that you don't feel like you really need to get the last acts in for testing.
No, I mean, like, we know how to do that. It's one of those things that, like, look, people saw in for like we know what we're doing when it comes to that stuff. It's just
the plan's obviously to get like those last acts in, finish the story, and have all that come out at launch
in 1.0 exactly, and look, that'll be the launch
conclusion to the story then. Exactly. So you have done, though, one extremely gigantic update here for Endgame, and it seems like you've done a lot all-in-one expansion.
Yeah.
And you've got this plan to like kind of do a little bit of like some other stuff in the interim. So why did you go for this route of trying to do so much all-in-one instead of spreading it out over, say, a couple of expansions?
So in retrospect, maybe we should have spread it out, but honestly, the reason is because we wanted to actually make it so that like we wanted to deliver a patch where like this is what we expect the endgame to be. Like this is the template for what leagues look like when they're in endgame, and that kind of thing. And I feel like if we'd just done a couple of them, it wouldn't have really got that across. Like it needs to be like, once again, this is what endgame is, and it really is fulfilling a lot more of what we had hoped for in terms of feeling like a world that you can explore, that there's things everywhere and that kind of stuff that we had wanted for. And the other thing as well is there were just like a few things about the current endgame, right? It just didn't really give you goals in the right way. Like you get to endgame, you don't know what the hell to do, and a lot of players just leave right there. But there needs to be the case that when you get there, like there's objectives, there's things, that feels like there's actually a storyline there, this kind of stuff, in order to entice players to actually go further than the campaign and actually get into endgame. So I think that if we hadn't have done all of the leagues at the same time, it just wouldn't really have kind of gotten across what we're really going for there.
And it sounds like the plan now is to be able to focus on a little bit more polish in the lead up to ExileCon as well.
So, we plan to have some more leagues, but they won't be like content, like mega expansion type leagues. Like it's more like kind of like the 1 month event type things that we've done. And that's really just because we want to be able to, we still don't want to do mid-league nerfs. And so to be able to do all the balance changes we want to do, because there's a huge amount of balance still to do. In order to do all that stuff, you still need to have an economy reset. And so what we'll probably do is more event type stuff, like remixes of existing content, but also adding stuff where stuff's missing. So for example, like we still have a lot more uniques we need to make, especially that mid-game uniques, so that kind of stuff. Like we now believe we've got the standard of where a unique needs to be in PoE 2 in terms of like, and it's like way more than what you need in PoE 1 in terms of being like to reach the standard. And so now that we've got that, we can expand on that, get more uniques, sort of, mid-game ones, that kind of stuff. So there, this
muting for 2 seconds. We're going to watch the Q&A, then I'll give you my full review.
Like it isn't going to be the kind of like mega content craziness that we've got for 050 here.
We have a lot to dive into as far as endgame things. While people watching live get your questions in the chat for all of that. In the meantime, I want to ask you folks about the new league, the Runes of Aldur, which this is like an expedition rework, but it's also its own separate league. This encountering remnants, uncovering these runes throughout this storyline in the campaign, and then into Endgame. And I was like, really, like it's a lot. There's a lot of like crafting and items and reward types and systems and stuff going on here. In fact, Jonathan, you showed me this rather unhinged looking spreadsheet. Like I was like, oh, so these are just like random rewards or something. But then you showed me this spreadsheet, like that's like the recipes of all how different runes combine together to make different things. Yeah.
We probably put too much thought into it that it honestly needed. But like, like we have to make sure that like if it's an iron rune, like what kind of stuff would be creating that, like that's just something that, like the recipes have a lot more structure to them, and I suspect a lot of that players won't even think about. Like they'll just see list pick for item, like that's something I don't really think about. But there is some thought put into that of like what things go to what recipes.
One way to look at this is this league has the most spreadsheets we've ever made.
Like that's a title line right
the other day I was looking through all the, we have this gig, it's called like Verisium crafting or something. I was looking through all the tabs, and I was like, I was on like the 60th tab, and I was like, the heck is this? I was reading all this stuff, and it said like Mark's ideas, and I was like, I don't remember coming up with any of this. I did. There's just like pages and pages and pages of crafts and stats, and just like honestly, I've lost the plot a little bit with respect to how many just like different things we've made, and like it's honestly just been crazy.
Idea writing.
Some of the rune stuff is like also super bizarre. Like, what's like? I don't even really understand that rune that's got to do with uniques. Like, what's going on with that?
It's called Olroth's Legacy. And it's a rune that you can place in Izamite and Kalgurin uniques to destroy the unique, and it takes one of the mods off of it and creates a unique rune.
What?
With a slightly modified value sometimes, because obviously. And then you can put that in the same item class of a
I don't even know about this system. What the systems just keep coming out of the
There's just so many crazy crafting things going on. But it was kind of like, well, when we were designing the league, we're like, okay, we've got Kalgurans. Like, what kind of crazy crafting and magic systems would Kalgurans have, like, that would be different than the stuff that's going on in Rayclast? And so, you know, the whole magic system is based around like this star metal that they have Verisium, and then they like, you know, like the words give it power and so on. So we're just kind of thinking, we're using that as inspiration for all the different crafting things you have.
Blue shapes.
Yeah, all the blue runic shapes and everything. So it was just a lot of
little nuts on this.
Yeah, we went definitely. So there's so many crafting things. Like, in fact, there's even more crafting stuff we had. Like, there were entire crafting benches that we have designed and practically like 80% implemented and then discarded. It's just like a huge amount of that stuff.
We can do this or some other way, some
exactly.
cool way. Yeah, so like because I saw that there's like, oh, you can benchcraft a thing and then it changes the unique and it has a new modifier, but now you've also got a rune that steals modifiers off uniques as well, which I had no idea
Why
about. Why not? You like making more work for yourselves these days. That seems to be a running theme. I keep saying this to you. Like, why do you do this? Like, why do you do this? Yeah. Why do you make it so you have to, like, from now on, you always have to look at all the modifiers on gloves?
100%. So yeah, because of that monk ascendancy, now every unique we ever make that's a glove unique, we have to design extra mods that it changes to.
One other axis on that. All these new runes we've added, all of them. Remember that shaman that has that whole bonded modifier on every rune that we need to also add?
Yeah.
Wow.
So does that apply to the ones that come from uniques like that?
TBD. We're going to try. We are going to try to do it. Yes, but the idea is all of them will work. Yes.
So that's like there's some really unusual ones too, because there's runes that are designed to just be put into an item to metacraft and then be replaced. Right? So
I'm really proud of that one actually, because I really like the way that it's like doing metacrafting in a more understandable way, I reckon, than what PoE1 had. So you put the item in, you can start rolling different mods, but then you can take it out again by putting another rune on top. So
I guess there's going to be maybe some process where you put one of those in, do a craft, and then put another one in, do another craft.
Almost certainly.
Together.
That one's pretty cool. We got like chronomancy mods on boots. You got like a berserking themed one for helmet. There's like a kind of decay, damage over time one for gloves, and there's a few others there. So we've kind of tried to theme them as well.
Yeah, that's like even a different thing to what we've had in the past with meta mods. Like, that's not just shaping how we access the current modifiers, but rather new modifier pools entirely getting added to items.
I mean, we also have that new modifier pool thing going on with Breach as well, where with the new minion set of mods and the new caster set of mods on rings and stuff like that. Like, But the thing is, part of the reason for this is because we really wanted to make sure. So one of the things we're in the sort of early design phase of this is we're kind of like, every league needs to have something that you're going to keep, like, if you want to grind Justice League, that there's a thing that, like, a reward that, like, you can keep on, that keeps on giving, if you know what I mean. That there's like a reason to keep on doing this, like, economically. So therefore every league has to have some kind of crafting system that you can engage with for a very long period of time. And like, we didn't quite have that for, like, some of the leagues sort of had that a bit before, but now we want to make sure that every league definitely has something along those lines. So that, just a reason to keep going.
Yeah, people can absolutely find like a niche, a service they provide the community or whatnot, which I quite like to see, especially the Breach Tree getting real deep cuts on some of those things that you can do there, and now with the runes and everything as well. So for the back to the runes of Eldor, you're not actually needing to, like, find those runes that you're inscribing on those encounters, right? Because I wasn't quite clear on how that works.
Thematically, that's how it works, but in reality, the way that you'll engage with it is when you find a rune that's sort of inscribed on a thing, then, like, all the recipes that relate to that rune will be displayed, except for that there's a few hidden ones that you have to do some quests to get. So there's some more quests throughout the campaign, and also some stuff in Endgame that you can do to unlock a few more recipes.
Yeah, but you're not having to, like, physically, like, cart these sorts of things around.
No. There's nothing like that. Yeah, so effectively, like, you're just picking from the book every time. So, like, if you want to just look at this as, like, you know, walk up to the object, there's some recipes, just pick which item you want. That's effectively how you can engage with it. But thematically, there's kind of more stuff going on with the way that the recipes form and what we decide to put and stuff.
So you showed that these remnants then, this new remnant system, obviously it shares the name with remnants from expeditions themselves.
Correct.
And in Endgame it actually replaces those remnants. So you are still finding these standalone remnants from the League mechanic, like in maps as well as expeditions.
Correct. So yeah, every area there'll be a remnant and you do the sort of standalone remnant mechanic. But then when you do expeditions, all the what used to be called remnants there have been replaced by these remnants, which serve a similar purpose because they both give you an extra reward, but also make the monsters harder. And even just making the monsters harder in itself, by the way, does add more rarity to the monsters. So like the more runes that you are adding to the fight, the more rewards you're going to get. So it's worth doing even aside from the reward that you're picking. There's still like extra juice that you're adding to the monsters as well.
We've effectively got a more unified monster mod system now, and so anytime we're pretty much adding mods to monsters, be it now runes, and we've even updated delirium mods to apply to the same system. They all go through the same. They all add. There's like a rarity, XP, life, etc. columns, and so we're just trying to make sure that there's a whereas before it's like system over here, system over here, system over here. They're different reward axes, and we're just trying to make sure it's all difficulty equals reward.
Right, and that's the key thing. Like, we always want to make sure that whatever the difficulty we're adding, we're always adding rewards in kind. And a lot of the stuff in PoE 2, I mean, it's been quite hard to balance it, but it's one of those things that, if you get it right, then it feels right. And if it doesn't, then you kind of don't know why things feel off and like why things is like this thing's too hard and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So on that topic, actually, so each of these runes has its own different modifiers that it does to make monsters harder. Is that something you can kind of engage with? You're like choosing the recipes?
So when you're choosing the recipe, you're also choosing what mods effectively go on it, because each rune that you're inscribing effectively comes with like, the thing that the monster's going to do. So there are definitely situations where you might want to decide to like pick something easier because you don't particularly like this mechanic or whatever, but it means you're missing out on whatever item is in that recipe. So like the goal there is that the harder, like the rarer the item, the harder the runes are that will be, the rune modifiers that will be added to the monsters.
Makes sense.
There's some pretty, like in expeditions and what we're now calling grand expeditions, because as what people knew as logbooks before.
The logbook is
the logbook is now is exploring the ocean. So,
it's actually this thing,
You get the cool things where, okay, let's say there's like 12 remnants and you want to get them all in the detonation chain. Each remnant you do the fight, and then one of those runes is passed on to be additive with the next. So it doesn't manipulate. So effectively, the monsters have the mods of the remnant, and then all of the next remnant's monsters have one of those runes as well as all the ones they had. So every remnant's harder than the next, getting more and more and more mods. And you can imagine if you go down 12, you can have technically up to 22 extra mods, which you'll note is the reason why we don't display a whole bunch of lines of text underneath, and we instead have the bar of actual runic symbols.
So far from this Q&A, we haven't learned anything new, have we? All of this was already discussed before,
you
right?
meant to be able to, but probably not right now.
There's this thing that we'll do later, which is this pause rework.
Yes.
I'm going to just spoil it now because it's like one of those things that we're going to do. But effectively, the intention for frickin' ages has been, we just haven't had time to do it yet, that when you pause the game, you can mouse over all of the different things and like find out information about them. So the intention would be to like be able to expand all of that stuff, like so look at all buffs and explore like what exact stats they give and that kind of stuff. If you want to do that, we've just been planning on doing it for ages, but we didn't get around to it. But
I've been really keen on that.
Do note when you are the runes do say what they do on the remnant, and when the one that moves on to the next remnant has an extra icon above it.
It's not actually moving on all of them, because I was going to say, because it's kind of like each remnant has a lot of modifiers. So it's not.
So let's say you have a remnant with 5 runes.
Yeah.
One of them will have a symbol above it, and that one forwards onto the next remnant. And so you can do a little bit of.
You can have a crazy encounter, but the next one is maybe not as bad. You're like, maybe if I just make it through that, it'll be okay in the next part of the expedition.
Yeah, but then so the order of them kind of matters as well. And then, like, okay, let's say obviously each remnant gives a reward. There's a little bit of a more. If you're a juicer, so to speak, you're going to want to do a thing where you're like, okay, I want to get as many runes as possible. And so you want to kind of do things like avoiding overlaps. You want to make sure the last remnant has the most amount of runes, probably. And there's all these like different little things you can think about to try and
expedition. Then
there is, yes, and it's the kind of thing where people are like, I'm going to try and squeeze the most amount of rewards out of these out. Or if you just want to just go blow up a bunch of stuff, also that's completely fine.
On that note, extreme archaeology is still a thing with this new system, then. The giant explosion?
Not in the direct sense.
How do you mean?
Well, not with
that
grand
was my
log
favorite
books.
node.
Right. Well, with the regular encounters and maps, that was always
I
the thing
believe
anyway.
it's on one of the master nodes.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I need to double check that because I can't be sure, but I believe it is. Yes, we are.
Yeah, that was always the thing for regular expedition encounters anyway, right?
But like, obviously, you don't want that in a grand expedition because you're just like, well, okay, I'll get 1% of the island, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, for the regular.
Guys, spoiler alert real quick while he talks about expedition. I'm a lot more favorable to this than a lot of you. A lot of you are very upset. I'm pretty favorable toward this, and I'll explain why in a little bit.
Logbooks, but now the Grand Expedition Islands.
Yeah.
Like, we put a lot of effort into like making a bunch of unique islands with weird shit. Like, you know, like every one of them has got like unique things to find and blow up that like are kind of weird.
So it's not just a bunch of generic maps with expeditions in it. It's,
yeah. They're actually got a lot of effort put into them in terms of, you know, every one of them has 2 to 3 things that only spawn there. That you know that are interesting. So yeah, there's quite a bit there too. Like it's kind of like we didn't want to spoil too many of them because it's quite fun, like finding out, oh, maybe this will explode, maybe that'll explode. There's like things like that you can do, but yeah, it's quite a fun one.
There's even like there's like special logbooks you can find. Now that a logbook is just you click it to you know, reveal a section of the ocean.
Yeah.
We have one that you can get that you can turn on, and then when you click, it's all of the islands revealed have extra modifiers on them, like expedition themed modifiers, so like more explosives, more radius, and a whole bunch of stuff like that you can get in late game.
Yeah, I guess kind of somewhat filling the role of how towers work in the rest of the Atlas as well, but for the islands. Like
But
an
then
AoE craft of maps.
Well, but then you also have ones that reveal like guarantee, you know, Olroth will be there, for example. So it's like a little bit, which is a way to trade for like then getting Olroth kills.
Spicy,
of course.
Nice. And
You can always, of course, just trade for like the pinnacle boss keys themselves.
Anyway,
so,
yes,
yeah. But you know,
he's not the fake pinnacle anymore.
Right.
And you are actually using regular Waystone, so you can kind of juice up the expedition maps, the grand expedition
exactly.
maps now.
Yes, you can.
Potentially quite a bit. That's pretty juicy. It seems. I think you kind of mentioned, Jonathan, that it feels a little bit like Delve in some ways.
Yeah, it is a little bit. So the exploring is sort of supposed to feel that way because it's one of those like sort of infinite expanses that you can go down.
Delve the ocean.
Yeah.
Delve
I mean,
sideways.
I still want to make proper Delve one day, but at least we've got this.
You also don't have to run around the islands reading all those giant blocks of text anymore, hoping to not get some.
Oh, you remind me actually. So with the runes, is there modifiers like immune to fire damage and can't leech from them and stuff like that? They're just gone. Yes.
Just more traditional modifiers, and then there's a set at the top. Like there's one called Power Rune, which is the rarest. It takes every mod and makes it tier 2. You know, so there's some meta-y ones, and then there's the ones some we showed, and there's one that causes all monsters spawned by the remnant to share a life pool. So. Which is actually crazy and also very satisfying.
Like, kind of sounds fun, yeah.
The funny thing about this is that if it had been a normal live stream where we were just doing a league, like so much more of the stuff we probably would have delved into. Yeah, but instead, because we had so much in-game stuff as like other things as well.
You're doing like 5 leagues.
Yeah, exactly.
So you couldn't really show any of this stuff.
Yeah. There's tons of like hidden stuff.
It's like, I can't believe you glazed over this thing where like a rune steals a unique modifier.
Yeah,
that would have been like a core system you showed off in another one.
Yeah, exactly.
Just like, oh yeah, we didn't have time. We had to cut it for time.
Well, I mean,
like,
you know, another one of those we cut for time was the ability to upgrade runes there's a thing that will upgrade a rune that's already in your in your gear.
Yeah, you can get like a perfect.
So you can get a perfect rune of any rune can be upgraded past the normal level that it could normally go to using one of those. Like it's called the Masterwork rune.
Rub your runes.
So there's stuff like that as well. Like, there's all sorts of stuff.
Which you can then do incursion, extract, and trade. By the way, just to be clear.
Yeah. Because there's the incursion room that you extract stuff.
That thing.
Yeah, so you can actually trade those, the upgraded ones if you wanted to.
Oh, yeah. And you've got another category of ones that absolutely can't be removed, and I assume not with that either.
Yeah. Like, so that's like the dual socket thing and stuff like that.
It's almost like vialing an item that's done.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to get the weird economy where the upgrader item is for some reason cheaper or something than the rune that's taken out of that. There'll be some weird, someone's extracted a perfect rune because that's like a abnormal thing you got to do incursion, and the upgrade item is like for some reason going to have a weird price differential to the rune. It's always
It's going to be a wild economy. I mean, not to mention just like 100 new runes in general. That's kind of like rather a lot, isn't it? It's a lot of runes.
It's a few. I think it's 160.
160 now.
Yeah.
Jeez.
But it is the runes of Elder, like, you know.
That's right.
If we didn't have some runes in it, it would,
exactly.
Yeah, it'd just be Elder League otherwise.
And that's not even all. Like, there's the alloy crafting too, which is like we're gonna make a version of their essence crafting because, of course,
exactly,
do, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, do you view this league just as like it was a crafting focused league from the outset? But
we knew. The Verisium stuff, like they're known as like a whole culture of blacksmiths and like doing stuff, right? So they're gonna, they're gonna do some crafting.
Do you think there is like a too much for crafting options, or is there some way that this is like kind of segmenting out that makes it feel like it's still manageable?
Well, I'd like to think it's manageable. Honestly, I find the rune stuff. I mean, you can always add more socketable type things like this, because every time you find one, it's just a thing in itself. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why we steered away from like too many crafting bench type things. We've got like mega lists.
Yeah.
It's honestly way cooler to find an item and then like, okay, now this is a physical thing that I've got. So yeah, like that.
Yeah, I mean, if you'll notice the Verisium Metallurgy one we have, the rune smithing, rune forging, whatever the names we ended up going with. It's just, here's your input, here's your output.
Exactly.
That's it.
So that one can be simple. You don't need to have the giant. And I think that the giant lists are part of what scare people off from crafting as well.
Yeah.
So I think doing it the way we've done it here is honestly more new player friendly than the kind of than the giant list you feel like you need to understand when you see it.
Yeah, but of course, as these things go core, we'll see what works, we'll see what doesn't work, we'll see what worked in endgame and didn't, because again, once the things are core, how they appear in the campaign, you don't know. Maybe these things work really well in the campaign and need to be pulled into a system that's more campaign friendly without having to have remnants in every area and stuff like that. So it's always nice to keep an eye on that and see what works, what's good for onboarding, what's good for campaign progression, what's all of that kind of stuff. I mean, honestly, all of this stuff, if you're using it all, you're going to be significantly more powerful in the campaign. We have a bunch of those kind of purple runes, those powerful runes appearing throughout the campaign that you can get from the remnants as well, and like they do.
Was that even in the live stream? The purple.
Some of them were, I think, but like there's the rune for bows that gives you 50% chance for an additional arrow, and like that. It's not like that's end game. That's just at early. Now, of course, you're going to get the thing of like, do I want to use it early or do I want to save it till late? Because it depends on how many you get and all of that. But like, the power is there if you need to use it and if you want to use it. So it's kind of up to you. And if they're abundant enough, go free. And
but to go back to your original question as well, we do sort of want to make sure that each of the crafting systems does like have specific domains most of the time. Yeah. So in the case of the breach one again, that's about jewelry crafting. If you're into like these specific things, and in particular, you've got the caster and minion stuff as well.
Yeah.
So you're kind of looking at that and you're like, okay, like if I need to cast, create some minion jewelry, then like this is the league I'm playing. But then if I'm not having to create that, then I don't have to necessarily understand that one. So we do try to we're trying to make sure that it's not like for every single item slot or every single use case you have to know about every crafting system. Like there are specific ones that can help with specific areas.
Yeah, okay, and you can look into that, and that does divide it down a little bit more.
Yeah,
make it a bit more.
That's kind of the intention. Yeah. This was actually one of those things we discussed way back in the early days of PoE 2 about how we would differentiate crafting from PoE 1. Is like try to have a little bit more segregation of the different crafting systems and different item slots.
Yeah, exactly. So you've also got this other crafting system in this, because we're not finished through that list yet. So you can use rune forging to upgrade items, including unique items, to increase their base damage, or give maybe some armors new rolls with ward and things like that as well. This is like another route to modifying uniques, which you've been doing a little experimenting a bit more with over time. And this has an ability to change affixes on uniques as well, right?
Correct. So the changing affixes part, I believe, is mostly the Kalguran uniques where it does that. Is that not correct?
Can you tell what it is?
Guys, can I ask you something? Do you guys want to... I don't know, this doesn't really feel like a Q&A. It's kind of just chatting. Do you guys want to continue with this, or do you want me to give you my opinion on the patch? Because I'm learning pretty much nothing from listening to this. Or do you want to listen to it? Okay, almost everybody wants to hear my opinion instead. I think I'm done with the Q&A. If you guys want to watch the Q&A, just go to anybody else's stream or go to the live stream. I'm not really I'm not really gaining too much from this Q&A. I love Mark and John and Ziggy, but I'm not learning anything. So I'm just gonna go straight to my my opinion here. I'm just gonna delete this real quick. I'm just gonna delete this as well. Delete, tab, delete. Done. There we go. All right. So yeah, all right. I got 3 pages. All right. So here's my opinion. Okay, so we just had the Path of Exile 2 mega update for the league. It's the longest time that they have ever spent on a league. And so far, from what I've read from the community, the opinions are very, very mixed. Some people think it's unbelievably amazing. Some people are kind of mid, and some people absolutely hate it. So I'll take you through what they announced, and I'll take you through my opinion. And I'm pretty favorable toward it. This had a lot of the things that I really care about for the game, and I will explain why. So the first thing is they have a new league. It's a rune league. You empower dead monsters, and then you build up like currency and items, and they get more powerful as you go. People were very underwhelmed by this because they showed a clip of a guy getting like 1 transmute, but it was a clip from the very first time you click it in the first act, right? Of course, it gets way more complicated with way better rewards later. But yeah, that clip that they showed is not exactly awe-inspiring. There's a new mechanic where they add runic ward to every single item, including uniques. It's a defensive layer that can save your life when you die, which that really surprised me because grinding your games doesn't really like to give you ways to live. I was very shocked to hear them say, kind of essentially, here's a cheat death mechanic. That does not sound like anything that grinding your games has ever done before. However, how this resource will probably be used instead of that is runic ward can be used to cast skills instead of mana. They have no attribute or weapon requirements, so aka they can be used on all classes. So maybe you will use regular skills, and then in your like 10 skill slots or however many there are, you'll use like a runic ward skill that's really good, or you just don't and use it as a cheat death mechanic or something. I was surprised by this. I have no idea how it will play. This one really came out of left field for me. This does not sound like something grinding your games normally does. And then any unique can be rune forged, altering its power. There's 2 ways to think about it. One, you can alter a low level unique and try to bring it up into the end game, or you can take a really powerful unique in the end game and see what kind of crazy stuff you can do with it. This sounds very much like grinding your games to me. There's 100 new runes and currencies. There's new ways to expand crafting with these, and alloys provide new affixes that you can apply to your gear that you couldn't normally get. So with this league, you can now go into the ocean. It's all about expeditions and grand expeditions and new bosses and unlocking islands. Now, this, I think, actually means something, whereas before this would have meant nothing, because now when you start in the actual end game, there are fixed locations to the west, to the east, to the north, and now you also go into the ocean. And I think this structure, at least in the beginning, if I understood them correctly, first of all, you go to all these different, like these 5 different quests all around you. And then after you've done that, then it unlocks the mechanics to be spawned on any map, and then it expands outward, and then you can do whatever you want. So one of the biggest problems with the game for the people that have been playing it is you just spawn in the end game and you just kind of randomly wander around everywhere, and that felt like shit to pretty much all players. Even the Giga Chads, the Blasters, or the casuals, it felt very strange. And the fact that they now have a way to start the end game with quests, and they have UIs where you can track how far you are on this specific quest to get you started. A lot of like their presentation was very, very overwhelming. It was this mechanic, and then this mechanic leads into this, and then this boss unlocks this tree, and then this second tree, and then you this and that and this and that. But I actually think in practice it will be very easy to deal with. I think it will be very digestible. I think it'll be way easier than the presentation made it sound. It's literally just you spawn in the end game and you look one of 5 ways. You go, oh, I'm going to go into the forest, and the forest has ritual, and then you get a quest. It's like, oh, okay, and then you follow the ritual quest. It's way less complicated than the presentation probably made it seem. Just having them say so many words so fast. So the fact that we have like a starting point to get our quests completed and get ingratiated into the end game, we can choose how we unlock it, and then we can explore after that, I think is significantly better. I think it's just a better base for the end game. So that's where the 6 points of interest come from. The disarm ancient weapons, I think, was the mechanic with going for the pinnacle boss. They have tons of special maps with new mechanics. I saw some people spamming, there's no new maps, this is so boring. They literally said, I believe they said there's at least 30 new maps, and there's new special maps with completely different mechanics, like every monster is an essence, or there's strong boxes everywhere. So I have no idea what they were talking about, but there's tons of new maps. That's what they said in the presentation, unless I'm crazy. So they have a new passive tree, and they say that the choices here are much more impactful, the endgame passive tree. And they say things like rogues exiles will flee to adjacent maps with upgraded gear, because I get confused between PoE 1 and 2, or if it's both of them. But if I remember correctly, rogue exiles drop the gear that they're wearing. So if you keep upgrading their gear as they move from map to map to map, maybe they'll drop you a mage blood or a headhunter or something. So that's actually pretty sick. This again really surprised me. Like when I heard this, I was shocked. When I heard the runic ward mechanic, I was shocked. Now grinding your games is giving you the entire like base end game passive tree, and that is just, I would have never guessed that they would have done that. Because when you go for the entire tree, a lot of the times the PoE players like to have choices and theory craft what they're doing. Some people will take a lot of comfort in the fact that, oh, well, I can just get everything, so I'm not so worried about how I'm pathing through it now. But Jonathan said that with them allowing you to get the entire endgame tree, it actually gives them more freedom to create nodes, because they said they were worried about how certain people min-max the routes or whatever. But that actually kind of surprised me, because that is kind of what grinding your games or Path of Exile's motto has been. So I really don't have an opinion on it. I don't know if it'll be better or worse, but you do have to make like some selections within the nodes, I believe. Like if you click on a notable, doesn't just have like a fixed thing that it gives you all the time. I think sometimes you have to choose, do you want to buff strong boxes or essences or whatever? So I do think you have to make some choices within the entire tree, if I understood what he said correctly. But in general, you just get the entire tree. I think some people will be mixed on this. I think some people will love it, some people will hate it. I don't have a strong opinion either way. Pinnacle bosses, Arbiter of Ash has a fixed way to get and fight him. That's way better than just randomly running around and looking for the, what are they called? The towers, not the towers, but whatever they're called, the citadels. You have at least a way to fight him in the beginning with a quest chain, and then you probably have to go hunt for them after that. And he's not even the pinnacle boss anymore. There's a much harder one in the center of the fortress. The Atlas Tree Ascendancies, now you can actually take the endgame passive tree and ascend even further beyond, and then you find different masters and you level up the ascendancies for whatever you really want to do. They said that usually each node has an upside and a downside. That's gonna, probably make some people mad. Ascendancy is usually supposed to just make you stronger, but I believe they did say there's at least free respecs back and forth for whatever you want to do. But yeah, we're pretty used to that around here. They updated a bunch of different mechanics. I can probably explain these pretty quickly. Every mechanic that we've seen before, Delirium, Breach, Ritual, they all have updated trees. They all have just different ways that you actually unlock them. You go through different quests, and they all have different, like, for lack of a better word, not to copy D4, but they have different powers. They have different rewards that they give you. Like, the emotions can now be crafted on jewels to get mods that you really want, and it spawns different mechanics when you get far enough and you kill the endgame boss, and then that spreads those mechanics out into your atlas if you want to keep pursuing Delirium, for example. Pretty much the same thing. The Breach is bringing the Genesis tree, where you can give the WOM gifts or womb gifts, or whatever it's called, in order to craft items. The crafting thing looked pretty intense, actually, and in a game like PoE2 that doesn't have a ton of crafting right now, I think this will be welcomed into the game. We fight the pinnacle boss, and then we get the updated tree, and then we spread the breaches out. Seems pretty familiar to and similar to what we're doing here with Delirium. Ritual probably got the biggest update. So Ritual that will feel very different when you go do that quest, because the rituals will jump from map to map. And in the first one, you have to kill the map boss at the end. In the second one, you have to kill 2 map bosses, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. This could actually be like a really sick mechanic. If you have like a really powerful or tanky character or both in the end game, and you can take 5 bosses at once, maybe you can get some sick loot if you really ramp into Ritual. There could be a lot of really cool things there. There's the King of the Mist pinnacle boss, and now there's the Queen of the Mists, I think. So I think some of these trees might actually really impact how these feel. I'm very favorable toward making an endgame system that ingratiates everybody into it with ease, where you can kind of choose your own path, where you have some beginning quests to figure out what the hell you're doing, and then seeing how all these new trees actually can really juice your favorite mechanics later on. I mean, this is pretty much what makes Path of Exile 1 a great game, starting to be introduced into PoE2. The Val Temple is going core, and I didn't hear them say that they're making any changes to it. I'm sure there's going to be, but they didn't say anything. So if the Val Temple just straight up goes core and they're not doing anything with it, well, I mean, we were getting the Val Temple to print about 400 divines a run after the nerf. So certainly there's going to be changes here. They have challenges introduced, which is, if you want to prove you're a PoE Giga Chad, you can get rewards for doing that. Cosmetic things, of course. There's new Ascendancies. The Ascendancies actually looked amazing. Spirit Walker looks like a super Spiritborn, and you can tame beast bosses as your pet. Even I call him Big Dick, who's the monkey with the big, dick thing that he slaps you with that kills everybody, whoever his name is. You can tame him as your pet. Should be pretty sick. And the monk, the martial artist, look pretty insane. You summon clones that do your attacks for you. There's new bell mechanics, like a bell follows you on your back. You crit and the bell activates. Seems cool. And it has extra rune slots. Tons of new uniques that do crazy things, like turns all your skills to ice and gives you an icy meteor shower. Pick up flowers and you throw a big comet. A crowd control, and you have a Maven Righteous Fire, not Righteous Fight. So now we have kind of Righteous Fire in the game. Pretty much have to make that. Culling until you one-shot all enemies. Cull means execute an enemy and kill them at a certain life threshold. There's a permanent minion wolf thingy. There's chaining and splitting projectiles, not projects, which might be god tier for Essence Drain Contagion. There's a bow where I think they said all elements can cause all ailments. Might be sick. There's a spear with life leech and from lightning and a divine leap, and now voices, which is a super chase item in PoE 1, is introduced in PoE 2. It's a little bit different, I think, but it just makes the same kind of idea. You get more jewel slots, and jewel slots are pretty much like the strongest thing in PoE 2 right now. So anyway, they made subtle hints in the campaign on where to go for new players. Some people might have listened to this and laughed and said like, that's stupid, or that doesn't apply to me, but this doesn't apply to me, but I think this is important for the game. Anything that's going to make people happy to play Path of Exile 2 now, or more importantly on the 1.0 launch, I'm 1000% on board for. I'm glad they're taking the time to do this. Those players matter for the health of the game a lot. There's a search bar for endgame maps. This is another huge surprise. Now they're having build files where you can download somebody's build and it'll show you exactly in-game how to build it. If you ever played Torchlight Infinite, they have this system already built into the game. It's called like the pro build thing, where you click, oh, I want to follow this guy's build. It shows you on the passage tree exactly what to do. You mouse over the weapon slot. It shows you exactly what you're looking for. It actually looked pretty robust and sophisticated. So I guess I'm going to have to make you guys build files for everything. It'll be good. I'm looking forward to it. Fragment tab was finally added, and they gave us a bajillion tabs. I love that. And this is the final update or the final patch before the launch of the game. The launch of the game is after ExileCon on November 7th. So you can think of like a Thanksgiving or a Christmas release, end of November or beginning of December, something like that. They will have little fun event leagues in the meantime, but 1.0 at a minimum will have Acts 5 and 6 new classes and will be a much bigger patch than this patch. So on the new classes part, I know a lot of people had really gotten their hopes up about swords and a new class. I mean, those would be awesome to have in the game. For me personally, as someone who's played these ARPGs for years and years and years all the time, me personally, I will take a delay on a class or a weapon type to get an upgrade to the core foundation of the game every single time. Every time, 9,000 times out of 9,000, I will take a critical update to a shit part of the game, two shit parts, the end game and the crafting for this new Rune League. I'll take that any day over waiting 6 months for the class or the weapon archetype that I really want to play. Some people will disagree with me, and that's fine. That's how I would take it every single time. That's what she said. So I'm not mad at this at all. If we log in and the new endgame system feels good and it will allow them to give us an avalanche of all the new classes in November with all the new weapon types, I think that's perfect. So Jonathan was kind of explaining his theory about how he thought, the development should go. And he thought like the structure of the end game and the crafting systems were a lot more important than anything else. I'm completely on his side. Completely agree with him. I guess, one interesting thing that people mentioned is this game will essentially launch probably on top of or very close to GTA 6, right? So it'll be a big battle there, but that's interesting. Anyway, I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to understanding exactly how do the quest mechanics in the end game work. Do I need to make guides for, let me take you through and walk you through how to clear these 4 quests easily, and then kind of some really good beginner end game trees to take in order to start dominating. Let me show you how to get to the first pinnacle boss and the second pinnacle boss, because now there's an actual structure. And then maybe how to really, really juice once you're beyond that. Because there aren't really any new classes or weapons, stuff like that, we're not getting the patch notes until the Friday before the launch of the league. But provided that they don't crucify it, I will definitely play Plant Daddy again. And I'll have a full guide written for you. And as fast as I can possibly make it, I will make the new, whatever it's called, the build file for it. So that'll definitely be what I start, 1000%. And we can just obliterate everything and then hopefully crush the new Endgame. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, and we'll see what the community thinks. It's kind of mixed opinions, but I'm pretty favorable. I'm pretty favorable. You think GTA 6 is going to be the biggest game of all time? I mean, maybe. I heard some things about GTA 6. I heard GTA 6, the NPCs have. I don't know if this is true. I can't remember where I heard this. It was like a video on YouTube or something. But they said the NPCs have AI and they learn about you. They learn how you act. They learn how you drive. And as they learn about you, not only do they talk to you differently, they'll hunt you down differently. I've heard that, yeah, it's not like fixed logic on how the cops will the dot will appear on your map and go in a straight line toward you, and then another dot comes from the right. It's the police, as you evade them, as you talk to them, as you engage with the world, will learn who you are and how you talk and who you talk to and what cars you steal and how you drive and how you get away, kind of deal. That's what I heard. So they're literally learning as you play around them. They'll delay GTA 6 when they see the PoE 2 launch date. I could be very, very wrong on this, but I don't think Rockstar fears PoE 2. If anything, I think it's the other way around. I think Grinding Gear Games would fear GTA 6 before the other way around. Am I not listening to the Q&A? I listened to about 20 minutes of it, but it was just like chatting about stuff we already heard, so I just shut it off. The only one thing that I heard in there that was new was there's a unique, you can take a rune and put it in a unique and consume the unique to get a power from the rune and socket it somewhere else. But there's already 160 new runes that exist in the game. Like, telling me one specific new one doesn't help me. Like, I need to look at all 160 of them and see what's possible. It's not an insult on anybody. It's not an insult on the Q&A or any of the people in it. Nothing like that. I tuned into the Q&A to try to get more information. I wasn't getting any, so I just stopped listening. Nothing in this patch was new except a shit league, and it's the same game. This patch is a big L. Well, how do you know the Rune League is shit? They don't have new things. I mean, they have 30 new maps. They have a new pinnacle boss. There's an entire new way to spec into all of these different endgame systems. There's new ascendancies. What? This patch is what I begged Blizzard to do with Diablo 4 for years, and we kind of got this kind of patch on the expansion, where they finally stopped dropping weapons, stopped dropping legendaries everywhere, and there's an actual progression, and there's some crafting in the game with the cube, da-da-da-da-da. This patch is eerily similar to the one we just had 2 weeks ago, and everybody loves that Diablo 4 patch, so why does everybody hate this one? It's the same thing. It's taking important systems that suck and making them good for the future of the game. Isn't that the best kind of patch? I mean, because of expectations. I mean, I don't know, man. I think this is a pretty good patch. There's no new class and there's no swords. But I mean, if we have PoE 2 with a shit endgame, if they give you a new class with a really awesome sword, you have the class with the really awesome sword in the shit endgame. I I don't know that. I guess that's fun for some people. That's not fun for me at all. I'd rather have the guy with the sword with a godly endgame, so I can actually enjoy it. You know. I'll tell you what. Jonathan and Mark, from listening to the conversations today, Jonathan and Mark better go to the sword class, and they better make them like an octopus with 8 tentacles to octuple wield swords and add like 3 zeros to their damage. Because if the sword people play the sword guy in November and he doesn't murder, these guys are gonna riot. So you got to make it like the current D4 Barb, I guess, to make them happy. Because my god, if the sword guy launches and he's just kind of mid, I fear for Mark and Jonathan's safety. Assuming this endgame is godly is way too early. I wouldn't say I'm assuming it's godly. I'm assuming it's significantly better than the pile of shit that we had before. It certainly seems a hell of a lot better. Please make Raven Righteous Fire as your first build. Well, first of all, you can't play it without a unique, so it literally can't be your first build. You got to go get the unique first. The skill is on the unique weapon. Yeah, that's what I was wondering is will voices also work with Adorned and just stacking a billion jewels? Yeah, that's good quality of life. You hope voices isn't a T0. Well, I mean, I every single time I play the PoE 1 League, all the RMTers or all the Giga Chads always come to my hideout and say, Rax, I got 5,000 voices for you to identify in on stream for content. Every time I've identified a voice, I've never gotten what is it, a zero voices? Zero? What's the best one? A 0 or a 1? 1. I've never gotten a 1 voice ever, and I've ID'd a lot of them. I've never seen one. So it doesn't even have to be a T0. Like a 4 voices in PoE 2, you ain't never gonna see that. Yeah, I mean, the runic stuff might not literally work as a cheat death. It's just an extension of life or energy shield. Yeah, if I misspoke or gave you the wrong, I don't think it's a cheat death. It has a magnitude to it. But he literally said the runic ward can save your life. What's my prediction for plants with what I know now, or will I wait for the notes? Well, if they don't nerf plants, I think plants is going to murder the game. So, what's my prediction for plants? I think it's going to murder. Is that what you mean? My plant build crushed that, so. Yeah, okay. There's a whole new video of Chris Wilson talking to Jonathan Rogers. We'll have to watch that. I'm going to hang it up for here, guys. I've been streaming for 11 hours. Thank you so much for being here, by the way. Yeah, I mean, that patch was pretty good, I thought. I don't know. I'm very surprised with people saying no swords, wah. Like we're going to get them in November in the next patch. Like, I guess people love swords way more than I thought they did. I don't know. I guess I don't get it, but there must be something there that I don't understand. I mean, I would have preferred that the sword class is in this game too, in this patch too, but I'll take the endgame updates over that every time. Yeah, back to Helltide we go. All right, let's throw a raid over to Gazzy. Have a great night, guys. Thank you for being here. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate you. Tomorrow isn't promised. Yes, it is. I'm streaming every day for 10 years. Even if I die, Lee will fire up the stream and put on a blue hoodie and he'll finish it. Tomorrow is promised. Have a good night, guys. Thank you for being here.